Chapter 3450. After a few months of training, she had indeed learned some skills. Otherwise, Sun Ying would not have been so confident that she could definitely kill Yi Qian. Her next attack was a fatal one, all aimed at Yi Qian's neck, eyes, abdomen, and other weak spots. Her second attack missed again. Her left arm was injured, but her right arm was scratched instead. Her third attack also missed. Her calf was scratched again, and the pain was so great that she could barely stand. Her previously confident expression was now filled with doubt. On her fourth attack, Yi Qian threw her over his shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground. Sun Ying's fall was not light this time. She was in a daze from the fall and did not get up for a long time. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't Big Boss say that Yi Qian was just a military academy student who could be seen but not used? Why did she miss again and again? So painful, so painful. Her hands and feet were in so much pain. The wounds must be very deep, and she must have lost a lot of blood. She could even feel the scabs forming on her sleeves and trousers. The scabs were all formed by her blood. She had lost so much blood, but not once had she hurt that bastard Yi Qian. Not once had he hit her. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't be the one getting hurt again and again. She should be the one beating that bastard down again and again. It was the opposite. It was the opposite. All of it was the opposite. Sun Ying was in a daze from the fall. Her mind was blank. Only the deepest insistence in her heart kept urging her to stand up quickly and kill Yi Qian as soon as possible. I won't let you go, Yi Qian. I will kill you. I will kill you. Sun Ying could not accept being hurt again and again. She searched the ground with her hands, trying to find something that could hurt him. Yi Qian laughed when she heard that. Her low and shallow voice entered her ears along with the cold wind. Her face was cold, and she was bone-chilling. It's rare that we have the same idea. That's great. I've never thought of letting you go. Yi Qian did not give Sun Ying another chance to get up. With a fierce look in her eyes, she once again pinned Sun Ying's hands behind her back. Then she used one of her knees to crush Sun Ying's knees, so that Sun Ying could not move her lower body. Sun Ying was pressed to the ground. Her face was cold and dirty. She could even smell blood on the ground. Sun Ying began to struggle madly. Let go of me, bastard. Let go of me. Let go of me. This was a pork stall. Naturally, the smell of blood could be smelled. Sun Ying struggled fiercely. Her face rubbed against the coarse gravel and scratched the surface of the surface. Let you go? Sun Ying, do you think you can leave this place alive tonight? Do you still think that you can survive tonight and continue to think about how to kill me tomorrow morning? Sun Ying, tell me, do you think I will let you live until tomorrow? The silver wire wrapped around Sun Ying's wrist again and again. The more Sun Ying struggled, the tighter the wire became. Even through her clothes, it was so tight that it felt like it was going to cut into her flesh. What was it that was wrapped around her arm? Why was it getting tighter and tighter? Also, what did she just say? She said she would not live past tonight. She said she would not live past tomorrow. Yi Qian, bastard. She dared. She dared. Sun Ying cherished her life. She exploded when she heard this. Her eyes widened in anger. Just as she was about to scream, Yi Qian suddenly pulled her up from behind. She heard her shout, "Stand up!" Chapter 3451. Yi Qian twisted Sun Ying's collar from behind. Sun Ying felt suffocated and had no choice but to stand up on her own. Before she could steady herself, Sun Ying's knees were kicked hard. Yi Qian kicked her until she was kneeling on the ground. Before Sun Ying could say anything, her knees hit the cold and uneven cement floor. She screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Her arms were tied behind her back, and her knees were on the ground. Sun Ying looked like a prisoner being executed in the 70s or 80s. She was only missing a wooden plank behind her arms. Her body was in pain, but it was nothing compared to what Yi Qian had said. She struggled to get up, and her voice was loud enough to lift the entire market. Yi Qian, you dare to kill me? You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Yi Qian laughed. If you dare to kill me, why wouldn't I dare to kill you? Ha ha ha, you dare to kill me? Ha ha ha, Yi Qian, do you know who's behind me? If you kill me, ha 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 ha. The person behind me won't let you go if he finds out. He won't let you die even if you beg for it. Sun Ying, who was in extreme pain, started laughing again. It was really funny. A bastard dared to say he would kill her. Ha ha ha, she said she would kill her too. Ha ha, her laughter suddenly disappeared. It was as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. All the sound was swallowed back into her stomach. Sun Ying's face turned red. Her whole body froze in an instant, and all her arrogance disappeared in an instant. There was something cold pressed against her neck. It was very sharp, and it pierced through the delicate skin on her neck. Although the pain was not as painful as when her arms were twisted, this was the neck. The most vulnerable and fatal part of her body was pierced by something sharp. Sun Ying's heart suddenly contracted, and the corner of her mouth twitched fiercely a few times. What are you doing, Yi Qian? What are you doing? It was not a scream, but a scream of fear. The sharp blade of the military combat dagger rubbed against Sun Ying's neck. It wasn't heavy, it was very light. Even so, the blade still cut into her skin and continued to cut deeper. The blood that formed a line slowly flowed to the blade groove, making it more lubricated and allowing the sharp blade to cut deeper into the subcutaneous tissue without stagnation. What do I want to do? Sun Ying, what do you think I'm doing? Didn't I just say that I want to kill you? I've already told you clearly. Why are you still asking me what I want to do? The answer is the same. You want to kill me, and I also want to kill you. I thought that it would take some time and effort to kill you. Who would have thought that you would actually deliver yourself to my doorstep and seek your own death? You really saved me a lot of trouble. I don't even need to think about it. The cold words, without a trace of warmth, entered Sun Ying's ears. As the pain in her neck intensified, Sun Ying's pupils constricted. The cold voice was like a bucket of cold water being poured on her heart, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. You want me to die? Sun Ying, why wouldn't I want you to die? I want it too. I've thought about it for a long, long time. I've been waiting for this day to come. I can kill you with my own hands without any burden. See, I've been waiting for this day. You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yi Ying, do you think I'll let you go? Chapter 3452. In front of her was Sun Ying and Yi Ying. Both of them were so detestable in their past lives. It could finally end. The hatred from the past life and the hatred from this life could finally end on this day. At this moment, Yi Qian didn't hide his killing intent at all. It was cold, sharp, and ruthless. All the hatred from the past life exploded out at this moment. He didn't hide it at all. He directly let Sun Ying know that she wouldn't live past tonight. It was also at this moment that the hatred that she had been suppressing in the depths of her heart and didn't want anyone to know about it gushed out like a tidal wave. The corner of her heart that had been hiding a secret that no one knew about flowed with hatred. It was like a festering wound that finally squeezed out pus until blood dripped out. Even though it was bloody, Yi Qian only felt relieved. Pus was released and blood was shed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything that had happened between Yi Ying and Sun Ying in the past life was finally over. She said those words that were full of hostility and murderous intent. It also turned the mountain-like emotions that she had been suppressing for so long into nothingness. It was relaxing, really relaxing. Her body and heart, inside and out, it was really relaxing. The things that she didn't dare to say, the things that she couldn't say, the things that she didn't dare to do, the things that she couldn't do, they could all be done tonight. It was relaxing, really relaxing. She washed away the thick layers of dust. She washed them clean again and again. It was relaxing, really relaxing. Sun Ying, retribution begets retribution. From the moment she pulled out her gun, she was destined to die. She didn't even need to do it herself. The law wouldn't let Sun Ying off either. Yi Qian relaxed, but Sun Ying didn't feel relaxed. In an instant, Sun Ying realized that Yi Qian wasn't just scaring her. She said that she wanted to kill her. She was serious. She really wanted to kill herself. Sun Ying, who had never thought that Yi Qian also wanted to kill her, panicked. After realizing this, a huge wave of panic engulfed her. Fear came crashing down like a tsunami. The trembling spread from her heart until her entire body started shaking uncontrollably. Her teeth began to chatter. Her voice was trembling like thin paper. She was panicking. "No, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Yi Qian, don't forget who you are. That's right, don't forget your identity." Knowing that Yi Qian would really kill her, Sun Ying was scared. How could she not be scared? Her life could be in danger at any time. How could she, who cherished her life, not be afraid? At the mention of Yi Qian's identity, Sun Ying was like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood. She began to threaten him with Yi Qian's identity as a military academy student. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't have a good ending either." Although Sun Ying saw other people's lives as worthless, she was very careful with her own life. She knew that Yi Qian would really kill her, so she endured the pain in her body and fought for a chance to live. Murder is against the law. If you kill me, you will be committing murder. If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Let go of me, do you hear me? I told you to let me go. She believed that she had found a way to survive, and even tried to use the law to protect herself. Sun Ying was indeed smart, but she was also very stupid. Things had already come to this point, and she still thought that she could live after doing so many bad things, and even exposing Principal Chen's identity. She still wanted to leave. She was delusional. But her words weren't without reason. As a military academy student, he couldn't just kill Sun Ying because he wanted to. Chapter 3453. Sun Ying's fate was sealed. Her hatred from 2 lifetimes had also ended because of her fate. This was good. She didn't have to dirty herself. All she had to do was watch Sun Ying walk towards her death. Everything should be going smoothly outside. If it wasn't, Captain Xia would have come over to remind her. Since everything was going according to plan, she could have a better conversation with Sun Ying. Yi Qian, who was relaxed, could clearly feel Sun Ying's fear. The more afraid she was, the deeper the smile on Yi Qian's face became. He said coldly, "If I can kill you, I have a good reason to do so." In her previous life, Yi Qian was just as afraid. Even when he walked on the streets, he was afraid that someone would suddenly rush out and stab him with a knife. Being threatened by a knife at his neck was not something that had never happened before. Today, it was finally Sun Ying's turn to have a taste of her own medicine. It must be uncomfortable. Of course it was uncomfortable. Sun Ying, who didn't know what Yi Qian was thinking, was so scared that she started to cry. She was scared. Tears streamed down her face. Her body curled up into a ball, but she didn't dare to move. Yi Qian's knife was still pressed against her neck. If she moved even a little, the sharp edge of the knife would pierce deeper. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to his surroundings, ended the call with the military. He walked out of the darkness. He was still some distance away from Yi Qian, He wanted to get closer before he spoke, but he heard Yi Qian say, "You're right. I can't kill you." Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks. His eyes darkened. He was paying attention to his surroundings. At the same time, he didn't miss the conversation between Yi Qian and Sunning. He didn't pay much attention to what Sunning said, but he heard every word Yi Qian said clearly. He didn't know his girlfriend hated Sunning so much. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her hatred for Sunning was overwhelming. This hatred was too deep. It was so deep that he wondered if she was hiding something from him. Otherwise, why would she hate Sunning so much? It was as if several lifetimes' worth of enmity, several lifetimes' worth of hatred, had all erupted just now. For a short period of time, he thought about what had happened between her and Sunning. The only explanation he could think of was why there was such hatred. There was only one possibility. She had suppressed it for too long when she was young, and later on, she had no choice but to suppress it again for various reasons. It was like a bottle that was constantly filled with air. The bottle was only so big, but the air kept pouring in. In the end, the bottle exploded, and the emotions exploded. This was the only way to explain why his hatred was so deep. At this moment, no matter how smart Xia Jinyuan was, he would never have thought that Yi Qian's accumulated hatred from 2 lifetimes would explode in an instant. The hatred was too deep, so deep that it made his heart feel heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't even breathe continuously. The emotions that erupted from her were not only hatred, but also despair that made him feel suffocated. It seemed that the only way to release that despair was to get rid of Sunning with his own hands. When he felt this way, he heard the familiar stern voice in his ear. He didn't even dare to answer directly. Instead, he replied ambiguously, "I'll try my best to stop her." What he meant was that he was a little far away from Yi Qian. If Yi Qian really did something, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. What exactly did Sunning do in the past to make the usually optimistic Yi Qian feel so hopeless? Chapter 3454. Did something he didn't know about really happen? If the only way to be free was to get rid of Sunning personally, Xia Jinyuan had already thought of a way to help her. But when he heard her calmly say that she wouldn't kill Sunning, he couldn't help but close his eyes. His little fox was calm and restrained. She obviously wanted to get rid of Sunning right then and there, but she still chose to let the law punish Sunning. The military and national defense had both clearly stated that if Sunning was found to have done anything harmful to society, she could be killed on the spot without taking any responsibility. Just now, Sun Ying's actions could have killed her on the spot, but Yi Qian restrained himself. With such deep hatred, such deep despair, she still restrained herself and made the best and most correct choice. This choice made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. His heart ached for Yi Qian's calmness and restraint. She was a military academy student whose actions were strictly restrained. Killing Sunning would be easy, but if she really did kill her, it would also cause trouble for her in the future. A special forces soldier who had undergone rigorous training against a criminal who had only been trained for a few months, and then killed the criminal after he had already captured the criminal. If this matter was really investigated, it would definitely be used and tampered with by people with ulterior motives. As for Sunning, when she heard Yi Qian personally admit that he couldn't kill her, she was momentarily stunned. Knowing that she wouldn't have to die tonight, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! Yi Qian, you can't kill me! Ha ha ha! You can't kill me!" Sunning, who had just escaped death, really thought that she could leave. When she thought about how Yi Qian couldn't kill her, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Qian looked at Sunning, who was still unaware of her impending death, and smiled faintly. Sunning was the perfect example of the saying, "The ignorant are fearless." Military academy student. What a pitiful military academy student. You clearly wanted to kill me, but in the end, ha ha, you still can't kill me. Ha ha ha, Yi Qian, you'll never be able to kill me. Only only I can kill you. Do you hear me? Only I can kill you. This time, there was no need for Yi Qian to speak. Xia Jinyuan walked over and said coldly, Yi Qian didn't kill you, not because he couldn't, but because he found you dirty. When Xia Jinyuan walked over, Yi Qian no longer pressed the dagger against Sun Ying's neck. He slowly stood up and stood to the side, vigilantly blocking off all possible escape routes. He held the dagger in his hand and was on guard. Xia Jinyuan walked closer and stood in front of Sun Ying, looking down at her. His voice was cold and calm as he said, Didn't you just say that murder is against the law? That's right, murder is against the law. No one is an exception, including you. You can't kill Yi Qian, and Yi Qian won't dirty his hands by killing you. He doesn't need to do anything unnecessary. He only needs to quietly watch you walk towards your death. The sudden male voice made Sun Ying, who was kneeling on the ground and laughing loudly, stop laughing. She raised her head and looked at the tall figure walking towards her. When she heard him say that Yi Qian only needed to quietly watch her walk towards her death, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she suddenly tensed up and said sternly, What a joke! Watching me walk towards my death. Who do you think you are? We all know what you've done abroad. Who are you calling a bunch of green onions and garlic? You killed someone overseas, then came back to our country and tried to kill a military academy student. You even carried a gun that is prohibited by our country. At the same time, you did something harmful to society. You shot a total of 13 live bullets. There's only one ending for you. You understand? Chapter 3455. He took out a pair of white gloves and put them on. Then he took out a mini flashlight and turned on the light source. He picked up the two pistols. One is a custom-made pistol, and the other is an assembled pistol. Sun Ying, these are the evidence of your crimes. And we even have photos of the crime scene as evidence of your murder. Tell me, what do you think will happen to you? 5 lives. And one of them was a child. Do you want me to show you the photos of your murder? If Sun Ying could still hold her head high when facing Yi Qian earlier, then now her face was ashen and she was completely paralyzed on the ground. 5 lives and a child. Didn't they say no one would find out? How did someone find out? Who was this man? How did he find out? Earlier, Sun Ying was only afraid that Yi Qian would kill her. But now, Sun Ying knew that she couldn't live. She couldn't live. No. She had to live. She had to live. She was still so young. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to die. When a person was faced with a life or death situation, their potential was limitless. Sun Ying, who was paralyzed on the ground, had never been more aware that she couldn't live. In order to survive, in order to escape, she suddenly stood up and slammed forward with unparalleled agility. She wanted to knock Yi Qian aside and open up a path for herself to escape. Who knew? Yi Qian, who was in charge of defense, didn't put away the dagger in his hand. Instead, he instinctively used the dagger as a defensive weapon. Sun Ying slammed forward. Her desire to escape caused her potential to explode, and her speed became exceptionally fast. She was so fast that Yi Qian didn't have time to put away the dagger. With a piu-piu sound, the sharp military combat dagger pierced Sun Ying's body. It was too fast, too fierce, and too hurried. There wasn't any buffer. The entire dagger pierced into her body, leaving only the handle in Yi Qian's hand. Sun Ying, whose hands were still clasped behind her back, froze. She felt pain in her chest. It was not the pain of her hands being twisted behind her back, nor was it the pain of her knees hitting the ground. Instead, it was the pain of her heart being stabbed. All the nerves in her body were in pain. Sun Ying did not even have the chance to scream as she leaned against the dagger in Yi Qian's hand. She wanted to lower her head to see what it was that made her heart ache so much. When she lowered her head slightly, something thick and viscous surged up her throat. She could not even swallow it as it flowed out of her mouth. It was blood. Blood was spilling out of her mouth. Yi Qian had already let go of her and quickly held her shoulders to let her lean into his embrace. Xia Jinyuan shone the miniature flashlight in his hand. In the bright light, he saw the military combat dagger sticking out of Sun Ying's heart. "Don't touch her. I'll contact 120 now." Xia Jinyuan's expression did not change in the face of the sudden situation. He calmly took out his phone and dialed 120. His words were concise and precise. At the same time, he reported the situation back to the military. The military called to remind Yi Qian not to act rashly, in case he made a mistake in the heat of the moment. This mistake referred to capturing Sun Ying alive and not killing her for personal reasons. Yi Qian was easy to control. Unfortunately, Sun Ying had dug her own grave. She directly bumped into Yi Qian and ended up harming herself. She might not even live to see the sun tomorrow. Yi Qian, who had already given up on killing Sun Ying himself, frowned slightly. He lowered his gaze and looked at the dagger that was embedded in Sun Ying's chest. He let out a soft sigh. Chapter 3456. This turn of events was truly unexpected. Out of respect for life, she didn't let her emotions control her and used the most direct method to take Sun Ying's life. This was because she didn't want to become someone like Sun Ying, who didn't care about other people's lives. She also didn't want to add to her military career. Therefore, even though she wanted to personally kill Sun Ying, who she hated for 2 lifetimes, in the end, she chose to punish Sun Ying through legal means. Her ending was a dead end. Since that was the case, why should she take the risk? She might as well choose the most appropriate way to end everything. But she didn't expect Sun Ying to throw herself at the knife. Time and fate. He had died in her hands in his previous life, and today she had died in his hands. Everything had ended with this stab. In her previous life, she didn't have a fixed place to stay and had no one to rely on. She didn't have any great power or anyone to rely on. She couldn't defeat Yi Jifan and Yi Ying on her own. In this life, step by step, step by step, step by step, Sun Yaozu fell, old Madam Yi fell, Yi Jifan fell, Sun Dongqing fell, and now, Sun Ying fell. Yi Qian, who had completely let go of the shackles in his heart, hugged Sun Ying and stared at the knife in her chest. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. Although it was over, she couldn't let go of all her hatred and treat Sun Ying with a normal heart. She only chose to punish Sun Ying through legal means. She never thought of forgiving Sun Ying. She was stabbed, and her morals didn't allow her to leave her in the lurch. Sun Ying said she was in pain and sorry, but she didn't want to say a word of comfort. She wasn't a saint. She couldn't say things like, "It doesn't hurt, I'll definitely save you," to the person who wanted to kill her. She couldn't even lie to Sun Ying. As such, she remained silent and waited for the ambulance to arrive. Sun Ying had already seen what was stuck in her chest. Her pupils constricted to a small dot. She felt her body temperature drop as she stared at Yi Qian with wide eyes. She opened her bloody mouth in horror and begged, "Save me, save me. I don't want to die. Save me. I beg you, Yi Qian, please save me." Every time she spoke a word, blood would flow out of Sun Ying's mouth. Soon, even her neck was covered in blood. It was extremely terrifying. There was too much blood, and his collar was wet, turning dark brown. It was the same for her chest. Blood was flowing out of the dagger, and her entire chest was soaked. If she continued to bleed like this, Sun Ning would die from excessive blood loss before the ambulance arrived. A military dagger was different from an ordinary dagger. It was a cold weapon with great lethality. It had terrible piercing and cutting power. The design of the blood grooves would also increase the amount of bleeding. Once the wound was pierced, the blood grooves would also deepen the wound. Now that the dagger was deep in Sun Ying's heart, even if she waited for the ambulance to arrive, she wouldn't make it to the hospital. Sun Ying, who was afraid of death, knew that she might not survive, but she had to beg. As long as there was a chance, she had to beg. She was afraid that Yi Qian would abandon her and leave her to lie there alone, bleeding and motionless, waiting for death to come. She was afraid that Yi Qian would do that, because if Yi Qian was the one being stabbed, she would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. She would even laugh and leave. She wouldn't care about the life and death of others. Now that her life was in danger, she was afraid that Yi Qian would do that. Chapter 34:57. The evilness and complexity of human nature were vividly displayed by Sun Ying. She strictly demanded the highest moral standards from others, but when it came to herself, her moral standards dropped even lower to the point where she had lost her most basic principles. Yi Qian had already seen through Sun Ying. Faced with her pleading, Yi Qian faintly pursed his lips and said coldly, "Sun Ying, you're about to die. Don't use your conduct to question me. I'll stay here and wait for the ambulance to come. Also, you'd better speak less. The more you speak, the more your wound will be affected. The knife was stabbed in the heart. If you want to die early, you can speak as much as you want." He didn't want to listen to her at all. She'd better shut up. Sun Ying was evil by nature. Did Yi Qian expect her to repent before she died? He was thinking too much. That was impossible. Xia Jinyuan didn't leave. He also stayed where he was. He had already reported the situation to the military. Sun Ying's life depended on her luck. As Sun Ying's consciousness gradually faded, she vaguely heard Yi Qian say something. Blood gushed out of her mouth, and her eyelids began to droop. Her strong will to live made her raise her eyelids involuntarily. After repeating this a few times, Sun Ying knew that she couldn't live. Her life had really come to an end. Using the last of her strength, she opened her eyes wide and glared at Yi Qian, who was hugging her coldly. That face was still so hateful. Every time she saw it, she couldn't help but want to kill him. "Yi Qian, I won't be satisfied if I don't kill you." In the end, Sun Ying still couldn't forget about killing Yi Qian. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan turned on the recording on his phone. This was Sun Ying's last words. He could record it and submit it to the military later. When Yi Qian heard this, he coldly pursed his lips and said calmly, "I've never regretted not being able to kill someone. Many people have died by my hands. You are also my enemy. However, I don't have to do it myself. You will also receive the strictest punishment. Unfortunately, you have bad intentions. You walked into the knife's edge and killed yourself. You're courting death. Courting death." Sun Ying's pale face revealed a strange expression. She looked like she was smiling, yet not smiling, and she looked like she was crying, yet not crying. She had never thought that she would be courting death. "If I die, you won't live long either. Yi Qian, you won't live long either. I want to kill you, but there are others who want to kill you as well." She hated it so much. Why didn't that be *TCH, Yi Qian die? Why was she the one who died? How hateful! How hateful! Why didn't Yi Qian die instead? Why? Why? She caused her to lose all her glory, caused her to lose everything. Even her family was ruined because of her. Why? Why didn't Yi Qian die instead? Why? Why? Unfair, too unfair. In the end, she was the one who died. So hateful, So hateful, so unreconciled, so unreconciled. You won't live long either. Yi Qian, you won't live long either. In the last moments of her life, short and rapid breaths came from her throat. Her mouth was filled with blood, and her eyes were wide open. Her eyes and face were filled with evil. She used the last of her strength to gasp for air. Gradually, her breaths became softer and softer. Sun Ying's fingers twitched. Death had finally come. The light in her eyes disappeared, leaving only a remnant of fear. Even when she stopped breathing, it did not dissipate. Until death, Sun Ying never regretted her actions, nor did she think that she was wrong. Chapter 3458. Even as she died, she wondered why Yi Qian wasn't the one who died, but her. Even in death, she couldn't accept the fact that she didn't kill Yi Qian. There were good and evil in human nature, and Sun Ying was evil to the extreme. Yi Qian was not affected by her words at all. If reincarnation really happened, then she, Yi Ying, and Sun Ying would definitely be enemies for all their lives. They would have to fight to the death for all their lives. In her previous life, she died, and Yi Ying won. In this life, Sun Ying died, and she won. If reincarnation really happened, this would be the path that she and Sun Ying had to go through. Xia Jinyuan reached out and checked Sun Ying's neck artery. He couldn't feel her pulse at all. When he saw that Sun Ying still had a fierce expression on her face, his gaze darkened. He said to Yi Qian, "Send her to the hospital first. Let the military handle the rest. It has nothing to do with us anymore." The military was worried that Yi Qian would make a mistake because of his emotions, but they didn't expect Sun Ying to seek her own death. Death meant the disappearance and the end. Then, everything between Yi Qian and Sun Ying would be over. He saw the darkness in her eyes dissipating bit by bit. In the end, her eyes became clear like the ripples in the water. Everything returned to calmness without any fluctuation. This was Qing Yao, a special forces soldier, who was highly valued by the military and cultivated with great effort. And she didn't disappoint the military leaders either. For some reason, when Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian now, he suddenly felt very at ease. It was as if the things that had caused Yi Qian pain in the past were far away. She was still the same person in front of him, but there was something different about her. She was like a pearl that had finally wiped off the thin layer of dust on the outside. Her own warm glow was finally faintly emitted. This kind of Yi Qian made him feel so at ease at this moment. Yi Qian, who had already let go of everything that had happened between her and Yi Ying in her previous life, was naturally different now. She was much calmer, and her entire state of mind was much more stable. She had walked the path of life and death, so no matter how difficult it was in the future, she would face it more calmly than before. Ma Yingli put Sun Ying, whose body was still warm, on the ground. Ma Yingli's face was as calm as a mirror. She stood up and spat out a mouthful of foul air mixed with the smell of blood. Then she said in a deep voice, "Sun Ying brought about her own death. I still need to write a report to the military." Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly. "Don't worry about any punishment. I've already recorded what she said before she died. I know the whole process. You just need to write a report." Sun Ying had died in an accident, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. Although it was a little troublesome to explain, they could completely restore the scene and explain everything to the military, combined with what Sun Ying had said before she died. Although the process would be a little complicated, it would not affect Yi Qian. Yi Qian also knew that the process would be a little troublesome. When the time came, she would cooperate with the military throughout the investigation. She had a clear conscience and was not afraid of the investigation. Just as the two of them were waiting for the ambulance to arrive, they heard footsteps approaching the market. Xia Jinyuan had already taken out his pistol, and at the same time signaled Yi Qian to hide. The two of them immediately went on alert when they heard the footsteps. It was none other than the scout that the National Defense had arranged to follow Sun Ying. He had just received a call from the National Defense and found out that the criminal he had been following had died in an accident. He followed the orders of the higher-ups and revealed himself. The National Defense is already aware of the situation here. Although the accidental death of the criminal shocked the National Defense, the National Defense believes that the two of you will abide by the rules and will not do anything that is detrimental to the National Defense. I'll take photos here to collect evidence. When the time comes, all the photos will be sent to the National Defense, the military, and the Military Commission for Discipline inspection. Leave the scene to me. It's inconvenient for the two of you to expose your identities. You can leave now to support your comrades. Chapter 3459. The scout arranged by the National Defense Force was not tall, only about 7 meters tall. His thin stature gave him an unfathomable feeling. These were all elite scouts of the National Defense Force. No one would be able to discover his identity if he blended into the crowd. This was also why he had been following Sun Ying without being discovered. The appearance of the scout made Xia Jinyuan sigh in relief. This way, Yi Qian only needed to clearly write down the entire process of Sun Ying bumping into the knife. With the National Defense Force's scouting ability and on-site investigation ability, as well as the dagger in Sun Ying's chest, they could completely deduce the entire process of the incident. Just now, the scout said that they could leave to support their comrades. This made Xia Jinyuan frown slightly, and Yi Qian's heart couldn't help but thump lightly. According to the plan, they would meet up with Sun Ying while Bai He and the others would immediately capture the Asian man. Now that Sun Ying had been executed, Bai He's situation was unclear. It was unrealistic to go and support Bai He. Both sides were on different missions and were not directly equipped with wireless communication. Just now, they had contacted each other through mobile phone text messages. If they used text messages, now Bai He, who was on a mission, would definitely have turned off his phone. Therefore, they couldn't go and support him even if they wanted to. However, for the latest updates on Bai He, it was best to contact the army. Xia Jinyuan contacted the army, while Yi Qian stood in a dark corner by the street and heard the sound of the ambulance approaching from afar. Soon, the ambulance sped past her eyes. After arriving at the market, the doctors and nurses finally confirmed that Sun Ying had died. The higher-ups would compromise and make arrangements for the aftermath. The scout left with the ambulance. Standing by the road and watching the ambulance leave, Yi Qian stood still. In his ears, the sound of the ambulance whistling resounded. Faintly, the scenery and objects in front of him seemed to be distorted, and everything around him seemed to have changed. There were no longer messy old houses, nor were there countless wholesale food stores, clothing stores, and vegetable markets. Everything was replaced by bright and neat tall buildings. There was an endless stream of traffic and people shuttling back and forth. His line of sight passed through the crowd and fell on the building with large golden words, Binan International Hotel. Looking down, his line of sight landed on the entrance of the hotel. He saw an ambulance parked there, surrounded by policemen in black uniforms. He saw a doctor in a white coat walking out with a stretcher. The person carrying the stretcher seemed to be in a hurry. When he went down the steps, there was a bump. The person lying on the stretcher suddenly dropped an arm. The accompanying doctor bent down and gently placed the arm back on the stretcher. The sharp sound of the ambulance driving out of the hotel pierced the air. Gradually, the scenery and objects, the sound disappeared, and the scene in front of her became distorted. Yi Jian closed her eyes gently and opened them again. There were no tall buildings or policemen in black uniforms. The dazed. It turned out that after she died, she was sent to the ambulance. Along the way, a doctor carefully and warmly protected her last bit of dignity. He did not let her arm hang out of the stretcher. It ended here, and it started here. The previous life had come to an end. In this life, she was reborn. Goodbye, Yi Qian from the previous life. Chapter 3460. Let's go, Qing Yao. A deep and cold voice came from behind. Yi Qian turned around and saw Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished his call with the military, striding over. The Asian man has been arrested, but the target has escaped. We'll return to the motel for now. Yi Qian was shocked. How could the target have escaped? Wasn't he under surveillance the whole time? How could he have escaped? The Asian man had a special chip implanted in his body. The special chip was turned off during the hunt, and the target immediately escaped. The airport and train stations are conducting a thorough search. The city sky eye has been activated, and the police are on the hunt. Xia Jinyuan, who had rushed to meet up with Bai He, quickly told Yi Qian everything that had happened. The military has determined that Li Chuhai not only has a foreign underground force behind him, but he might also have foreign military support. Otherwise, the Asian man wouldn't have been implanted with a high-cost special chip that is connected to a satellite system. Yi Jian's face was very solemn when she heard that. It was no longer as simple as hunting down the final target and bringing him to justice. With the military support of other countries, this had already involved national security. The rise of China had caused many other countries to feel threatened. The rise of a large country had global influence. How could some countries hope to see the rise of a large country? They were afraid that the rise of a large country would threaten them. They were afraid that the rise of a large country would take away their limited resources. Therefore, they needed to find a way to break the current situation and find a way to suppress it. These were not things that Yi Qian could come into contact with or understand. Only important people like Xia Jinyuan and Qin Xiu would know a little about them. After listening quietly, Yi Qian pursed his lips into a straight line. Then he asked, "Captain Xia, I want to ask, who is the target? You've been avoiding me all this time. During the meeting, you showed the Asian man's photo, but you didn't tell me who the mastermind was. Do I know him? If not, why did they deliberately hide it from her?" She knew that the Military National Defense and the Military Commission had locked onto the mastermind. She also knew why they wanted to kill her mother. She knew all of this, but she didn't know who the mastermind was. Why did they hide it from her? Why did he hide himself? Since they even showed her the photo of the Asian man, why didn't they let her know who the real mastermind was? Why? She could not understand and needed Captain Xia to explain. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, felt that the military was as cunning as usual, always throwing such difficult questions at him. If he had known, he would not have asked who the mastermind was. He had asked and found out, but now he had to hide it for the time being. And now Yi Qian had come to ask again, and had even asked the most important question. Should he answer or not? After pondering for a moment, Xia Jinyuan said, "Yes, but we can also say that we don't know each other. I don't think you've met him, but you've had dealings with people related to him." He didn't say who it was directly. With Qin Yao's intelligence, it wouldn't take long for her to guess who it was. Is it because I know someone who is related to the mastermind, so it's not convenient for me to reveal it? Moreover, this person that I know has an extraordinary relationship with him, right? If Yi Qian wasn't smart, he wouldn't have been able to survive in such a difficult place in his previous life. Chapter 3461. When she said this, she had already eliminated a few of her friends who knew her family well. She didn't need to consider those she knew in middle school and high school, so she could only think of those she knew in university. He Jing and Su Wen were out of the question. As for her classmates, it was impossible for the military to be so cautious as to not let her know who they were. Then, she could only think of the people closest to her. Who would be the closest person to her? There were too many people closest to her, so Yi Qian couldn't guess who it was. But the way she frowned and pondered made Xia Jinyuan's heart skip a beat. Walking on the empty street in the middle of the night and facing the cold wind, his palms were sweating even though it was so cold. She couldn't guess who it was now, but she believed that she would be able to figure it out soon. But this time, Xia Jinyuan obviously overestimated Yi Qian. She really couldn't guess who it was that had dealings with the mastermind behind her mother's death. Stop guessing. Since the military wants to hide it, they must have their reasons. Let's go back to the motel and rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Martyrs Park to pay respects to mother-in-law and Uncle General. We still need to rush back to the capital. You may return to the base directly to continue training, or you may stay in the capital and wait for school to start. As for me, I should be going on a long trip again. The mastermind had escaped, and the power behind him was so complicated. It was time for the Snowfield Brigade's special forces to take action. The military was still a little nervous when the other special forces took action. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything else, and Yi Qian continued to use the method of elimination to find out who she knew and who the mastermind was. One deliberately didn't say anything, while the other was deep in thought. They returned to the motel in silence. In a place like the motel, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were both people who had slept in the swamp, so they weren't picky at all. But they still paid attention to hygiene. Facing the yellowed quilt and sheets, the two of them sat on a chair, turned on the small electric heater in the room, and huddled together to sleep. After a few minutes, Xia Jinyuan moved his long legs and turned to Yi Qian, who was sleeping on his shoulder, and asked, "How about we change to another hotel?" Although they had slept in the wild, they felt that sleeping in the wild was better than sleeping in a small hotel. The soundproofing effect was really, really bad. It was so bad that one could hear the head of the bed hitting the wall, as well as indescribable sounds. Although Yi Qian's men had returned to the small hotel, they did not manage anything. She was still trying to figure out who knew the mastermind. As she thought about it, she figured out a key point: to be able to kill his own mother and erase all of his mother's deeds in the original army. This person must have a high position in the family. Thinking of this, she narrowed down the scope again and started to get closer to the truth bit by bit. While Xia Jinyuan was speaking, she was deep in thought. Yi Qian was so focused that he did not hear anything. When he heard the question, he closed his eyes and answered, "Sorry to trouble you. This is the old district, and the better hotels are all in the new district. There are no buses at night, so we have to take a taxi. What's that sound?" As he spoke, Yi Qian pulled himself back from his thoughts and finally heard an unusual sound. It sounded like someone was hitting the wall. Then he heard a woman's soft, sobbing sound. Yi Qian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he slowly lifted his head from Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. His face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sound, cough, it was indescribable. It was not suitable for children. Chapter 3462. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he chuckled and said, "Now you know why I want to change rooms. There are rooms here and there, but the room between us is the only one that is proper. And this wall." He stood up, knelt on one knee on the bed, and knocked on the wall. It's made of 2 planks less than 5 centimeters thick, and it's hollow in the middle. As long as there's a man and woman on the bed, this metal bed can easily crash into the wall. There's a man and woman on the bed. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to look. Tonight, we're going to sleep here. We'll hear the sounds of human reproduction all night, so neither of us will be able to sleep well. Of course, I don't mind, but I'm just worried that you'll feel uncomfortable. She already felt uncomfortable, but now there's no. Before he could finish his sentence, there was the sound of humans banging against the wall from the other side of the wall. What was even scarier than the previous room was that the sound coming from this room was loud from the beginning. The woman was screaming and gasping as if she was nailed to the wall. Yi Qian was so shocked that he immediately changed his mind. Let's go to the hotel. Let's go to the hotel, right now. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Does it need to be so loud? It's already going through the wall. Thanks to this sound, Yi Qian stopped thinking about it and broke the heavy atmosphere. At around 12 o'clock p.m., Xia Jinyuan left the small hotel with a small handbag that only contained their change of clothes. With one arm around Yi Qian's shoulder, he left the small hotel. This area was already very crowded. People who stayed in small hotels on New Year's Day were either having affairs or doing business nearby. Yi Qian only chose this place because it was close to the farmer's market. It was very troublesome to get a taxi from the small hotel. The two of them walked in the cold wind for about half an hour before Bai drove them to the new district. When Bai received Xia Jinyuan's message, he immediately called back. Fortunately, he remembered to turn on his phone at the last minute. Otherwise, Yi Qian would have suspected that the two of them would have braved the wind and rain to walk to the new district. In the car, Bai roughly described the process of chasing the middle-aged Asian man. He was very cunning. Our car directly hit him. He pretended to be dead first. After we pried open the door, he ran out with his head covered in blood. Long Eagle and Sparrowhawk immediately chased after him and caught him from behind. Fortunately, we drove straight into him. We found 2 pistols in his car and 1 under the steering wheel. If I hadn't crashed into it, there would have been a gunfight tonight. The whole process was finished in just a few words. It seemed that the mission was easily completed, but in fact, it made the scouts hiding in the dark so nervous that they were sweating. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were used to talking about the entire process of the mission in a casual manner. Only they knew the dangers involved. Yi Qian was also used to their casual way of talking. In the future, she would be like them. No matter how dangerous the mission was, she would be able to talk about it in a few sentences. It took less than half an hour to drive from the old district to the new district. The hotel they checked into was none other than the Caesar Hotel operated by Jose. Before Bai got out of the car, he joked, "If we had known earlier, we would have stayed the night too." They couldn't stay there. Although they had successfully captured the Asian man and handed him over to the national defense, there were still some small things that needed to be sorted out. They wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 3463. After Yi Qian left for the hotel, Bai handed the item to Xia Jinyuan. "Jade pendant. The commander-in-chief said to give this jade to you temporarily." Bai didn't come out to pick them up. He just didn't want Yi Qian to know the details. So he came up with an excuse. Xia Jinyuan took the jade pendant that helped Yi Jifan rise from a village official to a provincial official. He gently rubbed the pattern on it with his fingers. It was very delicate and felt very good to the touch. This jade pendant was a love token from his future father-in-law to his mother-in-law. Who would have thought that it would be used by someone else? Not long after I gave the jade pendant to Jane Eyre's mother, something happened to me. Then, something happened to her mother. Later, it became a nightmare for Jane Eyre when she was young. Our family of 3 suffered because of it. It's obvious that it's not a good luck item. After you get it back from Sun Ying in the southern province, don't show it to Jane Eyre. Don't remind her of what happened when she was young and make her sad. Give it to me directly after you get it. I've also told your father that the jade pendant is private and can't be used as evidence. After I get it, I'll donate it to the National Museum. Although it's not a good luck item, it's still an old item from the palace. It should go back to where it came from. Before he came to the southern province, Father Fu secretly warned Xia Jinyuan. Since he had received his future father-in-law's instructions, Xia Jinyuan naturally obeyed. It was good to give it to the National Museum. The value of old items from the palace could no longer be measured by money. They were all cultural relics. It should go back to where it came from. This was the end. Ever since Father Fu found out that the jade pendant was still there, he had never thought of taking it back. The love token became the source of Yi Qian's suffering when he was young. Father Fu didn't know how to face it. It was better to donate it so that it wouldn't affect Yi Qian's mood. With Father Fu's instructions, Xia Jinyuan did not show it to Yi Qian. The next day, the two of them went to Martyrs Park, where Uncle Jen was buried. They first went to Uncle Jen's grave. Xia Jinyuan placed the flowers in his hand in front of the old man's tombstone, and together with Yi Qian, they saluted the old man solemnly before kneeling down together. Yi Qian kowtowed 3 times to the kind-looking old man in the black and white photo and told Uncle Jen everything that had happened in the past year. Yi Qian stayed for almost half an hour before he left. When they arrived at martyr's son Xueqing's grave, Yi Qian looked at his mother in the photo with a gentle smile. He kowtowed again and emphasized that the military had found the mastermind. Yi Qian was no longer as agitated as before. He spoke softly as if he was chatting. He even talked about Father Fu, the old man, and of course the man beside him. When they left, the cold wind blew through the delicate petals of the flowers. A few petals fluttered in the wind, sometimes high and sometimes low. In the end, they were swept away by the cold wind, as if they were carrying Yi Qian's words to their deceased relatives. Yi Qian looked at the petals that were swept away and smiled faintly. He asked the man beside him, "Captain Xia, do you think my mother can hear what I just said?" Of course, she couldn't hear it scientifically, but she could hear it because of the emotional sustenance. Holding her slightly cold hand, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "She can hear it because your mother-in-law has always lived in your heart. Of course, she can hear what you say." That's right. Her beloved mother had always lived in her heart and had never left. Of course, she could hear what she said. Chapter 3464. At noon, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan needed to return to Beijing. They had originally planned to visit Principal Chun at the sniper base, but they realized they didn't have enough time. It would take them an hour and a half to drive from here to the sniper base, and it would take about 2.5 hours to get to the airport from the sniper base. The 1 p.m. flight was so tight that there wasn't any time left. If they really went there, they would definitely miss the flight. Ever since Principal Chun received the notice from the military, he had been staying at the sniper base and didn't go anywhere. He loved the army, loved training, and loved working with the sniper rifle that had been with him for his entire life. Even if he didn't leave the military base for the rest of his life, Principal Chun would still be happy. Furthermore, the base had just received a new batch of the latest large-caliber sniper rifles from various countries. As such, Principal Chun didn't want to leave the base even more. When Yi Qian called, Principal Chun was still talking to the 2 instructors at the base. He was enjoying himself and wasn't affected at all. When he received Yi Qian's call, Principal Chun's voice was as deep as a bell. Just hearing his voice made Yi Qian feel a lot more at ease. She was worried that Principal Chen's mood would be affected by his identity being exposed. So when she heard his voice, she immediately felt relieved. "You don't have to rush over. I'm fine here. It's fine if I don't go out. I'm already at the age where I don't like to move around. I'm cooped up in the base every day, guarding the rifle and watching the soldiers train. I feel more at ease than ever. It's fine if your identity is exposed. I'm already so old, so what's there to be afraid of? I wasn't afraid when I was young, so I'm even less afraid now that I'm old. Even if she didn't ask anything, he could tell what the child was thinking just by listening to her voice when he was talking to her. Yi Jian was a kind girl who valued friendship and loyalty. She knew how to repay kindness. How could she not know what Yi Jian was worried about? She really didn't have to worry. It wasn't a big deal if he didn't go out. He wasn't willing to leave the army anyway. Principal Chen didn't have a shadow in his heart. He laughed and said, "I've decided to stay here. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here and guard the base. Girl, this is Uncle Chen's roots, Uncle Chen's home. My home and roots are both here. Uncle Chen will guard it happily. You don't worry about me. Take good care of yourself. Come and visit Uncle Chen when you're free. If you're not, call me once in a while to tell me that you're safe. I'll be happy to know how you're doing." Principal Chen, who had walked through the battlefield of life and death, was very open-minded. He looked at everything indifferently, even life and death. It was fine if his identity was exposed, but he was worried that Yi Qian would be implicated. When Yi Qian said that he didn't have time to come over, it was exactly what he wanted. Don't come over for the next 1 or 2 years. Uncle Chen isn't worried about his identity being exposed, but he's worried about you. Sun Ying is so close to you. If she lets the cat out of the bag and implicates you, that's what I'm most worried about. Yi Qian wasn't worried about herself at all. She was studying in the strict military academy. It was very difficult for the outside world to affect her. If someone really came to cause trouble for her, she would be happy. She would be more than happy to divert the attention from Uncle Chen to her and shield Uncle Chen from the storm. But Yi Qian couldn't say these words to Principal Chen. If he did, Principal Chen would be even more worried. She smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, don't worry. Sun Ying's side is clean. They didn't find anything on my side either. Take good care of yourself. I'll definitely come and visit you when I have time." Chapter 3465. Principal Chen did not directly say that Sun Ying had been taken care of. He only vaguely mentioned it. His eyes were filled with kindness. His smile faded a little, but his tone did not change as he said with a smile, "It's good that you didn't find anything. You have to work harder in the future. Don't let the past hold you back. Let bygones be bygones. Now that you've dealt with it, you have to put the past behind you. Walk well and look forward with every step you take. You understand?" Principal Chen, who had no children, raised Yi Qian step by step. In his heart, Yi Qian was his daughter. Every time he spoke to Yi Qian, he would guide Yi Qian like a father. He would guide Yi Qian with his life experience so that Yi Qian would not go astray. Therefore, in this life, Yi Qian was lucky to have met Uncle Jen and Principal Chen. Although she could not get to where she was today without her own efforts, without the careful guidance and guidance of these two elders, Yi Qian would not be where she was today. Yi Qian, with a slight smile on her face, listened quietly. She humbly accepted the teachings without the slightest hint of impatience. Then she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll remember it all. I'll walk my own path well in the future. I won't let you down, and I won't let myself down." Yi Qian was actually a girl who did not need much concern from an adult. She would definitely do whatever she said. This made Principal Chen feel very reassured. The child that he had raised with his own hands was now flying on her own. Although he was a little reluctant, he was more proud of her. "Good child. Uncle Chen believes in you. You will definitely go further and further. You don't need to disappoint others. You only need to remember not to let yourself down. The young eagle had grown up and had a pair of wings that allowed her to fly freely. As an elder, all he had to do was watch from home. After talking to Principal Chun for about 20 minutes, Yi Qian only said things that could reassure Principal Chun. Not only did she say this, but she also hinted to Xia Jinyuan to say the same thing, so that Principal Chun could feel at ease. Upon receiving his girlfriend's instructions, Lieutenant Colonel Xia followed her instructions to comfort Principal Chun and express his sincerity, saying that he would take good care of Yi Qian and not let her suffer. There was no way to guarantee that Yi Qian would not suffer. Every soldier had to endure hardships, especially as a Special Forces soldier. The hardships he had to endure were many times more than the average soldier. After talking to Principal Chun and understanding the situation, the smile on Yi Qian's face became much brighter. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he couldn't help but lean over and secretly kiss him. The smile on his handsome face was so gentle that water could be wrung out of it. However, once they were on the plane, Xia Jinyuan could not bring himself to smile, because, looking at the name Yi Qian wrote for him, the smile on Lieutenant Colonel Xia's face froze a little. He looked up at his girlfriend, who had been smiling all this while but was still secretly wondering who the mastermind was. Lieutenant Colonel Xia sighed softly. "You guessed right." Yi Jian chuckled. "It's not that I guessed it. Uncle told me before." However, he avoided the topic during the meeting. Plus, Uncle said that there was a high possibility, but everything was still under investigation, so I mistakenly thought that the previous investigation was wrong. You mentioned that the person I knew the mastermind, so I thought about what Uncle said and was certain that it was him. I didn't expect that in the end it was still him. Looking down at the name written on the paper, Yi Qian smiled bitterly. What is my brother going to do now? Chapter 3466. Xia Jinyuan's eyes flickered. If it was only Li Chuhai, he could have just mentioned it during the meeting. However, his little fox knew the person who killed his future mother-in-law and had helped her before. Why did he help his little fox? Because this person felt guilty. Why did the military stop the National Defense Committee and the Military Commission from telling Yi Qian who the real shooter was? It was because Yi Qian had always thought that this person had helped her a lot. In fact, this person had indeed helped her a lot. Even before he left the military, he was still helping her. He wasn't a bad person because he was also being used. After he was arrested, the first thing he said when he saw the case file was, Sun Xueqing wasn't a spy. Until he was arrested, he still thought that Sun Xueqing was a spy. Therefore, the military wanted to keep it a secret for the time being. They wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell her the whole story and why Sun Xueqing was shot in her own territory. It made sense for the military to avoid telling her. When he found out, he couldn't accept it, let alone Yi Qian, who had received a lot of help from him. Yi Qian looked down at the name written on the paper and frowned slightly. He said softly, "But there's something I don't understand. Since they already told me, why did they deliberately avoid telling me during the meeting?" His girlfriend was too smart. Yes, he was a little scared now. He had to change the topic and stop her from guessing. She had already guessed the main point. If she continued to guess, even as her captain, he couldn't take it anymore. Xia Jinyuan looked at the piece of paper with the name Li Chuhai written on it. He reached out and took the piece of paper. He slowly tore it into pieces and put it in his pocket. Don't think about it. The military might not tell you now, but it doesn't mean they won't tell you in the future. Also, his slender fingers held Yi Qian's hand, and he continued writing, Li Chuhai is indeed the mastermind. It's good that you know. You don't have to worry about Big Brother. He doesn't have a good relationship with his family. It can be said that if the Fu family and the Li family were to fall out, he would definitely choose the Fu family and not the Li family. So, you don't have to worry about him. Yi Qian pursed his lips. He was not reassured by Xia Jingyuan's words. No matter how bad her relationship with her family was, and how close her brother was to the Fu family, Li Chuhai was her brother's uncle. How could he not affect her brother? She pursed her lips slightly. Xia Jingyuan knew that she was still worried. After thinking for a while, he simply told Yi Jian about the situation in the Li family. This person is separated from eldest brother by a layer. They are not blood-related uncles. He is just an uncle born from the second wife. The second wife's uncle? Yi Qian looked up and blinked again. There was too much information in this. Xia Jinyuan picked up a pen and a piece of paper and wrote, "They are children of 2 wives. Brother's father was born of his first wife, and this person was born of his second wife. Madam Li was born of Li Chuhai's second wife, Big Brother's father, and the great painter Li were born of his first wife. Therefore, you don't have to worry about Big Brother." Yi Qian did not know about these things. When he heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. So, there was still a difference. Xia Jinyuan then wrote, "An outsider came in and took over the magpie's nest." This time, the topic was successfully changed. Yi Qian stared at these words, and his dark eyes widened slightly. Chapter 3467. The mistress was the mistress, which meant that old Madam Li was the mistress back then. Was this one of the reasons why Big Brother and the Li family were not close? If that was the case, then she really did not have to worry. After knowing the complicated relationship between the Li family and the Li family, Yi Qian could not help but chuckle. Previously, when Commander-in-Chief Xia mentioned that Li Chuhai might be the mastermind, her first reaction was to not tell her father and not let Big Brother know. Now, there was no need to worry. It did not matter if Big Brother or father knew. Anyway, this person was not close to Big Brother. When Xia Jinyuan saw that her frown had relaxed, he tore up the paper with the words on it and put it in his pocket. Then he held her hand again and said helplessly, "Sometimes you shouldn't think about it alone. If you think too much, your brain will be tired." "Are you relieved now?" "Yes, I'm relieved." Yi Qian nodded and looked around. Then she leaned her head on Xia Jinyuan's broad shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I can sleep for a while now." He was not wearing his military uniform and was not afraid of being recognized. He could totally date openly. When she leaned over, Xia Jinyuan adjusted his sitting position so that she could rest more comfortably. He looked down and saw that she was smiling gently. He could not help but smile and rubbed his chin against her head. He said softly, "Go to sleep. We will reach the capital in about an hour." There was a huge uproar in the capital, especially in the Li family and the Du family. The 2 families did not sleep for a moment since last night. In the middle of winter, Madam Li was so anxious that she had blisters at the corner of her mouth. She could not make any phone calls, and her personal freedom was restricted. Even her daughter, Du Jiai, could not go out and could only stay at home. Originally, they were going to go to the Qin family, but now he couldn't even leave the house. Du Jiai, who was sitting on the sofa, was tense. She had been sitting there motionlessly for several hours. Madam Li picked up the landline from time to time and slammed it down. After a while, Du Jiai said gloomily, "Mom, stop calling. I already said that I can't make any calls. If you have the time to think about calling, why don't you think about where little uncle is? The most important thing now is to find little uncle and put everything else aside. Don't even think about going to the Qin family. Her uncle must have committed a serious crime this time. Otherwise, there would not be people from the army watching over the house." "I have to call your father and ask him," Since something big happened to your uncle, why didn't your father send you any message? You'll have to ask your father. Madam Li was worried about her brother, but she was not worried about anything else. Little is little uncle. What crime could he have committed? Even if you want to commit murder and arson, there should be a shadow. There's no sign of him at all. Why are our movements restricted as well? If I don't figure out what's going on, I won't feel at ease. We have to figure it out. Du Jiai's face darkened. Mom, now is not the time to figure out what happened to little uncle. We have to find him first. Don't get the main point wrong. Also, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Why hasn't brother and his family come back? Even little brother hasn't come back. Mom, if little uncle is not found, Dad, brother, and little brother can't come back. Who are you worried about? Chapter 3468. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Li was not worried about the safety of her husband and son at all. Seeing her daughter's worried face, she laughed. With your Auntie Zhao's ex-husband around, your father won't break any rules. He doesn't dare. He has to be more cautious than your Auntie Zhao's ex-husband. Your father has been suppressed by your Auntie Zhao's ex-husband all his life. He only wants to surpass him. How can he do something that will ruin his future? Don't worry about your father. It is very likely that he will be separated from the family temporarily. As for your brother, you don't have to worry. Every time your brother calls home, I hear it clearly. He always says that your brother has to abide by the law and must not do anything personal. As for your brother, I know that there won't be a big problem, but there will be a small problem. When you were around, your brother was troubled enough. Du Jai couldn't help biting her lower lip. If she had known that this day would come, she wouldn't have troubled her brother in the past. Mom, don't mention my past. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Besides, although I troubled my brother, I had a good reason for everything, and I was punished after an investigation. I can stand the test. It was all about those who were not pleasing to the eye, or those who were stronger than her, but who were against her. For example, those who came from powerful families, such as Zhou Yijin, who was Xia Jinyuan's cousin. Her mother and father were both influential and powerful. Even if she didn't like them, she wouldn't touch them. She knew very well who should be moved and who should not be moved. Therefore, even though Du Jiai had once troubled her eldest son, Madame Li was not worried that her eldest son would be investigated. The punishment was made after an investigation. It was not something that her daughter made up. If they were really investigated, many people would be lifting a rock and smashing their own feet. Therefore, she didn't need to worry about her eldest son. As for her second son, she didn't need to worry about him either. He worked in the company and didn't get involved in politics or the army. There was nothing to worry about. When Mrs. Li learned that Li Chuhai was in trouble, she didn't panic at all. She had done many things in the past, but she had never asked her husband to participate in any of them. She had even handled some things behind her husband's back. Now that she thought about it, she was a little worried. Mrs. Li, who slowly sat back on the sofa, looked a little dignified. If they really wanted to investigate carefully, she would not be able to withstand the investigation. She was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to seize power and blame her husband for what she had done. Xia Xinhui was not the only one keeping an eye on her husband. There were several others. Seeing this, Du Jiai's already uneasy heart began to tremble. Mom, what's wrong? Have you thought of anything? Do you know where my uncle is? If you know, you must tell the higher-ups. Don't hide anything from them. You hear me? Du Jiai clenched her fists and growled at the end of her sentence. She definitely couldn't hide it. Nothing must happen to the head of the family because of her uncle. Jiai, go and see if you can get out. Madame Li seemed to have come up with a countermeasure, as she raised her hand slightly to signal for Du Jiayi to calm down. It's not your uncle. Mom needs to get some information from your Auntie Xiao. If you're able to get out of here, look for your Auntie Xiao directly and ask her for help. Ask Aunt Xiao to help me? Du Jiayi didn't quite understand what she was playing at. She frowned and asked, "What does Aunt Xiao know?" Now she only drinks tea, paints, and attends salons every day. How can she know what's going on? Chapter 3469. She would ask Auntie Xiao where the dining environment was good, which store had a new style of clothing, which store was good for her skincare. It was more appropriate to ask her something like that. Du Jiayi directly expressed her doubts when she asked about the big issues above. Mrs. Li sneered. Your Auntie Xiao doesn't know about the big issues above, but your Auntie Xiao's ex-husband knows. As long as you ask, even if it's just one sentence, it's fine. Okay, I'll try now. Try what? Don't you think the outside world is chaotic enough? Do you want to put yourself in danger? Suddenly, the deputy chief of staff Du's roar came from the entrance of the living room. His voice was like thunder, and it shocked the mother and daughter who were sitting in the living room and talking in low voices. They didn't notice if anyone had come in, and they were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. Old Du, Dad. When the mother and daughter saw that the deputy chief of staff Du suddenly came home, they couldn't help but be happy. Du Jiayi was indeed a dancer. She got up lightly and ran to her father like a lark. Dad, you're finally back. Mom and I are at home, and we don't know what's going on outside. There was unspeakable joy on his face. The seriousness just now was swept away and became extremely relaxed. The backbone of the family was back. Everything could be settled through discussion. The deputy chief of staff, Du, was a little embarrassed. The tie in his military uniform was pulled crooked, and the buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned. His complexion was even worse. It was as if there was a layer of dust on his face. After listening for a while, he first glared at Mrs. Li and then said to Du Jiayi, "It's none of your business. Go back to your room. Dad and your mom have something to talk about. You can't listen." Such a big thing had happened. It would be best if his daughter didn't know. If she were to be questioned, it would be easy for her to get away. Now it was his audacious wife who almost got him killed. Du Jiayi saw this scene and said timidly, "Oh." She looked at Mrs. Li uneasily and then slowly turned to walk to her room. "Close the door and don't eavesdrop." Deputy Chief of Staff Du shouted coldly again. Du Jiayi, who originally wanted to do the same, stopped in her tracks. She quickly nodded and went back to her room, closing the door and locking it. Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Deputy Chief of Staff Du retracted his gaze and stared at his wife gloomily. He gritted his teeth and said, "Li Chanlan, how many good things have you done behind my back? Tell me one by one, one by one. Especially anything related to Li Chuhai. Tell me everything you want to know." The Deputy Chief of Staff, Du, was so angry that he even cursed. Madame Li's face stiffened, but the usually calm Madame Li sat back on the sofa calmly and raised her eyes slightly. There was nothing strange about her exquisitely made-up face. She said lightly, "I have indeed done a lot of good things." "Which good thing do you want to hear? The donation?" "Li Chenglan, if it weren't for Xia Xian standing up for me today, I would have been King fired and sent to jail on the spot. Are you still playing dumb with me here?" The Deputy Chief of Staff, Du, was so angry that his face turned red. He kicked the wooden coffee table, and the vase with flowers on it fell to the ground. Fortunately, there was a carpet under the coffee table, and the vase was strong and didn't break. However, the flowers were all over the floor, and the water soaked the carpet. Chapter 3470. Du Jiayi, who had her ear pressed against the door, heard the sound of something being kicked. She jerked her shoulders and threw herself onto her bed, as if she was fleeing. Her heart was thumping madly, unable to calm down for a long time. Afterward, Du-Jai gently got down from the bed and tiptoed to the door. She unlocked the door bit by bit, her movements gentle and slow as she opened the door a sliver. What happened to Uncle that made Dad so angry? Du-Jai had never seen her father lose his temper at her mother. Today, he suddenly exploded because of her uncle's matter. Du-Jai gently bit her lower lip as she pressed her ear against the slightly ajar door. Mrs. Li wasn't afraid at all. She bent down to pick up the vase and the flowers that had fallen out. Then, she put the flowers she had arranged this morning back into the vase one by one. Are you done? Just say what you want to say. Don't play this game in front of me. You know me. When I was young, I didn't fall for it. Now, I'm in my 60s, and my grandson is several years old. Do you think I'll fall for it? Since Xia Xinhui stood out to speak for you, then you'll be fine. Since you're fine, why are you still angry? I was worried when you didn't come back. Just now, I was going to ask Jai to sound out Aunt Xiao. Now that you're home, you're fine, and you haven't been fired. Why are you still angry with me? What good did I do? Old Du, I've done a lot of good things for decades. Now, if you ask me to list them one by one, I'm afraid you won't remember them. Why don't you ask the guards to come in? Or ask your confidential documents to come over and let them take a pen and paper to write them down. She arranged the flowers elegantly, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. She didn't need to panic about things that weren't important. She just lived her life calmly. Mrs. Li had been very powerful when she was young. Now she was in her 60s. Her arrogance, when she was young, had long settled into her bones. Usually, she was calm and easy to talk to, but when she was ruthless, she was just like Sunning. It was as easy as stepping on someone's clothes to deal with a 20-year-old girl. Old age didn't mean that her temperament had changed. Instead, she had become more and more capable of controlling her temper. Ordinary people couldn't figure her out at all. Even the deputy chief of staff, Du, felt deeply helpless. Although he was helpless, the anger in his heart, he sat back on the sofa angrily and said something that made Mrs. Li purse her lips. All the assets of Li Chuhai's companies in China, including all the liquid assets and bank deposits. Then she said something that made Mrs. Li's hands clenched. He was involved in a murder case and was the main culprit in the underground market for the past 20 years. What he has committed crimes, intolerable by law. Li's son's rights, Li's family member. Li Chenglan, I'm lucky to come back today. You really have to thank Xia Xinhui. He stood up and said that he didn't believe that I would be involved in these things that would endanger the country. I really have to thank him today. Otherwise, there would only be one word: miserable. Since he was suddenly called to the conference room at 4:00 in the afternoon yesterday, he had been interrogated until 6:00 in the morning. He had been interrogated all night and didn't even have a sip of water. Until today, he was told that he could go home temporarily. It made him, the deputy chief of staff, feel like he had escaped from a disaster. Chapter 3471. When the deputy chief of staff Du returned home, he still had a lingering fear in his heart. He had calmed down, but when he heard Mrs. Li's words, he burst into anger. In his wife's heart, her husband was far inferior to his brother-in-law. Thinking of the things he was asked, each of which used his wife as a breakthrough to interrogate him, the deputy chief of staff Du was furious. It seemed that his good wife had really done a lot of good things behind his back. Mrs. Li, who was not as calm as she looked, asked forcefully, "Have you investigated these things carefully?" Who said that Chu Hai had done something harmful to the country. Who said that He had been running the underground market abroad. Are these people not close to you? How much have they investigated? How much do they know? Also, have you asked my father? Our Lee family is upright and upright. How could we do something harmful to the country? I don't believe it. This is not a crime that can be determined by their lips. Where is the evidence? Take out the evidence and let my father have a look. When it came to old man Lee, Mrs. Lee suddenly became more and more confident. She, no matter what, did not believe that her own brother had done something that could not be tolerated by the country's law. Also, with my brother's identity and family background, why would he need to murder other people's lives? What a joke. What a big joke. He is a member of the Lee family. The Lee family's ancestors were warlords. My brother can have whatever he wants. Why would he need to murder other people's lives? Don't make me laugh. I'm going to ask now. Who dares to frame my brother? Who dares to pour dirty water on my Lee family? Mrs. Lee was not just saying it casually. She slapped the sofa's armrest and stood up. She was about to rush out and ask for an explanation. He finally knew why she had the confidence to do those good things. Good, 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 really good. Originally, she thought that as long as old man Lee was around, everything would be fine, and she could do whatever she wanted. When Deputy Chief of Staff Du raised his hand and pointed at the door, his hand was trembling. Go, and ask your grandpa how much he knows. Don't go to the Lee family. Go to the Military Disciplinary Committee and ask. Your old man is currently drinking tea at the Military Disciplinary Committee and looking at the evidence. Look through? Of course. He had to let the old master have a look. If you don't let old master take a look, Lee Chunglan, Lee Chunglan, I'm afraid the entire capital will be turned upside down. Because of you, Du Jiai's entire body went limp on the floor. Little uncle did something that cannot be tolerated by the nation's laws. Even grandfather was invited to the Military Disciplinary Committee. This matter has blown up. Things were getting out of hand. No, this matter was the Lee family's business. It had nothing to do with the Du family. Without any hesitation, Du Jiai, whose limbs were weak, almost crawled and rolled out of her room. Then she hugged Mrs. Lee, who really wanted to find someone to ask for an explanation, and cried, "Mom, you can't ask about this matter. You can't ask. The Lee family is the Lee family, and our family is our family. You still want to stand up. Didn't you see that Dad almost couldn't come back? You can't stand up for this matter. You have to stay at home and don't go anywhere. Grandfather has been asked to go out. What's the use of you going out? If little uncle is really wronged with Grandpa around, nothing will happen to him. Mom, I beg you, just stay at home and don't go anywhere, okay?" Chapter 3472. How could Madame Lee be so impulsive at such an old age? It could be said that Madame Lee played a big part in helping her husband get to where he was today by relying on her family. How could such a scheming and resourceful person be impulsive? Impulsiveness was the devil that would destroy everything. Madame Lee had reached where she was today. Although she was quite capable and resourceful, she was never impulsive. Du Jiai was very much like Madame Lee. No matter how big the matter was, no matter how angry she was in her heart, she would never show it in front of others. She would only take revenge quietly. At this moment, she hugged Madame Lee and cried in fear. She wanted to appease Madame Lee, who was angry, in case she did something irreparable. As soon as she cried, Madame Lee stopped and looked at her husband coldly. She said coldly, "Old Du, don't you know why you can reach where you are today? My father treated you well, didn't he? Shu Hai also treated you well, didn't he? Our Lee family also treated you well. Now, my father was asked to leave, but you came back to be angry with me instead of finding a way to deal with him first. Old Dew, since you relied on the power of the Lee family to come out from the grassroots, do you really think that people will forget that you are the son-in-law of the Lee family because these people are estranged from the Lee family? Speaking of which, the deputy chief of staff Dew's face was a little twisted. He knew that he relied on the Lee family, so he had been very good to old man Lee all these years. However, old Master Lee had never looked him in the eye. He even said coldly in the study, "I'm not being nice to you. I'm only helping you because of Chung Lan. You came from a peasant background. If Chung Lan didn't take a fancy to you, why would I help you? Now that I have helped you, I don't need you to repay me. I just hope that you can take care of Chu Hai in the future." Even if it had been more than 10 years, he still remembered that tone clearly. What he said was all right. He was born in the countryside, and he did rely on the Lee family to help him. He admitted all these and had never denied it, but she had never thought that he would mention these things in such a high and mighty tone. The deputy chief of staff, Dew, took a deep breath and said with a livid face, "I didn't forget that I'm the son-in-law of the Lee family. Others won't forget it either. Otherwise, today wouldn't have happened. Don't worry. No matter how old man Lee looks down on me, I'm still a member of the Lee family in the eyes of others. As long as something happens to the Lee family, I can't stay out of it. I know this better than you. I don't need you to remind me. It's good that you're clear about it. I was afraid that you would lose your mind from anger and vent your anger on me and Jai when you return." The corners of Madame Lee's mouth twitched coldly. At this moment, she was no longer as furious as before. In an instant, she was so calm that there was no trace of anger left on her face. Du Jai, who was hugging her waist, looked up at her unblinkingly and asked in a low voice, "Mom, what are you trying to do?" She couldn't even guess what he was planning to do with all this talk of wind and rain. She had never seen anyone who could fly into a rage 1 second and be as calm as a mirror the next. Faced with her daughter's question, Madame Lee turned around and tapped her daughter's forehead with a finger. She smiled and said, "Don't you feel embarrassed to make such a big fuss over such a small matter? And you're still crying. What's there to cry about? Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Since there's a reason for everything, there will be a way to resolve it. Can crying, throwing a tantrum, and getting angry solve the problem? Look at your father. He's yelling and screaming when he gets home. Ask him if he has any ideas. Ask him." Chapter 3473. Mrs. Lee didn't care about her husband. Instead, she taught her daughter what to do first. Her husband was old and had his own way of dealing with things. But her daughter was different. She was still young and could absorb all kinds of good things like a sponge that was not yet full. Teaching a daughter was as important as teaching a son. If the son was taught well, the family would prosper. If the daughter was taught well, she could bring good fortune to the future generations. She could also stand firm in front of her husband and have an unshakable position in her husband's family. It had to be said that Mrs. Lee was very good at teaching children. She was much better than Sun Dongqing, who only knew how to spoil her daughter and didn't know how to educate her daughter. Du Jai listened to Mrs. Lee's words all the time. Not only did she listen, but she could also draw inferences. Blinking her eyes, Du Jai loosened her hands from Mrs. Lee's waist. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and nodded. "I know. I was scared by you just now. I was a little anxious, so I cried." Mrs. Lee saw that her daughter was enlightened. There was a smile on her calm face. Even if you are anxious, you have to keep it in your heart. You can't let others see that you are anxious from your face. If it is obvious on your face, you have lost 3 points before you make a move. When you make a move, others may make a move before you. At this time, you have lost 3 points again. This is the price of impulsiveness. Before you make a move, you have lost 6 points. Being calm and collected, being brave and resourceful, and seeking benefits for herself. This was Mrs. Lee's way of dealing with things for decades, and it deeply affected her 2 daughters. However, her 2 sons didn't follow Mrs. Lee's way of dealing with things. After all, these were women's means. It was not appropriate to put them in a group of men. Deputy Chief of Staff, Du, was also speechless now. He sat back on the sofa with a livid face. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Jiai looked at them and whispered, "Dad, Mom, you have a good talk. I will go back to my room first." After that, she added uneasily, "Dad, Mom won't be so impulsive. After all, Uncle's business is not a trivial matter. How can Mom get involved? Right, Mom?" Both of them were worried, so they could only remind her, "All right, that's your dad's problem. You just have to take good care of yourself, find a good son-in-law for your parents, and marry yourself off beautifully." Madame Lee did not want her daughter to know too much. She had even invited her father over, so what her younger brother had done was indeed not a trivial matter. Someone else had some evidence. What he was doing now was not in a hurry to cut ties with the Lee family. The Du family and the Lee family were one. Everyone knew that old Du was the son-in-law of the Lee family, and the words Lee family were pinned on his back. How could he cut ties with them? She was afraid that her husband would be worried about being fired and rush to cut ties with the Lee family. This was a bad move that would make outsiders suspect that the Du family was not innocent. The most important thing right now was to cooperate with the investigation and let everyone see that her husband's attitude towards his younger brother, Lee Chuhai, was fair and just. Her surname was Lee, but that was her maiden family. The Du family was her home. For the sake of her children, she had to be cautious. How could she be so impulsive as to stand up for the Lee family? The old master was experienced in doing things. As long as there was no news from the Lee family, there was no need for a married woman like her to take the lead. There were still 2 older brothers. Let them take the lead first. She would go to the side and observe the situation for the time being. Chapter 3474. When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du found out about his wife's plan, he heaved a long sigh of relief. His sour expression slowly disappeared. In the end, he even apologized to Mrs. Lee for throwing a tantrum when he returned home. In the end, they naturally got along well and closed the door to discuss countermeasures. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also not very calm, but there was nothing to worry about. It was all because of Li Chuhai's escape. At 4 p.m., Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan arrived at the military headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Xia explained the current situation to them. Xia Jinyuan might indeed have to go abroad, but it was not to catch Li Chuhai, but to do something else. When Yi Qian heard that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was only released yesterday morning, he subconsciously thought of Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee and Li Chuhai were siblings, and Mrs. Lee had used her family's connections to do a lot of things, including opening the back door for Sunning to enter the army. These were all evidence. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia did not mention what would happen to Mrs. Lee, so Yi Qian did not ask further. Instead, Xia Jinyuan brought it up first. His handsome face was slightly cold as he said, "Since there is no problem with the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, should we focus on investigating Mrs. Lee? She has a good relationship with Li Chuhai. After Li Chuhai's son and daughter returned to the country, they were all arranged by her. Now that Li Chuhai has escaped, his children are still in the country. Mrs. Lee is very likely to contact Li Chuhai through them. Keep a close eye on Mrs. Lee and his children. There should be some clues." Just as he finished speaking, Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed and said, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The children that Li Chuhai brought back to the country are not his biological children. They are just adopted abroad. His biological children are still abroad and are well protected. This news came as a surprise to both Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. Even the children that came back with him were not his biological children. Li Chuhai was extremely cunning and scheming. From the looks of it, he had been planning for a backup plan from the moment he decided to return to the country. He had never thought of returning to the country peacefully. From the beginning, he came back to stir up trouble. Why did he return to the country after putting in so much effort? After a short pause, Yi Qian asked, "Does Madame Li know?" Based on the current investigation, she doesn't know. Even old man Li doesn't know. Ever since Li Chuhai returned to the country, he never thought of staying in the country for long. Commander-in-Chief Xia had a sharp look in his eyes as he crossed his fingers and rested them on the desk. Dressed in his military uniform, he had an astonishingly cold and sharp aura. Now that the entire territory has been sealed off, even the most cunning rabbit has nowhere to hide. Yi Qian's heart was pounding. If Li Chuhai could escape under the surveillance of several parties, he must have a way out. Moreover, this way of escape was very well hidden, and only he knew about it. He won't contact Madame Li, nor will he contact the adopted children. Madame Li, the adopted children, and even old Master Li are just a cover to attract attention. Yi Qian said softly and clenched his fists slightly. Commander-in-Chief, Li Chuhai won't let us catch him easily. The world is big. With his ability, it's too easy for him to find a place to hide. If he escapes, it will be very difficult to find him again, Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at Yi Qian, who had pointed out the key points one by one. After a while, Commander-in-Chief Xia said with a faint smile, "You don't have enough confidence. Are you afraid that he will escape?" Chapter 3475. How could she not be afraid? He had managed to escape right under her nose, so of course she was afraid that he would run further and further away. Yi Qian nodded her head, indicating that she was indeed afraid. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking down, saw that her hands were clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands looked like they were about to burst out of her skin. He secretly reached out and wrapped his hand around the back of her hand, gently rubbing it with his thumb. No matter how powerful Li Chuhai is, he's still in the country. It might be difficult to catch him outside the country, but as long as he's still in the country, he won't be able to escape too far. The entire capital has been under lockdown since last night, and it's still under lockdown even now. Don't worry, he won't be able to get far. Perhaps it was because his hand was too warm, or perhaps it was because his tone was quite certain, but Yi Qian, who had always believed in him, looked up with trembling eyes. She saw a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea staring back at her, with a faint smile. His gaze was warm and calm, as if all problems would be solved with him around. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that Yi Qian's tense expression was slowly relaxing because of his little rascal. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as this was the first time they had met. Could it be that the commander-in-chief and his future father-in-law's words were not as effective as old Six words? This was really... Sigh. He didn't even know what to say. Yi Qian thought about it and agreed. As long as Li Chuhai was still in the country, there was no need to worry about not being able to catch him. With the military's capabilities, if they couldn't even catch one person, then Yi Qian didn't think too much about it. She secretly adjusted her emotions and sat up straight. As for her small hand that was wrapped by Xia Jinyuan's large hand, yes, continue to be wrapped. She couldn't pull it out even if she wanted to. If she tried to do something sneaky under the commander-in-chief's nose and was tightly wrapped, it would take a lot of effort to pull it out. If she moved her arm and the commander-in-chief's torch-like eyes saw through her, it would be even more embarrassing. Xia Jinyuan smiled to himself when he saw that she didn't dare to move. He raised his eyebrows calmly, when he received a glare from Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not glaring at them because he had noticed their little actions. He simply felt that Xia Jinyuan was an eyesore. It was beyond his expectations that Xia Jinyuan had such a great influence on Yi Qian. The commander-in-chief did not notice their little movements, but Major General Yang, who had knocked on the door due to an emergency, immediately pushed the door open and entered. He pushed the door open and entered. He saw Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting opposite the commander-in-chief, quickly withdraw his hand from Yi Qian. Yi Qian's expression was obviously stiff. He didn't even need to look at Xia Jinyuan to know that the two of them were secretly doing something. Major General Yang would usually make fun of them, but he didn't have the time or the mood to do so now. He simply pretended that he didn't notice anything and strode in. Commander-in-Chief, we've locked onto Li Chuhai's general direction. He escaped immediately after receiving the signal. He didn't have any time to prepare. It seems that he was always ready to escape as soon as something happened. Because he was always ready, he didn't even need to pack up when something really happened. He left as soon as he received the signal. He didn't even waste a second. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan stood up at the same time and leaned against the desk so that Major General Yang could stand in front of Commander-in-Chief Xia and report. This person is very well prepared. We now suspect that the place he escaped to has a certain amount of illegal forces. Although we've locked onto the area, we still need to evacuate the nearby villagers. Major General Yang's report made Commander-in-Chief Xia frown. Chapter 3476. Yi Qian's fingers twitched slightly. If they needed to send someone over, she wanted to apply to join the operation. She wanted to catch the mastermind behind her mother's death with her own hands. She also wanted to see the person who ruined her previous life get what he deserved. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang did not have such thoughts. Since Li Chuhai was deliberately targeting Yi Qian and was now surrounded by the military, they did not know if he would do anything crazy. Therefore, even if Yi Qian's face said, "I want to go," the two leaders ignored her. Even Xia Jinyuan did not participate in this operation. Who knew if he would recognize Xia Jinyuan? To be safe, the two of them did not participate in this operation. After leaving the military headquarters, Yi Qian was a little discouraged. Xia Jinyuan rubbed her head and laughed. "It's written all over your face. You really can't go this time. Don't forget that Li Chuhai followed you." Just now, Major General Yang also said that there are likely to be illegal forces around him. If you go, I really don't know if there will be any accidents. Major General Yang will not let you take the risk of foreseeable dangers. It took a lot of effort to train you. From the age of 14 to 21 this year, it took 7 years to train a female Special Forces soldier. If anything happens to you, Yi Jian, it won't be a personal loss, but a loss for the country. Major General Yang does not dare to take this risk, and neither do I. I don't dare to let you go. Even if the two leaders agreed to let you go, I would have tried my best to stop you. If something happened to her, it would not only be 1 or 2 people who would be sad, but also many of her comrades. Mother-in-law has already been killed by Li Chuhai. Silly girl, you only want to kill your enemy, but have you forgotten about your father-in-law and the old master? They definitely won't let you confront Li Chuhai head-on. Some things should be avoided if possible. You don't have to do everything yourself. You understand? Xia Jinyuan knew very well that Yi Qian wanted to seek justice for martyr Sun Xueqing. She had waited for 7 years and finally found out who the mastermind was. Now that she had the chance to kill her enemy with her own hands, he could understand how she felt. Understanding was one thing, but logic told him that he could not let her pass. Yi Qian nodded lightly and sighed. "I'm a little disappointed, but after thinking about it, forget it. It's better to stay in the capital. As soon as sunning was done, she immediately went to surround Li Chuhai. Let's split up and not mix together. There are still a few days left. I plan to go home and spend some time with Grandpa and Dad. And if you can't return to the base, then stay in the capital and accompany your family. I'll send you back to Dangui Garden first. Xia Jinyuan flagged down a taxi and went to Dangui Garden first. Halfway there, he received a text message on his phone. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time and said softly he had wanted to spend some time with his future father-in-law and old master at the Fu family's house, but when he received the text, he did not have much time left. Major General Yang had sent a text message saying that he needed to lead a team overseas. They would leave at 11 o'clock tonight, and the return date was not set. When they arrived at Dangui Garden, Xia Jinyuan did not ask the driver to leave. Yi Qian knew what was going on when he got out of the car. You're going out? For how many days? I don't know. I will contact you when I come back. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian. Rest well for the next few days. You must be tired. You can rest well. As he spoke, Xia Jinyuan, who was reluctant to let her go, simply pulled his girlfriend into his arms. Chapter 3477. He tightened his arms and hugged Yi Qian tightly. His lips touched Yi Qian's earlobe, and he said in a low and gentle voice, "Take a walk with father-in-law, chat with grandfather, and play chess. They will be very happy. Don't think too much about other things. If anything happens, the higher-ups will contact you. Once Li Chuhai's matter is settled, you can officially return to the Fu family soon." Yi Qian wrapped her arms around his strong waist. She would not let him worry, since he was about to go on a mission. She smiled and said, "Yes, I also want to accompany father and grandfather. When the time comes, I will go to the old mansion to visit Grandma Xia and Grandfather Xia. It was rude of me to rush things this time." That's even better. Grandfather and grandmother like sixth brother's daughter-in-law the most. It would be best if you could accompany them on my behalf. With the help of his family, he was not worried that she would stay in the capital and apply to attack Li Chuhai again. Xia Jinyuan reminded her again and again. When he left, he adjusted Yi Qian's collar and kissed her cheek reluctantly. The taxi driver, who had been waiting for them, stuck his head out of the window and joked, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Let's make out when you come back." The shy Yi Qian shrank into Xia Jinyuan's arms and could not raise her head. The thick-skinned Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly at the taxi driver's teasing. "When you come back, we really have to make out with each other to relieve the pain of lovesickness." Yi Jian pinched her waist with neither too much nor too little force. He smiled mischievously and said, "Hitting is a sign of affection. Scolding is a sign of love. Do you want to scold me a few more times?" Yi Qian was even more ruthless. She pulled his clothes out with both hands and slipped her soft little hands under his clothes. She used her slightly cold fingers to pinch his waist. This was probably the first time that Yi Qian took the initiative to touch Xia Jinyuan's skin. She did not pinch him, but just being close to him made Xia Jinyuan's heart tremble. Then she pinched him a few times, neither too hard nor too light, and it tickled him so much that he chuckled. Yi Qian, who was still in his arms, could hear his chest tremble. She couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. She remembered what the elders in the village had said. They said that men who were sensitive to tickles were passionate and afraid of their wives. She didn't know if it was true or not, but Captain Xia was sensitive to tickles. Without wasting any more time, Yi Qian asked Xia Jinyuan to get into the car and leave before turning to go home. She had a pass to Dangui Garden. After showing it to the guard, she declined the guard's offer to drive her up. She slowly walked along the road leading to her home, watching the street lights illuminate the icicles hanging from the trees. Occasionally, a bright light flashed. It was as if she had walked into a fairy tale world. It was very quiet all around. Yi Jian stepped on the light that shone on the ground. She enjoyed the snowy scenery at night with a rare peace of mind. She held her phone in her hand and texted Xia Jinyuan back and forth. It took her almost half an hour to reach home. Uncle Fu pressed the doorbell and opened the door after a while. Then he saw Yi Jian standing at the door with a cold aura around her. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Uncle Fu, I'm back." Yi Jian smiled and greeted him. She even waved her hand mischievously in front of Uncle Fu's eyes. "You didn't see wrongly. I went out for a walk and then came home." Uncle Fu was overjoyed. "Oh." He immediately turned sideways and said, "Come in, come in. Why didn't I hear the sound of a car? You're so cold." "Oh, you didn't walk all the way up from the foot of the mountain, did you?" "That would take about half an hour to walk." The old man, who was chatting with an old friend, raised his voice and asked, "Xiao Fu, who's here? Come in. It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." Chapter 3478. Old Master Fu raised his voice, and all the guests in the living room turned to look in the direction of the door. "Jane Eyre is back." She even walked back alone. "Oh, she's so cold." Uncle Fu was so happy that his heart ached as he replied to Old Master Fu. "Her little face is red from the cold, but she didn't ask the guards to send her up." Yi Qian had already entered the house. His clear voice was full of smiles as he said, "Grandfather, it's me who's back." She saw two familiar faces sitting in the living room. Her grandfather was being carefully supported by another familiar face as he hurriedly got up. The result of going home without even a snore was that she had to face the situation in front of her. Qin Xiu, who was helping Old Master Fu up, heard the two words Jane Eyre, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre. He had also met a Jane Eyre yesterday, but he didn't expect to meet another Jane Eyre here at Old Master Fu's place. Qin Xiu, who had a faint bitterness in his mouth, saw Old Master Fu getting up in a hurry. Knowing Old Master Fu's health, he hurriedly helped him up. Then he saw Jane Eyre appear in front of him. It was the same person as Jane Eyre. This was really an unexpected surprise. Qin Xiu stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who had suddenly appeared in front of him again. A light flashed across his elegant eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. Really, what a coincidence. It was so coincidental that his heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. At this moment, his chest was filled with joy. The person chatting with Old Master Fu was none other than Old Master Qin, who also lived in Dangui Garden. When he saw Yi Qian, he immediately recognized him. Seeing his old friend so happy, Old Master Qin couldn't figure out what was going on. Grandfather? Old Family Xia's granddaughter-in-law. Why was she at Old Master Fu's house? She even called Old Master Fu grandfather. What was going on? Uncle Fu led Yi Qian into the house and was stunned. Oh no, he was so happy that he forgot that there was a guest in the house. What should he do now? How was he going to explain this to Old Master Qin? Old Master Fu was much calmer. He gestured for Yi Qian to come over. Come. Girl, come and meet Grandpa Qin. Grandpa Qin is Grandpa's old friend for decades. The old man trusted his old friend's character. Since he had bumped into him, he would just admit it openly. It wasn't like his granddaughter couldn't be seen in public. Yi Qian hurriedly walked over to support the old man's right hand. He first whispered a thank you to Qin Xiu, then greeted Old Master Qin obediently. Hello, Grandpa Chin. I met you at Grandpa Xia's house the day before yesterday. You remember? How could he not have an impression of her? Just now, he was talking to old Fu about the granddaughter-in-law of the old family Xia. She chuckled and said, I remember you, I remember you. Just now, I was talking to your grandpa about you. I even felt that your grandpa Xia is blessed to have such a good granddaughter-in-law. Old Master Qin still didn't understand why his granddaughter-in-law of the old family Xia would call his old friend grandfather when she came to the Fu family. Ha ha! When your grandpa Qin was talking about how good his granddaughter-in-law of the family Xia was, I really had a lot to say, but couldn't say it. It's good now. I can finally say it. Old Master Fu happily held Yi Qian's hand. When he sat down, he laughed again. He pulled Qin Xiu's hand and said to Yi Qian, I almost forgot. I haven't introduced this young man to you yet. Chapter 3479. Qin Xiu helped Old Master Fu sit down and smiled. Grandpa Fu, you don't have to introduce me. Yi Qian and I have known each other for years. She is still studying in Nan Province High School. When I went to Nan Province High School to look for my uncle, it was Yi Qian who showed me the way. As you know, I can't recognize my way around and have a terrible sense of direction. I only got better in the past 2 years after receiving treatment. Old Master Fu couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. The two of you have known each other for so many years. Ha ha ha. Old Qin, come and take a look at my granddaughter. She is as good as your granddaughter. Just like a child, he couldn't help but show off his favorite things. Granddaughter, Old Master Qin thought about it in his heart and said, I have been envious of old Xia for a long time. Now, I am envious of you too. Old Fu, you have to tell me everything. I really don't know what to say now. They had been friends for so many years. If there was anything he wanted to ask, there was no need to beat around the bush. It is a long story. You will have to listen for a while. Old Master Fu laughed and then sighed. Just then, Uncle Fu came over to ask if Yi Qian had eaten. Yi Qian shook her head. Before she could say anything, Old Master Fu patted the back of her hand and said with a smile, Hurry up and eat. Grandpa Fu will talk to your Grandpa Qin. He then turned to Qin Xiu and said, Since the two of you know each other, go to the restaurant and talk. You don't have to accompany us. Qin Xiu glanced at the restaurant not far away and stood up with a smile. Tonight, I have to freeload at Grandpa Fu's place again. I haven't eaten Uncle Fu's food in a long time, and I miss it. Old Master Qin could not help but laugh. You haven't eaten your fill at home, and yet you're here begging for food at Grandpa Fu's house. You're already an adult. Why are you still acting like a teenager? You keep thinking about your Uncle Fu's cooking. It was obvious that the two families had a good relationship. You don't say. At that time, little Xiu even remembered my family's mealtime and came over several times during mealtime. I didn't notice it the first time or the second time, but one day I unintentionally asked him, You're so lucky to be here for a meal. In the end, he honestly told me that he remembered the mealtime and specially rushed over at this time. At that time, I laughed until I choked on my food. Yi Qian had just returned home, so he did not know that the two families were close. Now that he saw the old teacher teasing Qin Xiu, he could not help but cast a sideways glance at him. But his gaze was gentle, and his expression was clear and bright, without the slightest trace of embarrassment at being teased. He also pursed his lips and laughed. It turned out that the young and promising diplomat had such a private side. Qin Xiu noticed that someone was sizing him up, but he didn't go over. Instead, he allowed Yi Qian to look over. Although it was a pleasant surprise, he did not forget that the girl he liked already had a boyfriend. He had to abide by the rules and not bring trouble and embarrassment to her. Yi Qian, who was still a little awkward, also relaxed. He smiled at Qin Xiu and said, "Let's go and eat together. I'm so hungry that I've been singing the empty fort strategy for a long time." Qin Xiu nodded. He did not even need to lead the way. He walked to the dining room on his own. At the same time, he also knew where the bowls and chopsticks were placed, as well as where the dishes were placed. He was even more familiar with the kitchen than Yi Qian. Yi Qian was dumbfounded as he watched him set the bowls and chopsticks, then scoop the rice and bring out the dishes. Now, she really believed what her grandfather said. A diplomat really did come over during mealtime to eat. He was so familiar with the kitchen that it was like his own home. Chapter 3480. With the heater on, Qin Xiu took off his suit and wore only a white shirt. His sleeves were slightly tied up and his wrists were slightly exposed. The hem of his shirt was tightened with a black leather belt, which accentuated his slim waist. As he set the table, his waist tightened and his waistline became even sexier. After his slender hands placed all the dishes on the table, he habitually took out a tissue to wipe his hands. After he was done, he looked up and saw Yi Qian, who was still standing at the dining table, staring at him in shock. Qin Xiu could not help but laugh. It seemed that she was frightened by his familiarity with the house. When I was studying, I came here on time every Friday and Saturday. It was the same during the summer vacation. I would come to Grandpa Fu's house at least 3 times a week. I could find everything in the kitchen with my eyes closed. I even secretly drank the medicinal wine that Uncle Fu made. Uncle Fu, who had brought over a plate of pickled vegetables, heard this and joked, "There was a snake in the medicinal wine." He didn't notice it when he was stealing the wine, so when he poured the wine, the snake came out with it. He was so scared that he spilled all the snake wine I made. Look at him now. Every time I see him on TV, I can't help but laugh. Seeing that all the dishes he had reheated were on the table, Uncle Fu, who was not surprised, said, "As usual, wash the dishes after you finish eating." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Fu." Qin Xiu sat down and picked up the bowl and chopsticks. He was really not polite at all, let alone treating him as an outsider. After hearing about Qin Xiu's embarrassing incident, Yi Qian suppressed the smile on her face. If she smiled too obviously, Qin Xiu, who was sitting opposite her, would see that she was laughing at him. It was really funny. Yi Qian sat down and ate a mouthful of rice. Then she picked up some vegetables and ate slowly. However, a question slowly surfaced in her mind. After Uncle Fu walked out of the dining room, she asked Qin Xiu, "Since you come to my house so often, why is your relationship with my brother so normal?" "Brother?" Li Jinyan? Qin Xiu, who was elegant and gave people an illusion of art, held the bowl with one hand and pondered for a while before saying, "Our relationship is indeed ordinary. I came back to China in the 2nd year of high school. You also know that my sense of direction is not very good. Under normal circumstances, I won't come to Dangui Garden. When I was in my 3rd year of high school, my father was deployed. Sometimes my mother was too busy, so she would ask her personal assistant to send me to Dangui Garden. At that time, Jinyan was in a completely closed management school and rarely came back during the summer vacation. Although I often went to your house to freeload, I rarely met Jinyan. There's one more thing. Although my grandfather and Grandpa Fu knew each other back then, their relationship, don't look at how close they are now. I heard from my father that they were just acquaintances in the past. It just so happened that they got along well. It was only after they retired and moved into Dangui Garden that they started to interact frequently. Moreover, Jinyan's personality has been cold since he was young. As for me, although I can talk in meetings, I've never taken the initiative in life, especially when it comes to making friends. The two of us don't like to talk much. Even if we met early on, our relationship was ordinary. Yi Qian, who had eaten a mouthful of vegetables, couldn't help but nod. That explained it all. Her brother's personality was indeed cold. As for Qin Xiu, when they first met, he felt a sense of distance from him. The two of them didn't like to talk much and didn't meet often. No matter how long they knew each other, their relationship was naturally ordinary. When Qin Xiu was talking to Yi Qian, he was paying attention to the movements outside the living room. When he saw that Yi Qian had no intention of mentioning why she was old Master Fu's granddaughter, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and chose to pay attention to the movements in the living room instead of asking Yi Qian directly. Chapter 3481. The old man picked out some important points and told old Master Qin one by one. For example, he didn't mention son Xueqing's death. He only said that the two of them had missed each other by accident. He also said that his grandson, Li Jinyan, had accidentally met his granddaughter and realized that she looked like his aunt. So he had asked around and was overjoyed to find his sister. Fate makes fools of us. Yuxing and I never thought that Jane Eyre's mother would die young, nor did we know that there was a descendant of the Fu family outside. Sigh, now that I think about the suffering that Jane Eyre suffered all those years, my heart aches. The old man's eyes reddened when he talked about the hardships that his granddaughter had suffered. His vigorous voice unknowingly became deeper and filled with guilt. Although he only picked out some important points, old Master Qin could hear him take a deep breath. This was really all the coincidences that led to today's good news. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. I really didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns. Don't just think about the child's past. Think about the future. Also, it's a good thing that she came home. Otherwise, you would have suffered a great loss. That's true. But, old Qin, you have to help me keep this a secret. I want to find the best time to announce it. So I mentioned it to old friends. Then you don't have to worry. No wonder you were so happy when I saw you last year. You even said that there was great news. It turns out that your granddaughter is back. You're so happy that even your steps are lighter. Congratulations, the family is finally reunited. Old Master Qin nodded. This was not a small matter. So naturally, he had to treat it with caution. Qin Xiu heard every word that was said in the dining room. He looked at Yi Qian, who was about to get up to clear the table. He pursed his lips slightly and got up with him. Let me do it. You go and accompany the old men. He hadn't done any research on her and only knew a little about her from his uncle. He knew that she had lived a difficult life when she was young, but he didn't expect her life to be so difficult. Fortunately, she had returned to the Fu family and reunited with her family. It was all thanks to Xia Jinyuan's help. Otherwise, even if she could return to the Fu family, it would have been difficult. Thinking of what Xia Jinyuan had done for Yi Qian, Qin Xiu could only admire him. Yi Qian knew that he had heard everything. Seeing that he was still as graceful as before and did not ask about anything, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Hearing this, Qin Xiu looked up at Yi Qian, who was smiling like the rising sun, and tightened his grip on the bowl and chopsticks. Even after experiencing so many hardships, the smile on her face was still so bright. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like clear lakes. The hardships of life didn't bring her a trace of gloominess, only a cheerful sunshine. The girl he liked was so strong that it was admirable. Qin Xiu could tell from her expression that she didn't need anyone's sympathy or comfort. His thin lips curled up, and a smile slowly spread across his handsome face. It's all in the past. Go over quickly. I'll wash the dishes. Since you've gotten a free meal, you have to perform well, so that you won't feel guilty the next time you come over. His nonchalance made Yi Qian feel relieved. He put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and hesitated for a few seconds before he smiled and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your hard work." Perhaps because she had been confessed to before, Yi Qian subconsciously kept a certain distance and was polite to Qin Xiu. She didn't realize that Qin Xiu's eyes had darkened. After Yi Qian walked out of the dining room, he stood in front of the sink with his sleeves rolled up to wash the dishes. He sighed softly. He had been too impulsive when he confessed to her. Chapter 3482. They had agreed to be friends, but in reality, as the water flowed, Qin Xiu's bitter smile disappeared along with the sound of running water. He was still washing the dishes when old Master Qin saw Yi Qian walk out. He turned his head to look in the direction of the dining room and thought of the two young people who had helped their old friend sit down. He felt a sense of pity. His grandson was not bad. He had a good character, good looks, and a good family background. The rarest thing was that he did not have any bad habits. He even controlled himself when he smoked. He had also known old Fu's granddaughter for many years. Why didn't they become friends? Instead, old Fu's family, Xia beat him to it. At this moment, old Master Qin felt a pain in his heart. Old Xia and his wife were really so lucky that they could not be compared to them. Even his favorite granddaughter-in-law had been snatched away by his grandson. Ioyo, his old problem of angina, was about to act up. Old Master Qin, whose heart was in pain, could not hold it in. After Qin Xiu finished washing the dishes and came out to sit beside him, he said to old Master Qin, "I really feel that it's a pity your granddaughter and my grandson, look, how compatible they are. But why don't I have old Xia's good fortune?" As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Qin Xiu hard on the back. Qin Xiu was wearing a shirt, so when old Master Qin slapped him, the sound was crisp and clear. Caught off guard, Qin Xiu choked and coughed. Yi Jian, who was originally a little embarrassed because of old Master Qin's words, saw that Qin Xiu's white jade-like face was flushed red from choking. He was even more embarrassed than her. Yi Jian's awkwardness disappeared, and she laughed unkindly. Qin Xiu was embarrassed. His grandfather really touched on his sore spot. He felt as if his back had been hit by a brick. His back hurt, and he coughed until tears flowed out. Old Master Qin did not show any mercy. After the slap, Qin Xiu was still coughing softly while covering his fist. He said resentfully, "Why were you so slow? Don't you know how to act fast? Don't you know how to strike first to gain the initiative? Don't you know survival of the fittest?" Old Master Fu was laughing so hard that his head was tilted back. All right. That slap was so hard that it could have fractured his bones. Do you think two people can be friends just because they want to? That requires a foundation of feelings. The foundation of a relationship is built on the foundation of having good feelings for each other. Look at the two of them. Since they have known each other for so many years, they haven't been together. It's obvious that your grandson doesn't like my granddaughter, and my granddaughter doesn't like your grandson. They don't even like each other. Aren't you forcing them to be friends? You can't force a melon to be sweet. Don't act recklessly. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. Once he said it, old Master Qin blew his beard and glared. You haven't taken a liking to her yet. Tell me, what kind of person do you want to find? Find a celestial immortal. Qin Xiu, who was slapped so hard that he coughed up tears, could only feel helpless. He had taken a fancy to Grandpa Fu's granddaughter, but Grandpa Fu's granddaughter did not take a fancy to him. Moreover, he had confessed his love to her, but he had failed. Grandpa, Yi Qian, and I are really just friends. Just like Grandpa Fu said, if we really had feelings for each other, we would have been together long ago. Please calm down. He tried to persuade him gently, so that the two elders would not notice anything amiss. He even whispered, "Please save me some face. I'm feeling a little restless now." Then he would save his grandson some face. The slap just now seemed to have been a little too hard. His palm was still numb and hot. Chapter 3483. After that, old Master Qin asked Yi Qian many more questions. He was even more affectionate and benevolent than he had been during family xia. The more he talked with Yi Qian, the more old Master Qin liked Yi Qian, who had her own opinions and relied on her own abilities to climb up the social ladder. On the way back to the Qin residence, old Master Qin lamented, "I can't believe she was snatched away by old family xia. What a good granddaughter-in-law. Sigh, your Grandpa Fu and I have been good friends for many years. Why didn't I help you out in this matter? If I had known there was such a good girl, I would have given up my pride to marry the two of you. Hey, I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it again, I'll have angina again." The Fu residence was not far from the Qin residence. After passing through a small path, they would be there in about 5 minutes. Qin Xiu was afraid of slipping on the ground, so he held on to old Master Qin tightly. When he heard the topic that made him uncomfortable, Qin Xiu smiled and sighed. If it weren't for Grandpa Xia's grandson, Xia Jinyuan, who helped, Grandpa Fu might not have been able to find his granddaughter. This is fate between the two of them. It's not something you can snatch away just because you want to. Xia Jinyuan had helped Yi Qian a lot along the way. As a man, Qin Xiu asked himself honestly, he might not have been able to do what Xia Jinyuan had done. Therefore, he really couldn't snatch away just because he wanted to. He had pursued Yi Jian with all his heart and sincerity. This made him, a secret admirer who had confessed to Yi Jian before, feel deeply guilty for confessing to Yi Jian in the past. Although he didn't regret confessing, if he had the chance to do it all over again, he would definitely be more careful. Or rather, he would just watch silently and not take a step forward. Besides, Yi Qian and I really don't have that kind of feeling. If we did, with Uncle around, wouldn't I have enjoyed the benefits of being in a favorable position? So you can't mention that Yi Qian is Grandpa Xia's granddaughter-in-law. If you mention it too much, it will make her feel awkward. Old Master Qin walked slowly step by step. When he heard his grandson's reminder, he glared at him. "Do you think Grandpa is such an ignorant person? Do I need you to remind me? Also, do you really have no feelings for Jian Yuling? Why do I feel like you can't let go of yourself in front of her?" The old man had seen countless people, so he still had this intuition. Qin Xiu nodded and answered calmly, "Look, you're thinking too much again. It's not that I can't do anything about it, but I know her, but she didn't tell me about it. She's a little uncomfortable, so why should I talk to her and make things awkward for each other?" That was also true. They were all acquaintances, and suddenly bumping into a private matter that another acquaintance wanted to hide was indeed a little uncomfortable for both parties. Old Master Qin, who had been successfully deceived, still didn't know that his grandson had confessed to a girl he was very satisfied with. Seeing that they were about to reach the door, old Master Qin suddenly remembered why Qin Xiu had come today. His face turned cold. If you can find a girlfriend like Jian Yuling, Grandpa will stand by your side, no matter which corner of the mountain she lives in. Every day, you talk about having a good family background and a good character. Today you're hugging sesame, tomorrow you're hugging a watermelon, and the day after tomorrow you're still thinking about sesame. Picking a wife over and over again. You're really, after all, she was his daughter-in-law. So old Master Qin couldn't be too blunt. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and changed his words. You should make your own decisions. Don't listen to the adults for everything. Grandpa believes in your judgment. I really want to snatch Jian Yiling back for you now, but after thinking about it, you probably won't be able to. Forget it. Chapter 3484. Qin Xiu's expression froze when he heard his grandfather's words. Behind him, he couldn't help but laugh. Snatch? How could he snatch? If he couldn't, he couldn't. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a good granddaughter-in-law. But not now. You'll have to wait a little longer. Qin Xiu's elegant and gentle voice gradually disappeared in the wind, leaving only a corner of the courtyard lit up by the street lamp. In the future, please take care of Miss Jian. This child. Sigh, she suffered a lot. When old Fu said that, my heart ached. Yes, I know. Be careful of the steps. It's frozen. Come out for a walk with Grandma tomorrow morning after we've shoveled it. One old man and one young man, one on the left and one on the right. One walked slowly, the other carefully supported the other. They stepped on the squeaking snow and returned to their own home. It was late at night, and the wind was cold. The warm lights of the Fu family in Dangui Garden shone on the window. The laughter had not dissipated, and the grandfather and grandson were still chatting in low voices. They talked about their family matters, about the things around them, and about other people. Family members got along so warmly and casually. Old Master Fu talked about many things that happened when he was young, as well as some jokes from the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Yi Qian laughed until his eyes curved into crescents, his dark eyes shining like bright stars. Old Master Fu only went back to his room to rest at 10 at night. Another day was about to pass. When one was old, every day counted. Being able to laugh and chat with one's children and grandchildren counted as one of the blessings of old age. After Yi Qian sent old Master Fu back to his room to rest, he also went back to his room upstairs. When he reached the door, his footsteps paused. Then he took a step forward and walked to the room Xia Jinyuan slept in that night. This room was originally the living room, but Xia Jinyuan changed it into his room after he came. Yi Qian raised his hand and gently turned the lock. There was a click from the lock, and the door was gently pushed open. After closing the door and turning on the lights, Yi Qian walked into the room with light footsteps, as if there was a very tired man sleeping on the bed in the room. She didn't dare to disturb him by making too much noise. There was nothing in the room. The only thing that could be seen was the short shorts that he had worn to sleep at night. Yi Qian walked over to the clothes rack and took down the clothes that Xia Jinyuan had worn. Then she buried her face deep into the clothes. The refreshing scent that belonged only to her lover instantly enveloped her. At that moment, Yan Rong, who was hidden in the clothes, smiled shyly and happily. Instead of leaving, Yi Qian simply covered his face with his clothes and lay down on the bed that Xia Jinyuan had slept in. He even covered himself with the quilt. After a while, he started rolling around on the bed like a caterpillar. From time to time, he would let out a low chuckle. She was a little embarrassed by her sneaky behavior and also a little shy. She rolled around a few times until her little face was covered in sweat. Yi Qian, who was lying flat again to catch her breath, rested her head on Xia Jinyuan's clothes. She closed her eyes and couldn't help but smile. Even though he wasn't by her side, she could still feel his unique, refreshing scent. It was as if he was right beside her and hugging her tightly. It felt wonderful. Just as Yi Qian was about to return to his room to catch his breath, the phone in his clothes suddenly rang. The next second, Yi Qian got up from the bed. He was so agile that he got up in a second and stood beside the bed. The skills of a Special Forces soldier were awesome. He took the phone out of his pocket When he saw the caller ID on the screen, Yi Qian felt his face turn red. Chapter 3485. She was secretly hugging his clothes when the owner of the clothes called. She instantly felt guilty, as if she had been caught red-handed. Even though the person was not in front of her, Yi Qian still felt guilty. She tidied her hair and adjusted her breathing before answering the call. A deep and pleasant male voice came from the phone. "Are you still awake? I hope I didn't disturb you." No, where are you now?" Yi Qian replied softly, her face burning red. She probably got up in a hurry, as she was still panting. Xia Jinyuan sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked her, "What's wrong? Are you outside?" Yi Qian, who was still adjusting her breathing after answering the call, seemed to have noticed something. She couldn't help but sweat shyly on her forehead. She raised her hand to wipe her forehead, but she realized that she was still holding onto his clothes. Yi Qian panicked and quickly threw the clothes away. Her hands were hot and sweaty. She was panicking, so her breathing was naturally erratic. Xia Jinyuan had been paying attention to her movements, so he could naturally tell that she was panicking. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to check the equipment, suddenly felt his heart tighten. "Are you outside? Or did you return to the military?" Yi Jian knew that her panic had been detected by him. She bit her lower lip and said softly with a red face, "At home. In the room you slept in the night before. I'm helping you to adjust your clothes." Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was checking the equipment, was stunned. He thought to himself, then why is she so panicked? In less than 3 seconds, he realized why his girlfriend was panicking. A smile spread across his face. "You missed me, didn't you? When you see something, you think of me. Don't you have my picture? If you miss me, you can take it out and take a look." She was already panicking when she was tidying his clothes. Could it be that she was sleeping under his clothes and was frightened by his call? With his little fox's thin-skinned face, it was really possible for her to do so. Lieutenant Colonel Xia was indeed Lieutenant Colonel Xia. He was able to quickly find evidence that was beneficial to him from the scattered clues. Moreover, he was secretly delighted. No, he was so delighted that he was chuckling softly. Han Zheng, who was sorting out the guns, glanced at him and pursed his lips in disdain. He muttered sourly, F***CK, why haven't you come over to collect your phone yet? I can't listen to this anymore. I can't listen to this anymore. Were they bullying him for being single and not having a girlfriend? In his joy, Lieutenant Colonel Xia didn't overlook the situation around him. Han Zheng's jealous mutterings were met with a cold glare. Poor him. Before he joined the army, he could have a girlfriend in pairs. Now that he didn't even have a girlfriend by his side, Han Zheng felt a chill at the back of his head and chose to keep quiet. Also, shouldn't it be the guy who made the call who turned his back? Why should he turn his back? So angry, so wronged. Lieutenant Colonel Xia signaled Han Zheng to turn around and stop eavesdropping on the conversation. His voice was gentle and pleasant, like a note flowing in the night with its own warm light. "Help me keep the clothes well. I'll wear them when I come back." Yi Jian, who picked up the clothes again and pretended to tidy them up, did not know that her smart boyfriend had already guessed what she had done just now. When she heard him, she answered seriously, "Okay, I'll wash them for you tomorrow and put them in the cupboard." Her seriousness made Xia Jinyuan stifle his laughter. He replied seriously, "No need. I only wore them for one night. The next day, I thought that I had to go back to the Fu family at night, so I didn't bring them. You can just fold them properly." Chapter 3486. Yi Qian, who was caressing the soft fabric, responded with an "oh." Like a little fox who had stolen a treasure, she smiled slyly. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and said that she was helping him tidy up his clothes. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain why she was so flustered in the middle of the night. No matter how cunning a fox was, it couldn't beat a smart hunter. She was still feeling smug, but the smart hunter was even happier. After washing his clothes, it would smell like soap. How could it compare to the original? So, it couldn't be washed. It would be best if he folded it and left it by her pillow. Every night, when she saw his clothes, she couldn't help but think of him. The call only lasted for 5 minutes, so it was almost time to talk. Xia Jinyuan, who was ready to set off, fastened his helmet with one hand and seized the time to talk to Yi Qian. I have 45 minutes before I set off. After 5 minutes, I'll turn in my phone. I'll only be able to contact you when I come back. If you need anything, look for your brothers at home. They're still on leave. If they're not called back to the unit urgently, they can rest until the 16th of January before they return to the unit. I gave them your phone number just now. They should be texting you later. Maybe they can only send it when they see it tomorrow. Save their numbers well. If there's anything urgent, just look for them directly. Yi Qian, who had gradually calmed down, cleared his throat and said, "Okay, I got it. Go do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. If there's anything, I'll definitely look for my brothers. Don't get distracted. They've already gathered, right? Take care of yourself when you're outside. I'll wait for you to come back. Be good and wait for me to come back. Also, don't think too much. If there's any news from the higher-ups, they'll inform you immediately. If you have time, come visit the old house. Grandpa and Grandma want you to come over. I'll hang up first. I'll contact you when I come back." Xia Jinyuan had to turn in his phone. After he finished speaking, he immediately hung up. Yi Qian only had time to reply with a one-syllable, "Okay," before he heard the busy tone. Yi Qian held his phone and quietly looked at the dark screen. He slowly sat back down on the bed and started laughing softly for some reason. In the end, he threw himself onto the bed and buried his face in his clothes again. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he was laughing so hard that his shoulders were trembling. After laughing, she lazed around in bed for a while, then got up to tidy up her messy short hair, tugged at her clothes, and ran back to her room with Xia Jinyuan's clothes in her arms. The night was quiet, and one could almost hear the sound of snowflakes falling. The warm lights that illuminated the windows were extinguished. Some people had fallen asleep, while others carried their rifles and started a new journey. Xia Jinyuan, who was ready to go, sealed his phone and took out the jade pendant that he hadn't had time to return to Father Fu, handed it to Major General Yang, and set off. The plane took off, and Xia Jinyuan and his comrades took the plane to a foreign country through the wind and snow. They would either return in blood or die on the battlefield. There was no time for them to return, so they could only wait. The wind in the mountains seemed to always be a bit colder than the wind in the city. When it blew, it was like a knife brushing against one's cheeks. It was bone-chilling. A few people sat in an abandoned cave deep in the mountains during the anti-Japanese war. They made a fire to keep warm. The fire burned brightly, illuminating every person holding a gun to keep warm. Although these people had Asian faces, their facial features were obviously not Chinese. They were foreigners, and even the language they spoke was not Chinese but a foreign language. The leader of the group, a man with a long scar near his brow bone, raised his hand to look at his watch from time to time. As it got later, the seriousness on his face deepened. Chapter 3487. Someone muttered something under his breath. The man shook his head and spat out some cold words from his purplish-black mouth. What he meant was, "There's no news yet. Let's wait and see." His words made the other man with malicious eyes impatient. He kicked a piece of firewood close to him, causing sparks to fly as he growled in a low voice. It was obvious that his mood was quite unstable. How could they be stable? They were blocked in the mountains, and it was difficult to even get out. They even said that they would definitely be able to get out of here. What the hell? The airport, the train station, the highway, all the exits were blocked. Where could they escape to? There was still no news, and it was difficult to even get out of the mountains. Where could they escape to? Negative emotions could easily affect others. The other three men couldn't help but tighten their faces. They were sent away, and none of their boss's subordinates were around. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but they didn't want to be treated like trash. For a moment, the 5 foreign men couldn't help but fall silent. In the end, the man with the scar on his brow lowered his voice and said something. Only then did the 4 men's expressions relax. When it was 1 a.m. and the 5 men were about to fall asleep, they received a message. Although it was short, it made everyone feel refreshed. After reading the message, the 5 of them relaxed. The man in the lead was wearing a coat, and his figure was similar to Li Chuhai. He looked at the message, and a smile appeared on his face. He nodded as he smiled, which attracted the envious gazes of the other 3 men. The message was sent by Li Chuhai, but it wasn't from him. It was from the senior assistant with the surname Zhu, who used to follow Mrs. Li. He was the one who sent the message to those who couldn't get out for the time being. The abandoned cave that they were hiding in was provided by him. After the message was sent, the assistant respectfully walked to Li Chuhai and whispered, "Boss, I've already informed them. You can leave immediately after they attract their attention." Li Chuhai, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed on the coffee table, chuckled, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let them look for it first. We'll play with them when we get back. Let the people at the port do what they need to do. There's no need to wait for me to avoid attracting attention." "Yes." The assistant nodded. Then he took out his personal phone and showed a few messages to Li Chuhai. "Mrs. Li asked me several messages in a row, asking if all the company's liquid assets have been frozen. She also asked me about her money. Mrs. Li should be saying that she wants to transfer all the money to her account and doesn't want to put it in your hands. It wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't that he couldn't take it out. It's just, it was inconvenient." Li Chuhai, who was resting with his eyes closed, did not even open them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of hostility. "She's not asking for money. She's testing the waters. You've been by her side for so many years. If I leave and you continue to stay, with my sister's intelligence, she'll definitely be able to guess a thing or two about our relationship. Take a look at when she sent the message. It was raining heavily outside, but Li Chuhai didn't move at all. Just this calmness alone was enough to make people raise their eyebrows. Chapter 3488. Assistant Zhu looked at the time of the 2 messages. One was sent at around 11 o'clock in the morning, and the other was sent at around 8 o'clock in the evening. He had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to them. She didn't send you a message until 11 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, she didn't have the phone with her before, and the signal at home was blocked. The first message only asked if the company's assets were frozen. It was probably the first message my brother-in-law sent me after he came back. This message told me that the Du family had been controlled until 11 o'clock. The second message was sent until 8 o'clock in the evening. Based on your understanding of her, do you think she could have held it in for nearly 10 hours? Li Chuhai's feet trembled as he asked Assistant Zhu casually. Assistant Zhu, who had always worked for Li Chuhai, pondered for a moment before answering. Based on my understanding of Mrs. Li, the better the relationship, the less likely she would hold it in. Because she knows everything about you, she can control it. Therefore, the less likely she would hold it in. Mrs. Li has always been steady if she doesn't know everything about you. That's right. But she held it in from 11 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the evening. Based on your relationship with her, how could she hold it in for so long? My dear elder sister, you're amazing. During this period, she must have gone outside to check out the situation. After knowing the seriousness of the matter, she was afraid that she would be implicated, so she decided to test the waters. She wanted to find out about me through you. If you don't reply, she will be more certain that you are my man. Once you go back, she will be able to find out where I am based on your movements. She sure knows how to do things. Even I have to be careful. Assistant Jew heard this and bowed a little. He smiled and replied, Mrs. Lee has always been good at taking over the company, and she trusts me. But this time, she still underestimated you. Even if I reply, she may not be able to find out where you are now. No. You are wrong. She can cooperate with the military. Don't underestimate the power of this country. Since they can suddenly launch an attack without me knowing, it can be seen that they have been targeting me for a long time. But what? Assistant Jew raised his eyes slightly and waited for his boss to continue. After pausing for a while, Li Chuhai opened his eyes with a deep and confident smile. But they didn't expect that although I went back to the country, the rest of my people were still outside. The only loophole was that military school student. I didn't expect that she would be taught by the Sniper's King. She is even better than her mother's. Assistant Jew didn't know anything about these things, and Li Chuhai wouldn't mention it to him either. According to the original plan, during the spring festival, Sun Ing would take the jade pendant to Fu Yuxing and ask him if he still remembered Sun Xueqing. Unexpectedly, before the plan could be carried out, he learned that the world-class Sniper's King in the late 1970s and early 1980s was hiding in a small mountain village and had become Yi Qian's relative. His good plan was all messed up, so he had to make a last-minute adjustment. He had to go all the way and let Sun Ing, who knew a little about their situation, die on her own. Chapter 3489. Li Chuhai put down his legs on the tea table and said with a gloomy look, After I go out, you must find Qin Dongfeng and lure him out. This person has always been wanted to get rid of. Once we get rid of him, it will be much easier for us to do many things. Don't worry. After I send you off, I will take care of this matter. With Yi Qian around, there's no need to worry that we won't be able to lure out the person they want. Very good. I will take good care of your wife and daughter, so that you will have no worries. Take care of your domestic affairs, and transfer out all the information and important materials you have collected. When the news dies down, you can come out and reunite with your wife and daughter. Assistant Jew bowed. I'm sorry to trouble you. It should have started in the mountains. You should go now to avoid any more trouble. When you're abroad, ask my daughter to give me a call to let me know that you've arrived safely. He was extremely loyal and wouldn't hesitate even if he had to sacrifice his life. The floor lamp in the room went out, and the sound of footsteps came from the darkness. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, everything returned to normal, as if no one had been there. Even the air was filled with a moldy smell. For, o'clock in the morning was the time to sleep. The whole city was quieter than ever. Old man Li, who had just returned from the military, had been sitting quietly in his study. He sat there until 6 o'clock in the morning before he slowly got up and returned to his room. In the room, Old Man Li was not asleep either. Seeing Old Man Li enter the room, she raised her red and swollen eyes. She was old, but her eyes were still watery. She wanted to ask, but didn't dare to. Old man Li sighed. Sleep for a while. You are old. If you don't have a good rest, you will be even older. Old Madame Shaoli had stayed up all night and was not sleepy at all. Hearing this, she asked in a trembling voice, "Is it all right? Did he leave?" "Okay, go to sleep, go to sleep." Without saying too much, Old Manly went to bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Old Madame Shaoli was already crying tears of joy. "It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine." Hugging the pillow, old Madame Shaoli could finally close her eyes. By the time Yi Qian found out that the encirclement mission had failed, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. It was the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, and the streets were bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Qian, who had accompanied the old man to admire the plum blossoms in the park near Dangui Garden, received a call from the military headquarters. The mission failed. The man who was killed was not Li Chuhai, but a foreign man who was similar in height to Li Chuhai. At the same time, they also killed 3 criminals who were armed with guns and arrested a foreign man who was seriously injured and was undergoing emergency treatment. In other words, Li Chuhai had escaped. He was well prepared and had even prepared a substitute to confuse them. Before this substitute had not walked into the field of vision of the scout until Li Chuhai needed to escape. However, Yi Qian was not concerned about whether Li Chuhai had escaped. Instead, he was concerned about Xia Jinyuan, who was out on a mission. Almost all of them asked Commander-in-Chief Xia in a trembling voice, "What about Captain Xia? How's the situation over there? Did he go to clean up this person's backline?" Although Xia Jinyuan did not tell Yi Qian exactly what mission he was on, she felt that this mission had something to do with Li Haichu. Otherwise, he would not have said that he might have to go out before the mission was issued. Obviously, Captain Xia knew what he was going to do next. Chapter 3490. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know how to answer Yi Qian. It didn't matter if she knew about the mission that she was directly involved in, but for an operation that she wasn't directly involved in, even if they were in the same unit, they had to keep it a secret from each other. "You don't have to worry about him. Nothing will happen. If you're still worried, you can go to Jean City to relax. I just met with your father and heard him mention that he'll be going to Jean City for a meeting in the afternoon. Do you want to come along? It's an exchange meeting, so you can go together. We have an accompanying clerk in the military. You can also be a clerk." Yi Qian wasn't in the mood to be a clerk. She didn't even want to go to the exchange meeting. Father Fu, who hadn't left yet, reminded Commander-in-Chief Xia in a low voice, "Just order her to go. She won't dare to disobey." Military orders were like mountains, so she had to go even if she didn't want to. Father Fu also wanted to bring his daughter with him, so that he could find out if anything was wrong. Father Fu couldn't accept it when he found out that Li Chuhai was the mastermind behind his wife's death. The Fu family and the Li family were in-laws, but he didn't expect that the person who caused his wife to be separated by life and death and almost made him forget about his daughter was actually a member of the Li family. Jin Yin even had to call him uncle. He wanted to ask Li Chuhai what enmity he had with the Fu family for him to go to such lengths to harm his entire family. Now, he also wanted to find Li Chuhai as soon as possible and question him personally. However, his daughter, Yi Qian, was also worried, especially since this child knew about it a long time ago. In order not to make him sad and put Jin Yin in a difficult position, she especially begged Commander-in-Chief Xia not to tell her for the time being unless it was absolutely necessary. The night before last, at the most critical moment, the military finally called and asked him to go to the military headquarters. From the night before last until today, almost 48 hours had passed. He had been monitoring the progress of the entire incident at the military headquarters. He also knew that his daughter Yi Qian had come to the military headquarters, but at the time he was with the person who had shot his wife, so he did not come to meet his daughter. Father Fu, who had not been home for almost 48 hours, heard Yi Qian's trembling voice coming from the landline. Father Fu was afraid that Yi Qian would get into an accident due to excessive worry. In the end, Yi Qian had to go to Jin City to participate in the exchange meeting with the army. He also had to go to Jin City's military port to observe the naval base. The meeting would last for 3 days, and he would only return to the capital after 3 days. Father Fu needed to come back and pack his luggage. Yi Qian accompanied the old man to admire the winter plum blossoms for a while before returning to Dangui Garden with the escort of the guards. Not long after she received the call, her expression changed slightly. When he heard her mention the military headquarters, the old man knew that something had happened to his granddaughter. It was still Yi Qian who insisted on accompanying him to admire the winter plum blossoms for a while before returning to Dangui Garden. Yi Qian did not tell the old man about his worries. On the way home, he even chatted and laughed with the old man. He did not dare let the old man see through his worries and worry about them together. Father Fu had arrived home earlier. When he saw that Yi Qian did not look too good, he sighed with heartache and joked, "How can accompanying father on a business trip make you so sad that you look like you're going to cry?" "Sigh, I was still looking forward to going on a business trip with my daughter. I didn't expect you to dislike me so much. I'm really sad." Yi Qian was sad, but the person he was most worried about was Father Fu. He could only think of another way to make Yi Qian laugh out loud. The old man also laughed and said, "You should all go and do your work. As for me, it just so happens that I can have some peace and quiet for 2 days." Chapter 3491. Everyone could see that Yi Qian was in low spirits, and the old man's heart ached for her. Sigh, being a soldier was tough, but to train a soldier's perseverance and strength of character, hardship was inevitable. Since she was a soldier, she had to endure hardships, and she had to endure hardships that ordinary people could not. The old man, who had been in uniform all his life, felt sorry for his granddaughter, but he did not console her. This was because she had to bear the pain and suffering by herself. She had to bear it by herself. Once she passed this hurdle and endured it, her bones and soul would be tempered, and she would be able to be at ease the next time she encountered it. Yi Qian, who was worried about Xia Jinyuan's safety, went on her first business trip with Father Fu in the afternoon. She stayed by Father Fu's side the whole time as a military academy student. She was not conspicuous because she was not the only military academy student in the entire exchange meeting. There were also national defense students from other schools, and in the short meeting in the afternoon, she had gotten to know 2 students from the Army Academy, chatting happily with them. However, she would occasionally take out her phone to see if there were any new messages or missed calls. She did not receive any calls until nighttime, which meant that there was still no news from Li Chuhai. However, Beijing was still heavily guarded, and every entrance was guarded by armed special forces. Yi Qian did not receive a call from Beijing, but instead received a call from the Southern Province Police. Yi Qian was having dinner with Father Fu and a few senior colonels when she received the call from the Southern Province Police. When she saw the area code, Yi Qian suddenly remembered she had stood her good friend Njessen up because of sunning. She thought it was Njessen calling, so she immediately picked it up. However, what she heard was an unfamiliar man's voice and his identity. This phone call had a lot to do with Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, the female prisoner who had been sent to the hospital for treatment, took advantage of the fact that the nurse was removing the needles from her and suddenly jumped up from the bed. She used a pair of chopsticks that had been sharpened to an extremely sharp point at the nurse's neck. Using the nurse as a hostage, she demanded that the police find her daughter. In order to see Sun Ying, Sun Dongqing used the stupidest but most effective method. Since it was related to the nurse's personal safety, the police immediately contacted Sun Ying. However, Sun Ying's phone was turned off, and there was no way to contact her. After waiting for 5 minutes, when she found out that her daughter could not be contacted, she lost control of her emotions and stabbed the nurse's neck with her sharp chopsticks, causing her to bleed. She knew that her daughter had gone to look for Yi Qian. She screamed for the police to contact Yi Qian, or else she would use her chopsticks to pierce the 6-month pregnant nurse's neck. Her aggressive approach made the police cooperate with her the entire time. They went through a lot of twists and turns in front of her, before finally getting Yi Qian's phone number from Anjessen. Anjessen and her boyfriend, Wu Yu, who was T6 of the Snowfield Brigade, were watching a movie. She did not want to give Yi Qian's phone number, but when she heard that it was the police, she asked her boyfriend to confirm that it was indeed the police. She quickly gave Yi Qian's phone number to the police. At the same time, she was not even in the mood to watch a movie. She was led by Wu Yu to the Southern Province People's Hospital. Yi Qian received the call and understood the police's intentions. He slightly pursed his lips and replied to the police, "Sorry, Sun Ying has been executed. She's no longer around." When the Southern Province Police heard this, their expressions immediately became serious. They confirmed it again and again before ending the call. Yi Qian did not care about Sun Dongqing's final outcome. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, he received a text from Anjessen telling him that Sun Ying's mother had been shot in the shoulder by the special forces and was bleeding a lot. Chapter 3492. As soon as she finished reading the first message, she received a second one. Yi Jian, who had been holding the phone in her hand, narrowed her eyes and immediately looked down. It wasn't a message from the military, but from her good friend Anjessen. This time, Anjessen told her that Sun Xueqing had gone crazy. When she heard the news of Sun Ying's death, she went crazy on the spot. Yi Qian couldn't help but purse her lips. She actually went crazy. In her previous life, Sun Dongqing wasn't fair, but she was very plump. She wore thick gold chains around her neck and wrists, and 6 of her 10 fingers wore gold rings. She told everyone that these rings were given to her by her daughter, Ying. At that time, no one dared to say anything about Sun Dongqing even if she walked sideways in the village. She was so strong that no one dared to gossip about her, but she actually went crazy. Yi Qian was surprised. Crazy? It was good that she went crazy. If she went crazy, she wouldn't know anything. If she went crazy, she would only live in her own world, and she wouldn't have to go back to prison. Going crazy was the end for Sun Dongqing. Yi Qian sighed softly, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Father Fu, who had been chatting with his colleagues, noticed Yi Qian's sudden smile. Although it was faint, it made him feel relieved. Yi Qian had been in a bad mood today. Although he smiled politely throughout the conversation, as a father, he could still sense it. In fact, Li Chuhai's escape wasn't just because she was very worried about Xia Jinyuan. He and Commander-in-Chief Xia were also very worried, especially from Commander-in-Chief Xia, who happened to be in the office when he heard about Li Chuhai's escape. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was able to keep a straight face even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, suddenly had a change in expression. He gripped the phone so hard that it seemed like he could crush it. What did Li Chuhai's escape mean? It meant that many things and many people would be in danger in the future. At that time, he did not know that family Xia and 6th brother were out on a mission. It was not until he called his daughter, Yi Qian, that he vaguely realized something. At that moment, his heart tightened, and he was deeply worried when he saw that Yi Qian, who had been in low spirits for the entire day, was smiling. Father Fu thought that there was good news from the military. He couldn't help but lean forward and ask, "News from the higher-ups?" Otherwise, why would there be a faint smile at the corner of his mouth? If that was the case, he could sleep peacefully tonight. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Yi Qian shook his head gently and sent a text message to Father Fu. "My classmate Jessen just texted me. Sun Dongqing is in trouble. Did something happen to Sun Dongqing?" Father Fu, whose face had darkened, took the phone and glanced at it. His eyes immediately turned cold. She had actually gone mad. She had gone mad. She had gotten away with it. Father Fu did not have a good impression of Sun Dongqing. Yi Qian had been scolded and beaten by her. No matter how magnanimous Father Fu was, he would never forgive Sun Dongqing. When he was dating his wife, he did not know that his wife had a biological sister. Furthermore, his wife's identity was special. He did not even know her home address. If he had known even a little, his daughter would not have suffered so much at Sun Dongqing's hands. As a father, Father Fu felt guilty towards Yi Qian. How could he sympathize with Sun Dongqing, the abuser, just because she had gone mad? No, he would only feel that she had gotten away with it. Although Father Fu felt this way, he did not say it out loud. He did not want his hatred to affect Yi Qian. He did not want his daughter to remember these terrible people and things. Chapter 3493. Father Fu handed the phone over and sighed. "She finally has a home now. From now on, you won't have any contact with them. Everything that happened in the past is in the past. I want you to be happy. I don't want you to remember everything that happened in the past. You have to let go of what you need to let go, and you have to forget what you need to forget. Jane Eyre, from now on, their family will never hurt you again. It's time for you to walk out of the shadow that they have cast on you." Father Fu didn't want Yi Qian to hold a grudge. That would only make him unhappy. He didn't think it was worth it to make Yi Qian unhappy over someone like that. Therefore, he advised Yi Qian to let go of the past and not think about it. Broad-minded parents would never teach their children to be calculative. They would only use their magnanimity to influence their children. They wouldn't be like Sun Dongqing and Madame Li, who taught their children to be calculative. Yi Qian didn't need Father Fu's advice. She felt the same way. She smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with me anymore. Don't worry. They are just some unpleasant memories. It's best to forget them." Yes, it's best to forget unpleasant memories. Your mother used to say something similar. Father Fu saw this and smiled deeply. Unpleasant memories and unpleasant people. Since it was all over, what was there to care about? Yi Jian nodded with a smile in her eyes, which made Papa Fu's smile even brighter. Sun Dongqing was devastated when she found out about Sun Ying's death. After she divorced Yi Jifan, Sun Ying was her world and her pillar of support. Before she reported Yi Jifan, she left Sun Ying a large amount of money so that Sun Ying could live comfortably even if she went to jail. But now, the police told her very clearly that Sun Ying had tried to murder someone with a gun, and in the process of resisting, she had accidentally injured herself and died. Sun Dongqing, who had just taken the bullet out of her shoulder, couldn't accept the truth. After a few screams, she went insane and became a mental patient who held a pillow and kept calling her daughter's name. Yi Jifan was gone. Sun Ying was gone. In the end, Sun Dongqing was the only one left alive. In her previous life, Yi Qian had lived such a lowly life when he was young. He had been bullied by Sun Dongqing to the point where he could scold her as he pleased. Sun Dongqing had deliberately allowed him to do so. Now that he had fallen to the point where his family was ruined and his family was dead, and he himself had gone insane, it could be considered retribution. Although he was still alive, he was living like a walking corpse. Ever since Yi Qian suffered the consequences of Sun Ying's actions that night. She had made a clean break with her past self. Therefore, she only replied with a simple yes. She didn't say anything else because Sun Dongqing's fate had nothing to do with her anymore. Even if Sun Dongqing was her biological aunt or her mother's biological sister, it had nothing to do with her. In the past, she had thought that if she had the ability in the future, she would personally bring Sun Dongqing to her mother's grave and ask her why she treated her biological niece so viciously in front of her mother. Later on, this thought faded, and she even found it laughable. If Sun Dongqing really treated her as her biological niece, she wouldn't have let her own daughter, Yi Ying, bully her and beat her and scold her. In the end, Sun Dongqing didn't think of her as her biological niece at all. She only treated her as a punching bag that she could beat and scold at will. If that was the case, why did she have to bring her to her mother's grave? Yi Qian put down her phone and heard a student from the Army Academy laugh. If that's the case, can we go to the harbor to see the night view now? Chapter 3494. According to the itinerary, everyone would be staying at the reception center for foreign guests at the state-run port tonight. Tomorrow morning, they would go to the state-run port to visit the cargo ships, and then they would go to the military port in the afternoon. Just now, a student from the Naval Command Academy had asked if they could enter the port at night, and a lieutenant colonel had said that, logically, it should be possible. Yi Qian was still watching when Father Fu said, "You guys want to go? That's fine. The port at night has a different view, and it's rare for you guys to gather together. It's only 9:30 p.m. now, so you guys can definitely go and take a look. Tell the security guards outside that they won't stop you. Once you're inside, just board the ship and come back after you're done admiring the night view. Don't stay out too late." Father Fu's military rank was high, so when he spoke, it was as if he had made the final decision. Thus, Yi Qian didn't even open his mouth to express his opinion. Father Fu had already decided for her to go with the other students from the Naval Command Academy. The student from the National University of Science and Technology was a senior in his 3rd year. He knew Yi Qian, but Yi Qian didn't know him before. However, during the exchange meeting in the afternoon, they got to know each other. Now that they were going to the port together to admire the night view, he took the initiative to walk with Yi Qian. The 4 students walked and chatted as they walked towards the port. At this moment, Anjiasen from the southern province was feeling a little uneasy. When she saw that Yi Qian had only sent a simple MHM, she frowned. Her little face was full of worry. Why was there only a MHM? In the past, Sun Dongqing had beaten and scolded Yi Qian, and even went to school to support Sun Ying in slandering Yi Qian. Now, that Sun Dongqing had gone crazy. She shouldn't be happy, right? Anyway, she was quite happy. Even though she didn't know why getting shot in the shoulder would make people go crazy, she was very happy to see this kind of person end up in a state of madness. Bad people should be punished. Otherwise, if only good people suffered while bad people were free, then everyone should just be bad people. What was the point of being a good person? And Jiasen was happy when she sent the message. At this moment, she was standing outside another room in the hotel with her phone in her hand. Biting her lower lip, she knocked on her boyfriend Wu Yu's room. Wu Yu was texting his comrades, who were also on vacation. He first bragged to a few of his single comrades, such as Sparrow and V8, that he was on a date with his girlfriend, and that he was currently in a hotel. Then his comrades, who had originally wanted to ignore him, sent him text messages one after another, criticizing and condemning him, pointing out that it was immoral to be a hooligan before marriage, and that it should not be done. Between their words, there was a hint of sour grapes. Damn it! He even checked into a hotel with his girlfriend. What about them? They did not know how long they would have to date. Miss Wuji. Just thinking about it made them feel terrible. Furthermore, This guy was still making sarcastic remarks. Was he still a comrade? Comrades in arms should advance and retreat together. GK, who had suffered internal injuries from holding it in, immediately called back. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go through hardships together and share blessings together. Shouldn't you immediately go home and hug a pillow to sleep?" Where were the comrades who had promised to advance and retreat together? "We're on a date with Miss Wuji, but you actually booked a room. How can you live with your conscience? Hurry up and go home." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wu Yu answered as he walked. "I have a girlfriend now, who still wants to date Miss Wuji. That's a matter for you single men. Ha ha ha. As for me, there's no need to date Miss Wuji anymore." Chapter 3495. He was so proud that his voice was a little loud. Even Jessen, who was standing at the door, heard him clearly. However, she was thinking about Yi Qian and didn't realize what he was referring to. When the door opened, she asked, "Is Miss Five Fingers on a date? Or is it Thumbelina?" Wu Yu's eyes lit up when he saw his girlfriend suddenly knocking on his door. When he heard the question, he immediately said, "It's not me. It's my comrades on a date. Why aren't you asleep yet? What's the matter?" Since the call hadn't been cut off, Weaving Sparrow could hear everything clearly. She immediately let out a long, oh, and exposed his comrade's smugness. "Why aren't you asleep yet? What's the matter? We're in a hotel, and each of us has a room. Ha ha ha, I thought you were really capable. You immediately coaxed your girlfriend to warm the bed with you. That's enough. You have evil intentions, but no guts. You're just bragging in front of us. Goodbye." Wu Yu, who was mercilessly exposed by his comrades, didn't actually listen. His girlfriend suddenly appeared and asked him if he was dating Miss Five Fingers or Miss Thumbelina. Wu Yu felt that it was necessary to explain properly and let his comrades take the blame. However, Jessen was just asking casually and did not take it to heart at all. After entering the room, she handed the phone to Wu Yu. "Help me see if Jian is a little unhappy. I just told Jian that Sun Ying's mother had gone crazy, and Jian only replied with why do I feel that she is a little unhappy?" Wu Yu knew that his girlfriend and Yi Qian had a good relationship. When he heard this, he took the phone and read the two messages. When he saw the reply, he smiled disapprovingly. "She's not unhappy. She probably doesn't take it to heart. She's not interested in whether Sun Ying's mother went crazy or not. That's why she replied with one word. You're thinking too much. Besides, she and her boyfriend are on vacation. Maybe they're dating right now and don't have time to reply to you. Also, do you think Yi Qian is someone who gets unhappy easily? It really wasn't." After being persuaded by Wu Yu, and Jessen thought about it again and felt that she was thinking too much. She grinned and took the phone back. "I don't think so. Maybe it's like what you said. She might be on a date with her extremely handsome boyfriend. Hee, let me ask her. How could handsome be described as handsome? Also, was their Captain handsome? Was he as handsome as Wu Yu?" And Jessen thought that she might as well ask Wu Yu directly. She sent a text message to Wu Yu, "Then you rest early. I'll go back to my room first." His girlfriend knocked on his door in the middle of the night just to let him see if Yi Qian was unhappy. Shouldn't she be here to see if her boyfriend was cold while hugging his blanket? You're going back to your room already?" he asked in a daze. And Jessen, who was texting, didn't raise her head. She just nodded and walked to the door. Wu Yu was also a little scared. He muttered, "She's really going back to her room." Then he opened the door for his girlfriend, who didn't have any other thoughts. His girlfriend didn't have any other thoughts, but he did. He did. Wu Yu opened the door obediently. Then he didn't give up and struggled to say, "It's still early. It's not even 10 o'clock yet." "Yeah, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. I can still chat with Jane Eyre for a while," and Jiasin replied happily. Chapter 3496. Wu Yu's heart was bleeding. What should he do? What should he do? His girlfriend didn't even smack. A crisp kiss sounded. Wu Yu, whose heart was bleeding, was kissed by Jiasin. It wasn't anywhere else, but on his lips. She kissed him on the lips. She kissed him on the lips. Wu Yu stood there motionless, completely unable to react. "Good night, rest early. I'll go back to my room first," after kissing her boyfriend. And Jiasin waved her hand gracefully and left in her hotel slippers. Wu Yu touched his kissed lips and watched in a daze as his girlfriend swiped her card and went back to her room. He then saw his girlfriend lean out and wave at him with a smile. "Go back to your room quickly. Don't catch a cold. See you tomorrow." Wu Yu, whose hand was still on his lips, quickly put it down and grinned. "Good night. See you tomorrow." Kissed, he was kissed. It was his first time kissing his girlfriend, but it was a little too short. Back in his room, Wu Yu, who still wanted more, touched his soft lips and couldn't help but think regretfully. He patted his own face in annoyance and muttered to himself, "Are you stupid? Are you stupid? You're a Special Forces soldier? Don't you find it embarrassing? Shame on you. Where did your usual reaction go? Why didn't you hug her for a longer time?" Wu Yu expressed his regret. In the end, he clenched his fists and thought, "I must take the initiative to kiss her tomorrow." At this moment, text messages came in one after another. They were all from his comrades. GK had already told her comrades what she knew, after learning that Wu Yu and his girlfriend went to a hotel and slept in separate rooms. They all expressed their regret and a strong sense of schadenfreude. In response, Wu Yu replied, "Ha, my girlfriend took the initiative to kiss me just now. How far do you think I am from happy days? Ha ha ha." After the text message was sent, the phone was so quiet that it seemed to be turned off. No one else sent a message to express their regret. Yi Qian, who had already arrived at the port, received a message from Jiasin asking if she was with her boyfriend. Yi Qian smiled and replied, "No, I'm in Jin City with other students." "No way, it's the new year and you're still on an exchange. Wu Yu and I are dating. Ha ha ha, are you jealous? I'm envious. Have a good date and don't get distracted." What's there to be distracted about? It's already late at night, and we still have to go see the Cedars tomorrow. Let's go back to our rooms and sleep. You go ahead, I'm going to sleep. After confirming that her friend was indeed not unhappy, and Jiasin, who was in a good mood, happily ended the text conversation. Yi Qian replied, "Good night." Then he put his phone into his pocket. The student from the Naval Command Academy pointed to a ship that was operating in front of them and said, "Let's go over there and take a look. We'll come down when they leave." They were all military academy students who had come here for an exchange. As long as they did not interfere with the other students' work, they were allowed to visit the cargo ship. Yi Qian had not been on a ship before, and hearing this, his interest was piqued. "Sure, I want to go up and take a look too." "Then let's go to the bow and have a look. Come down after you're done." The third-year senior from the National University of Science and Technology said, "It takes about 10 minutes to go up and down. It won't affect the crew's work." The other three nodded in agreement. The road to the cargo ship was a little dark, and the few of them unconsciously slowed down a little. The student from the Air Force Academy laughed and said, "Is there a shortage of electricity? There aren't even any lights to illuminate the road." Chapter 3497. The naval cadet laughed and said, "It's late at night, and it's also winter. Who would come out to look at cargo ships like us? It's normal to turn off the lights to save electricity. That's true. It's a little cold when the sea breeze blows. Even wearing a military coat couldn't resist the cold. The chilly sea breeze blew straight into their bodies. Yi Qian couldn't help but tighten her clothes and tease. Why don't we go back now? It really wasn't an ordinary wind. The sea breeze in winter was even colder than the wind in the mountains. It was so cold that it could freeze one's bones. After she finished speaking, the cadets all laughed. Ha ha, we're not going back, we're not going back. We're almost there. If we go back now, wouldn't we have wasted 20 minutes in the sea breeze? Let's go to the bow and take a look. We'll go back once we're done. Tomorrow, when the officers ask us what we saw, we'll be able to answer. Before they set off, Father Fu said, "Tell us what you saw tomorrow." For the cadets to remember, this was an ocean-going cargo ship heading to the Alentius port. The journey alone would take more than 3 months, and they would only stop at one port to replenish their supplies. When the 4 of them were still some distance away from the cargo ship, 2 staff members suddenly walked out from the shadows and said in a low voice, "This is a cargo ship operation. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." The staff members who walked out didn't make a sound at all. They appeared silently and stared vigilantly at the few figures in the shadows. Just as one of the cadets was about to speak, Yi Qian spoke first and took 2 steps forward. As she walked forward, one of the staff members who blocked her path moved his right hand. This movement made Yi Qian's eyes suddenly sharpen. She smiled and said, "Sorry, we saw a cargo ship operation here. It's the first time we've seen a large ship, so we were a little curious and wanted to take a look. Didn't you say we could go up? We'll just go to the bow and take a look. It won't take too long, just 10 minutes." After she finished speaking, Yi Qian felt her senior take a step forward and secretly tug at her coat. There was something wrong with the 2 staff members. Their movements were so light that there was no sound at all. They were not like ordinary security guards. Both of them had some skills, and they did not shine any light on them when they came out. It could be seen that they had been hiding nearby and would not show up casually. Moreover, their voices were low and filled with hostility. Just as she walked towards the 2 staff members, one of them subconsciously reached for his waist. This action was too familiar to her. To the other 3 students, it was all too familiar. How could the 3rd-year senior brother of the National Science University let his junior sister face this alone? He walked to the back and secretly reminded Yi Qian. The other 2 students had already tensed up and immediately entered a state of alert. "You can't go in here. There's a huge load up there. If you want to see it, go ahead." It was probably because Yi Qian was a girl that the 2 staff members lowered their guard. However, their harsh tone did not soften. "Go back, all of you. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Quick, go back." He didn't hide his ruthlessness, trying to scare away the young people who didn't sleep at night and wanted to come over to see the cargo ship. "If you don't want to look, then don't look. Why are you being so fierce? Go, go, go. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to see it anymore. So fierce." As she spoke, Yi Qian turned around. At the same time, she grabbed the 3rd-year senior brother's arm and pretended to be dissatisfied. "It's all your fault. You said something about looking at the night view. What are you looking at? You got scolded for no reason." The 3rd-year senior brother reacted quickly. He immediately softened his voice and turned into a coaxing girlfriend's boyfriend. "It's my fault. It's my fault. Don't be angry. I'll take you out for good food tomorrow." He didn't forget to say to the other 2 students, "I'm sorry for making you come here for nothing. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow as an apology." Chapter 3498. Yi Jian did not consider whether they would be able to react when she hooked her arm around senior brother year 3's arm. Those who could come here for the exchange were all outstanding students with comprehensive qualities. Since senior brother year 3 had noticed something strange at the same time and quickly stood by her side, she believed that senior brother year 3 would react immediately and cooperate with her if she did anything. Yi Qian changed his role a second ago, while the third-year senior entered the zone a second later. He did not forget to pull the 2 students from the Air Force Academy and the Naval Command Academy out of the group. The 2 students had already entered the zone. Li Xiang from the Naval Command Academy laughed. "I'll remember that. I originally wanted to eat at Jean City's Big Bun tomorrow, but I've changed my mind. Let's go to Osmanthus Garden Restaurant." Jiang Yang from the Air Force Academy immediately responded, "Shouldn't it be Fu Huixian? My roommate, Old Four, treated me to Osmanthus Garden Restaurant last time. Let's change it to Fu Huixian. I heard that it's very delicious. It's an authentic home-cooked restaurant in Jean City." Yi Qian spoke at the right time. "How about Osmanthus Garden Restaurant for lunch and Fu Huixian for dinner? I've never eaten there before anyway." The 4 young people talked as they walked back. Yi Qian and the third-year senior walked behind them. The 2 of them were talking, but they were actually paying attention to the situation behind them. Only after walking for at least 100 meters did the 4 of them finally relax. Yi Qian said in a deep voice, "The 2 staff members who stopped us just now clearly had guns on them. This is a serious matter. We have to report it immediately. Let's go together. There must be something wrong with the cargo ship." The third-year senior, Zhang Minghong, quickened his pace and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what kind of guns they have on them. It's safer to keep a distance. If they were to be shot in the back, none of the 4 of them would be able to escape." He even let Yi Qian walk in the middle while he walked at the back. Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's a handgun. A handgun's effective shooting range is not very far. We've already walked about 120 meters, unless they have a combat handgun on them." A handgun's effective shooting range was within 50 meters, while a combat handgun's effective shooting range was between 100 to 200 meters. They had walked about 120 meters and were already out of the effective shooting range of a handgun. As for the sniper rifles, there was no need to worry. If they used sniper rifles to snipe them, wouldn't it be the same as telling them that there was something wrong with the cargo ship? Moreover, the sniper fired 1 bullet per shot, for people would need 4 bullets. Now that they had started to walk to the place where the containers were stacked, at least 2 people would be able to avoid the sniper and escape the scene. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the sniper. Yi Qian quickened his pace and quickly circled around to the back of a container. He first sent a text message to Father Fu to quickly report the situation on their side. He wanted to buy some time to find out what was wrong with the cargo ship. Father Fu did not sleep. He was still chatting with his colleagues. Since there were not many students around, the content of the conversation was more focused on daily life. Those who were more familiar with him even asked about the recent situation of their children. When they were talking about their children, Father Fu wanted to tell his colleagues that the female student sitting next to him today was none other than his daughter, but he could only hold it in. When he received a text message from Yi Qian, Father Fu only glanced at it casually. When he saw that it was from Yi Qian, he picked up the phone and opened it with a smile. The colleague sitting on his right was still lamenting about his son's learning problems when he suddenly heard Father Fu say, "There's something wrong with the cargo ship. The 4 students were stopped by 2 armed men. They are not allowed to board the ship." Chapter 34:99. After Father Fu finished speaking, everyone was shocked. How could there be a gun? Which cargo ship did they go to? Where is the exact location now? Tell them to come back immediately. Then inform the police. That's right. Inform the police immediately. Regardless of whether there is a gun or not, I believe in the judgment of our students. They wouldn't have thought that the other party had a gun for no reason. They must have been threatened in some way to conclude that the other party had a gun. None of the leaders present doubted the accuracy of the information provided by the students. The 4 students were the best of the best and had excellent professional qualities. Their judgment might not be 100% correct, but it was definitely 99% correct. The leader of the National Academy of Science and Technology looked solemn and asked Father Fu, "Major General, was it our student, Yi Qian, who sent you the message?" "Yes, it was her." Father Fu nodded, and his jaw was a little tense. "I believe in Yi Qian's professional ability. If she said there was a gun, then there must be a gun." His daughter had once participated in foreign rescue operations, and it was also that rescue operation that allowed the father and daughter to meet. In the smoke of war, gunshots, and cannons, his daughter came to his side as a Special Forces soldier. Therefore, he did not doubt his daughter's judgment at all. The leader of the National Academy of Science and Technology's fingers were trembling. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. There must be something wrong with the cargo ship. Although Yi Qian is only a second-year student, she was able to command troops when she was in her first year. She usually has excellent professional grades. Even our instructors sometimes have to ask her for advice. Major General Fu, they must have a gun on them. No one knew Yi Qian's professional ability better than the leaders of the school. When the leader of the National Academy of Science and Technology heard that the other party had a gun and that the 2 outstanding students from his school were unarmed, his whole body tensed up and his muscles twitched. These were the outstanding students of their school. They would have great achievements in the future and could be the pillars of the country. If something happened to them tonight, just thinking about it made his heart ache. Just as the leader was about to inform the police, Father Fu's phone rang. Everyone looked at Father Fu. The leader of the Air Force Academy asked in a tense voice, "Are the students back?" It was not a call from a student, but from Commander-in-Chief Xia. Father Fu, who was worried about his daughter, saw the familiar caller ID, and his eyes darkened. He was worried that something might have happened to Xia Jinyuan. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had to settle his food and accommodation at the military headquarters because of Li Chuhai's escape, had a cold expression on his face. He held the microphone and said slowly, "Major General Fu, according to the latest development, Li Chuhai might have escaped to the port of Jin City. Where are you now? A military port or a civilian port? Jinjin Port, Li Chuhai, cargo ship, guns." Father Fu gathered all the information in a flash. He did not immediately answer Commander-in-Chief Xia, but hurriedly stopped his colleagues from contacting the police. "Don't call the police for the time being. Cut it off. If the gunman that my daughter met earlier was Li Chuhai's men, I can't let the police get involved." To be able to escape from the heavily guarded capital, Li Chuhai's strength was unfathomable. The leader of the Air Force Academy, who had already connected to the police, immediately cut off the call. Then he stared at Father Fu without blinking. "How accurate is the information? Where did it come from?" Father Fu spoke quickly. "We are now at the civilian port. Yi Qian just sent me a message saying that she and 3 other students were going to visit a cargo ship, but they were stopped by 2 staff members who had guns." Chapter 3500. Commander-in-Chief Xia suddenly stood up and said, "Min Kang, okay, I'll have her comrades arrive immediately. Please give Yi Qian my order and tell her to do everything she can to sneak onto the cargo ship." Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time and quickly called Major General Yang on another landline. "Major General Yang, immediately send your troops to Jinshi Minkang. Yi Qian accidentally found someone with guns on a ship at Minkang." "Yes, sir." Major General Yang, who was also in the military, responded sternly and quickly contacted Pigeon White Crane, and 6 other Special Forces members of the Snowfield Brigade who were supporting the encirclement operation. At the same time, Father Fu heard Commander-in-Chief Xia urgently contacting 3 parties, first Major General Yang, then the National Defense Committee, and the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. After the 3 parties finished contacting each other, he spoke to Father Fu again. Major General Fu, our Special Forces will immediately head to Jinsher-Minkong and seal off the coastline. Please pass on my order to Yi Qian immediately. The news is only half reliable. Old man Li used his connections to make Li Chuhai escape. It is indeed easier to escape from Jinsher-Minkong, especially in international waters. The chance of escape is more than 70%. Father Fu himself felt that Li Chuhai would most likely choose Minkong to escape, and the ship that Yi Qian found the problem was most likely the ship that he escaped from. Otherwise, why would there be armed personnel guarding the ship? The ship leaves at 2 a.m., and it is 10 p.m. now. There are still 4 hours before the ship departs, but there is a possibility that it will leave earlier. So, please come to Minkong as soon as possible. Father Fu's back was almost straight. Although there was no change in his expression, it was obvious that Father Fu was not as calm as he appeared to be on the surface. Father Fu was left-handed, but he could also use his right hand flexibly. Yi Qian was similar to Father Fu in this aspect. Only in an emergency could it be seen that both father and daughter were left-handed. The entire call lasted less than 3 minutes. When Father Fu and Commander-in-Chief Xia ended the call, Yi Qian had also sent out a text message asking him to do everything he could to get on the ship. The faces of the leaders of the 3 academies were as solemn as dark clouds. Although they didn't know which military leader Major General Fu was talking to on the other end of the phone, it didn't stop them from getting some clues from the short 3-minute conversation. The military is pursuing an important fugitive. Our initial judgment is that this person will escape from our country through Jin City's private port. I suspect that the armed staff that the 4 students encountered is very likely to be the personnel who will receive this important fugitive. The military has already sent reinforcements. The police shouldn't be alarmed to avoid alerting the enemy and causing the important fugitives to change their routes. Now, Yi Qian needs to cooperate with the military. The other 3 students will return to the reception center for foreign guests. The leaders of the Naval Command Academy and the Air Force Academy let out a long sigh of relief. But before they could completely relax, their faces became serious again. How could Yi Qian, a student from the National University of Science and Technology, cooperate with the military? How could this be arranged? The other party had a gun, but she didn't have any weapon to defend herself. Moreover, she was only a second-year student. She only had experience in drills with other students. She didn't have any actual combat experience. How could the higher-ups ask her to cooperate? This was illogical. The leaders of the National University of Science and Technology gritted their teeth. The third-year student was outstanding, but the second-year student Yi Qian was equally outstanding. How could there be such an illogical arrangement for Yi Qian to stay behind and face danger alone and wait for reinforcements? Chapter 3501. The leader of the National University of Science and Technology, who was worried about the safety of his students, raised his doubts with a dark expression. The other party has a gun, but Yi Qian doesn't. How can she cooperate? The leader of the National University of Science and Technology's voice was as cold as ice. He just wanted all of his students to come back and not leave a single one behind. Father Fu could hear the leader of the National University of Science and Technology's worry about his daughter, Yi Qian. As a father, he was worried about his daughter as well, but since Commander-in-Chief Xia gave the order, as a father, he had no right to interfere. His daughter was a soldier. If he stopped her from following orders because he was worried about her safety, then he didn't deserve to wear the green military uniform that protected the country's peace and stability. Green represented hope and new life. The meaning of the military uniform was to protect and protect the country. As a soldier, chasing down criminals that threatened the country was an unshakable responsibility. His daughter had to shoulder this responsibility. Yi Qian's professional ability is very strong. The higher-ups believe that she can complete the mission successfully. Moreover, we don't want her to directly negotiate with the dangerous people with guns. We want her to sneak onto the ship first. With Yi Qian's ability, she can definitely do it. Father Fu comforted the leader of the National University of Science and Technology. When Yi Qian received the message, she and the 3 students were hiding behind a tall container. They heard the sound of footsteps walking past them. "I don't see anyone. Inform the front to block the passage. You 2 go this way. We'll search this way." "Okay, they can't have gone far. They must be nearby. Search this way." The 4 people in charge of the search stood behind the container and whispered to each other. They immediately split up and searched left and right carefully. They had to find the 4 young people. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. The voice of the guard in front came from the walkie-talkie they carried with them. F*CK, have you found them? If you haven't, send more people to search together. I don't believe that the 4 of them disappeared into thin air. They must still be inside. If we can't find them, we'll all be in trouble. The voice was very close, as if it was right next to their ears. Yi Qian made a hand gesture. The few of them leaned against the cold container and slowly circled around the 2 people who were searching for them. Other than Yi Qian, the other 3 students were a little nervous. This was their first time confronting dangerous people with guns. No matter how strong they were still a little nervous. After all, the other party had guns. Yi Jian, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. She was calm and composed. Therefore, she took the lead and led the third-year students to play hide-and-seek with the people who were searching for them. And the 3 male students were stunned. If they had to stay on the ship, it should be the 3 of them. How could they let the female students stay? Yi Qian did not have time to explain. She whispered and led the 3 students in the direction of the port. Only then did they realize that they had mistakenly entered the cargo ship. They should have gone left when they reached the port, but they had chosen to go straight in the middle. Fortunately, they had gone the wrong way. Otherwise, they would not have known that there was something wrong with the cargo ship. Chapter 3502. The 3 students were very good at dealing with emergencies. When Yi Qian asked them to stay, they didn't say anything immediately. Instead, they retreated to the dock together. They had to leave this place first. This was not the time to talk about other things. Staying here for 1 more minute meant more danger. It wasn't too late to leave first. The 4 of them cooperated very well. Plus, the containers were tall and big. There were a few times when they heard footsteps coming, but the 4 of them were able to avoid them. It took them less than 15 minutes to walk from the dock to the cargo ship. It took them half the time to return to the dock from the cargo ship. They were able to dodge successfully. Otherwise, they would have wasted more time. The 4 of them, who were almost out of the container, hid under another container. The exit was right in front of them. From where they were, they could see that there were at least 4 people guarding the exit. How were they going to get out? The senior from the National Science University, Zhang Minghong, looked outside and then retreated. He whispered to Yi Qian, "If we leave, what will happen to you? We've confirmed that there's something wrong with the cargo ship. But once you're exposed, the military uniform you're wearing will put you in danger. You don't have any self-defense weapons, but they have guns." Zhang Minghong wanted to stay with them. His voice became darker. I'll stay. You send Jiangyang and Li Xiang away. Jiangyang and Li Xiang heard him. How could they let the students from the National Science University stay? The two of them shook their heads and said in unison, No, we have to stay. We have to stay together. Before they could finish, they saw Yi Qian, who was standing at the outermost area, suddenly move. The three of them looked up in shock. They saw Yi Qian rush out like a cheetah in the dark. When he came back, he was dragging a man who was struggling with his throat. Before they could react, Yi Qian pressed the man to the ground. You guys stay on guard. Eldest senior brother, Ku hadn't even finished his sentence of, I'm going to help, when they heard the sound of a bone breaking. The senior from the National Science University, Zhang Minghong, who had taken half a step forward, suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he stared blankly. The man who had been trying to kick the container to attract the attention of his accomplices was now motionless. He had been able to move a second ago, but now he was completely motionless. The three of them widened their eyes in shock. Damn. F***CK. Damn. This. Did he break his neck? The female student, Yi Qian, directly twisted the neck of the guy who got close to them and broke it. F***CK. His first move was a sure-kill move, and his movements were so familiar that it was as if he had done this kind of thing often. F***CK. He had directly killed someone. After quickly eliminating a target, Yi Qian picked up the pistol that had fallen to the ground. He said to the three male students who were frozen in shock, Now you have a self-defense weapon. It's a Walter P99, a 3 double-action basic automatic pistol. No wonder you didn't fire easily. It's because this gun can't be fitted with a silencer. Not bad. It's a new handgun that came out in 1997. As she spoke, she took out the magazine to check its capacity. She even took out a bullet and observed it. 10 live bullets. That's enough. 1 shot, 1 target. 10 bullets, 10 targets. That's definitely enough. She just had to be a little frugal and shoot accurately. She couldn't shoot blindly. She had even finished checking the handgun. The 3 male students who had been stunned by her move were still in shock. Chapter 35:03. I'll change into the uniform for you guys. Help me bring it out. I'll wear this guy's clothes and sneak onto the ship. Yi Qian didn't know that her actions had stunned the 3 male students. As she spoke, she began to strip off the clothes of the guy she had already taken care of. The third-year senior had reminded her that it was indeed inappropriate to sneak onto the ship while wearing a student uniform and a military coat. If she was exposed, she would be exposed. She was afraid of alerting the enemy. It would be more convenient to change clothes. The 3 male students' necks were so stiff that they could make a rusty, squeaking sound. This guy, he was dead. Yi Qian had twisted his neck and killed him. Seeing Yi Qian move, the 3 of them came back to their senses. They couldn't help but gulp. This was really a little scary. This was their first time seeing a person's life, and just like that. It was also their first time seeing a fellow military academy student kill someone so cleanly. No, it shouldn't be called killing someone. It should be called clearing an obstacle. Is he dead? The third-year senior, Zhang Minghong, who had been gulping repeatedly, approached slowly and then slowly squatted down. He was probably still a little worried, so he reached his hand under the nostrils where the obstacle had been cleared. Yes, he's not breathing anymore. Yi Qian was just about to pull off the person's sleeve when she used a bit of force. The already dead target's arm suddenly jerked up. The third-year senior, who had reached his hand out, was so frightened that he retracted his hand. His face paled. Seeing this, Yi Qian finally realized what the consequences of her actions were. She quickly looked up at the other two students. Although she couldn't see their expressions, she could still feel that something was off. She then looked up at the third-year senior who was accompanying her. Yi Qian said softly, "Sorry, I must have scared you guys just now. The situation was urgent. If we didn't take care of him immediately, the four of us would definitely be exposed. Look, we're only 10 meters away from the exit. If he shouted or kicked the container, the people guarding the exit would arrive immediately. I had to make the right choice immediately." After being with her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade for so long, their habitual actions were the same. They would do everything possible to break the target's neck. She had forgotten that the three male students with her were different from her. From their reactions, it was obvious that they had never seen a student kill someone. She had set a precedent for them, so they must have been scared. Zhang Minghong shook his head at first, but then he felt that since Yi Jian apologized to them, she must have seen that they were really frightened. He nodded and whispered, "Well, they were really frightened. They are so skilled that they seem to do it often. Even our school's physical training doesn't have such training. How could they train like that?" Yi Qian didn't want to lie, so she just smiled and didn't explain. Zhang Minghong felt that he might know a little why his junior, Yi Qian, could shine in her freshman year and let many students know about her. Just based on her calmness and reaction just now, it was enough to convince countless students. Although they were excellent in all aspects, they had never been on a real battlefield. They had never seen a life disappear right under their noses. Chapter 3504. The visual sense was too strong, and they were caught off guard. Their hearts were still beating erratically, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. They had yet to recover from the shock. Jiang Yang from the Air Force Academy secretly raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was really sweating. This was the first time he had seen a fellow student so skillfully remove obstacles. That movement was even more ruthless, fast, and accurate than the Cheetah Special Forces soldiers who came to teach at the academy last year. Those who didn't know better would have thought that Yi Qian was a Special Forces soldier. He was vigilant of his surroundings while carefully observing the area in front of him in case someone else silently approached. Li Xiang from the Navy Command Academy continuously adjusted his breathing so that he could quickly recover from the shock. This was not the time for them to be shocked. Yi Qian had chosen the most effective and beneficial method for them. They shouldn't be dragging her down. Although they did indeed give him a fright, this was the best solution. If Yi Qian hadn't noticed someone approaching in time, they would have most likely been taken care of. After adjusting his breathing, Li Xiang was responsible for the southeast area. Yi Jian had already taken off the man's coat and the security uniform he was wearing underneath. Zhang Minghong, the third-year senior whose face was a little pale, was preparing to unbuckle the belt on the man's pants that was gradually turning cold. Just as Yi Qian was about to change his clothes, a voice suddenly came from underground. The three male students in charge of guarding the area were so shocked that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. The other party's gloomy voice came from the walkie-talkie on the ground, asking about the situation here. How should they answer? If they didn't answer, it would alert the other party. If they answered, as long as they heard something wrong, they would immediately know what happened. Yi Qian folded his coat and military uniform neatly and handed them to the third-year senior. Then he calmly picked up the walkie-talkie on the ground, and a deep male voice came from his throat. Another wave of shock came, making the three male students' jaws drop. This works. He can even imitate voices. Student Yi Qian, did you learn ventriloquism? Nothing. Yi Jian only answered with 4 words. Her voice was muffled from her throat. It was very similar to the muffled sound that came from the throat of a defeated target when their mouth was covered. coupled with the sea breeze, the sound was a little muffled, which made it even more similar. The other party didn't suspect anything, and said coldly, "Looks like these 4 bastards want to hide and seek with us. Then let them hide forever. Kill them when we find them." "Yes. No nonsense. The simpler the better. Send a few security guards. A bunch of trash. How dare they let them in? Tell them to keep a close eye on them. Make them pay. To the other, to the guards, to the security guard, to the security guard, to the security guard. To the point, to the guard to make." The sound of static interference could be heard. After Yi Qian heard it, he silently turned off the walkie-talkie in her hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had a follow-up plan in his mind. Previously, he had thought that he couldn't directly charge in, but now it seemed that it was possible. Chapter 35:05. From the conversation earlier, they could tell that the people guarding the exit were Real security guards. That was why the exit was so relaxed, allowing the 4 of them to enter so easily. No wonder when the 4 of them came in, other than the security guards who told them they could go in and watch, there was no one else at the entrance to the freighter. It turned out that they had all been lazy to drink. With a plan in mind, Yi Qian held her gun and carefully observed her surroundings. She whispered, "Later, I will continue to disguise myself and lure everyone to the center, including the people at the exit. As for you guys, once the people at the exit leave, don't look back. Keep running outside. Remember, you must not look back." Yi Qian did not give the 3 students a chance to refuse. She had the ability to protect herself and had a self-defense weapon, but the 3 of them did not. No matter what, she had to make them leave first and not stay behind. Senior Zhang Minghong still wanted to object, but Yi Qian said calmly, "I can kill people." "Senior, are you sure you can kill people in such a short time?" "No, you can kill people, but it will be difficult for you to make a decision based on your instincts. So, the 3 of you can't stay behind. If you leave, I only need to take care of myself. If you stay behind, I will need to be distracted. Listen to my orders, which are also the orders of the higher-ups. I will cover for you to leave before you sneak into the freighter." The 3 male students had no way to refute her. They indeed could not kill a target with a single move like Yi Qian. "Do any of you have a cell phone? Give me one. My phone will run out of batteries soon. I'm afraid I won't be able to send a message outside in time if anything happens. Also, take off your coats and military uniforms. They are heavy and will affect your running speed. Put them on when you reach the reception center for foreign guests. Don't let the front desk notice anything. After you go out, immediately report the situation inside to the higher-ups so that they can know more about the situation inside. They all have guns. The P99A3 I have is a basic model that was only released in 1997. Now that they all have guns, it shows that these people have connections with foreign countries. After you go out, you must report it clearly. Don't leave anything behind." Yi Qian would not let them stay behind. First, they would distract her, and second, they would make her feel restrained. After working with her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade for so long, she was not used to working with them in a combat situation like this. Since their standards were different, it was difficult for them to work together well. Unable to refute, the 3 of them nodded solemnly. Li Xiang said, "All right, we will leave first. You must take good care of yourself." He took out his phone from his pocket and said, "This is my phone. It's fully charged and has been switched to silent mode. If anything happens, you must report it to the outside." Yi Qian took the phone and nodded slightly. Jiang Yang pursed his lips and said, "Yi Qian, when you come back, I'll bring you to the Air Force Academy for a tour and show you the latest fighter jets. We'll wait outside for your safe return." During the exchange, Jiang Yang found out that Yi Qian wanted to see a fighter jet. As an outstanding student of the Air Force Academy, he often came into contact with fighter jets. He could help Yi Qian fulfill his wish. All right, it's a deal. Yi Qian stretched out his hand and gestured for the four of them to put their hands on top of each other. Senior brother Zhang, Minghong, placed his hand on top of Yi Qian's. We'll be waiting for your safe return. I'll definitely be back. Don't worry. Yi Qian, whose hand was placed in the middle, promised them that she would definitely return safely. Her new life had just begun. She couldn't bear to leave everything behind. In the darkness, the four of them finally split up. Yi Qian snuck into the middle of the container while dragging the dead target. After about 3 minutes, someone suddenly shouted, "Here, they're here! Quick, quick!" Chapter 35:06. Soon, the footsteps that were originally light suddenly became louder. Thump, thump, thump. They were all running towards one direction. Yi Jian shouted again, "They're running outside. Those guarding the exit, come and block them. Don't let them get out." The many containers in the harbor suddenly became lively. At least 8 people joined the blockade and moved to one side. The 3 male students who were lying on top of the container heard the footsteps running past their ears. Their faces were tense. It was Yi Jian who had attracted everyone's attention. She was the one who had used her own life to cover their retreat. Remember what Yi Qian said. Don't go back. Sprint 10 meters. Zhang Hongming clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Don't let her worry about us." When the people guarding the exit heard that the people they wanted to catch were heading in the direction of the harbor, they really rushed in without leaving a single guard outside. These people were not armed personnel, but real security guards. They only knew that 4 young people had sneaked in while they were drinking and warming themselves up. They even took the opportunity to steal something from the cargo ship. If the 4 of them did not catch the thieves tonight, not only would they lose their pay, they would also lose their jobs. Thinking that their jobs would be in danger, the 4 security guards rushed in from the direction of the exit. They ran quite fast and arrived in a short while. Yi Qian created a diversion from behind to buy time for the 3 male students to escape. When the 3 male students saw the 4 security guards running away, they knew that their chance to escape had come. "Run!" Zhang Minghong shouted in a low voice. The 3 of them jumped down from the container and flew towards the exit like lightning. Outstanding students did not just pass their specialized courses. Their physical performance was also quite outstanding. 4 military academy students who had achieved all-round development sprinting about 10 meters like this was not difficult for them. The 3 of them were so fast that they became afterimages in the darkness. Without giving the people inside a chance to react, they rushed to the entrance in a single breath. Yi Qian had been paying attention to the 3 of them while she was creating a diversion. When she saw the 3 of them rushing out, she immediately shouted, "They're running towards the exit. Mother asterisk curs. A bunch of bastards. Looks like they're really F asterisk king, used to stealing. Mother asterisk cur. Chase after them. Those bastards outside. Guard this place well for me." The security guards, who were scolded, looked at each other. How were they going to guard the place? They all ran in. However, he didn't stay for too long and continued to chase in the direction of the exit. Just as everyone was rushing towards the exit, someone suddenly shouted in a low voice. Immediately after, there was the sound of someone falling into the water. Someone had fallen into the sea. "Bring me the rope. Quick!" The man who had been chasing after Yi Qian happened to see the figure falling into the sea. He thought that it was his partner and hurriedly shouted to look for the rope. Unexpectedly, the rope was not found, and he was almost kicked into the sea. "Fish my ass. Climb up by yourself. Why aren't you fucking chasing after him?" now that you've lost something, none of you will have an easy time. This person was in charge of the safety of the entire docks. In the end, such a thing happened. Whenever he thought about how he was not strict enough and how someone had taken the opportunity to sneak in, he would be so angry that his liver would hurt. Yi Qian, who was hiding below, said in a muffled voice, "I'll come up by myself." One of the men looked down and said, "Come up quickly." He then chased after Yi Qian with the foreman. The group of people chased after Yi Qian, but there was no trace of him. Not even a shadow could be seen. Chapter 35:07. The 4 security guards stood uneasily in front of the foreman. Their hearts were in a mess. It was their fault for being greedy. They wanted to taste the whiskey and find out what it tasted like. Thinking that no one would come to the port in the middle of the night, they secretly left for a while. In the end, they tasted it, but it didn't taste good at all. They might even lose their jobs. The foreman gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you can't even guard the door. Why did I ask you to come here? Did you see what the 4 thieves looked like?" The 4 security guards looked at each other. The uneasiness in their hearts grew. What did they look like? They didn't even see their shadows, let alone what they looked like. But now they could only be thieves. The bolder and younger security guard nodded. He swallowed his saliva and replied, "Those 4 thieves, we have seen them before. They are habitual thieves. They came here a few times before. Every time they are like demons. We can't catch them. They also stole 2 cargo ships in front of us. Later, they even called the police. Why don't we call the police and ask the police for help?" "Call the police? Call the police, my ass. Didn't they see that they were caught in the dark? If they could call the police, they would have caught all the thieves with great fanfare. Why would they need the police to come?" The foreman glared at the security guards who didn't know anything. He turned around and took out his walkie-talkie to contact the people on the ship. When he contacted the people on the boat, there was a 180-degree change in his tone. He told them about the situation on the boat and said that there were a few habitual thieves nearby. The police had tried to catch them twice, but couldn't. He asked if they should continue to search outside. After a while, a cold voice came from the other side. The foreman patted his chest and guaranteed that they were really habitual thieves. He had seen them before. He even said that the next time he saw them, he would give them a good beating. The other side probably believed the foreman's words. They didn't ask any more questions and turned off the walkie-talkie. After the foreman ended the conversation with his employer, he said to his men, "You guys keep a close watch. Don't let anyone in before the ship leaves. If they dare to ruin my reputation and cause me to lose my job here, think about how much less money you will earn in a year. We'll definitely guard it well. We'll definitely guard it well. There won't be any more problems. If there are any more problems, we'll just pack up and leave. There's no need for you to do anything. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. We'll definitely guard it well this time. Even a fly can't get past us." Those who wanted to make a lot of money patted their chests and promised. The 4 security guards outside didn't know anything. When they realized that they didn't lose their jobs, they were naturally happy to promise as well. The foreman was not at ease with the security guards outside. After waving his hand to let them go, he sternly ordered a few people around him to keep an eye on the entrance and exit before turning to board the ship. Yi Qian, who was hiding in the shadows, did not immediately sneak onto the ship. She had just taken care of one target, and now she needed to take care of another. This target could not be eliminated immediately and had to be kept alive if she took care of all of them. Once the overseers realized that there were fewer people, they would definitely be alerted. With a plan in mind, Yi Qian lowered his gaze slightly, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. At first, She thought that her pursuers were all armed, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. There were only 2 people armed with guns. She had already taken care of one of them, and the other was the one who pushed the target she had taken care of into the sea. That person whispered, "Hurry up," and chased after her. This person was partners with the man she had taken care of. Chapter 35:08. This person had a gun on him and was in cahoots with the 2 armed guards who had stopped the 4 of them at the beginning. The foreman probably didn't know that 2 people had infiltrated his security team. Otherwise, he would have had a gun on him as well. As for why the foreman didn't listen to the security guards outside and chose to call the police, it could only mean one thing. He knew something was wrong with the ship. It could even be said that he was responsible for the security of the ship in order to make a high profit. This type of ship could be called a cargo ship. All the relevant procedures were legal, but behind the legal procedures, there were people doing illegal things. The foreman's job was to provide security for these illegal activities. I know, everyone is well aware of it. Soon, the empty space in the middle of the container quieted down again. A man looked around and walked towards the spot where someone had fallen into the water. His accomplice didn't show up, so he was a little worried that he fell into the sea and didn't manage to climb ashore. Yi Jian, who gently jumped down from the container, shushed the man's back a few times. Without waiting for the man to come closer, she continued to imitate the voice of the man who was long gone. "I'll go over and take a look. You stay here and keep a close watch." When the man heard his companion's voice, he turned around and wanted to say a few more words. However, he only saw a black shadow sweep past before his eyes. Then there was no other movement except for the sound of the waves. He couldn't help but frown, but he quickly relaxed his brows and contacted the people on the ship in a low voice. Yi Qian had already left. If she was still there, she would have definitely heard that this man wasn't speaking their language. Even his facial features were slightly different, but he was still Asian. When they were about to reach the cargo ship, Yi Qian received another text. This time, it was from Commander-in-Chief Xia. It said, "Li Chuhai has confirmed that he escaped from this ship. Please be careful." These few words made Yi Qian's eyes shine with the coldest and harshest light. It didn't disappear for a long time. Li Chuhai was the mastermind behind her mother's death. He was the one who had been in contact with Yi Zhifan for the past few years and told Yi Zhifan to take care of her. If Yi Zhifan's family was the cause of her tragedy in her past life, then Li Chuhai was the source of her tragedy in her past life. He killed her mother and caused her tragedy in her previous life. For herself and for her mother, as long as he boarded the ship, she had to catch him with her own hands. The cold light in his eyes gradually receded, turning into a black that was so thick that it could not be dissolved, as if it could devour everything. Father Fu once again received a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia. This time, he confirmed that Li Chuhai was indeed fleeing towards Jin City. In other words, there was a 90% chance that this cargo ship was Li Chuhai's means of transportation to leave China. His only option now was to use the sea. I told Yi Qian the news that Li Chuhai might have escaped onto the cargo ship. I wanted her to know what she was about to face so that she could be more alert and deal with any unexpected situations. Commander-in-Chief Xia said calmly over the phone. She wanted to join the encirclement operation before, and she finally got her wish tonight. I'm sure she's very happy right now. It's necessary to relax when you're nervous. Let her know that she's encircling Li Chuhai now. She'll take better care of herself and won't act rashly before she sees Li Chuhai. Father Fu thought about it, but said, I didn't show her Li Chuhai's photo. She might not be able to recognize Li Chuhai even if she sees him. Chapter 35:09. Yi Qian had never seen Li Chuhai's photo before, so he had no idea what he looked like. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't worried that Yi Qian wouldn't be able to recognize Li Chuhai. As a Special Forces soldier, Yi Qian had a very keen intuition for special people and things. Compared to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Father Fu didn't know much about Yi Qian's abilities. When he heard Commander-in-Chief Xia say that Yi Qian would be able to recognize Li Chuhai even if he hadn't seen him before, he believed him. Now, Father Fu and the others could only wait quietly for the 3 male students to arrive. Father Fu took into account that old man Li had a wide network of connections, so he didn't go downstairs to wait for the 3 male students to arrive. Instead, he waited at the same spot. Time ticked by. Seeing that no one had come back even when the clock pointed to 10:30, the leaders who were waiting for the students to come back had solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't even make eye contact as they anxiously waited for the outstanding students to come back. Around 10:40 a.m., the 3 students who had escaped finally rushed back. Seeing them push open the door and enter, the leaders who were sitting all stood up in an instant. Seeing that their students had returned safely, their eyes all lit up. When they saw that they were dressed neatly, the leaders heaved a sigh of relief. "Quick, come in quickly." Father Fu asked the 3 of them to come in quickly and close the door. Before he could sit down again, he was already asking them about the situation. Senior Zhang Minghong quickly reported the situation inside. He spoke very calmly, but he couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes. He also reported Yi Qian's instructions to them without missing a single word. He emphasized how Yi Qian quickly eliminated a target. When the leaders heard this, they held their breaths for a moment. Break his neck directly? The leader of the Air Force Academy couldn't help but ask, "Directly break his neck?" The 3 of us didn't notice anyone approaching. Yi Qian was the first to react. He rushed out and covered the mouth of the person with a gun and dragged him over. The 3 of us wanted to help, but Yi Qian took care of him quickly. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Taking care of a person in less than 10 seconds wasn't just good at fighting, it was also very good at taking care of the enemy in one move. To be able to achieve this level of skill wasn't achieved through training. She must have had similar experience. So, Yi Qian from the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology wasn't as good as she looked. Fast reaction, skillful, experienced. It seemed like this female student from the National University of Science and Technology wasn't just outstanding. Also, her strength was not something that the 3 male students in front of her could compare to. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups leave her alone to infiltrate the ship and let her take over the next operation? The leaders' thoughts were naturally deeper than the students. From the students' reports and the military's orders, they knew that Yi Jian was no ordinary student. Perhaps she had already killed enemies on the battlefield before. The leaders did not voice their suspicions in front of the cadets. Since the military did not want to reveal more information, and Major General Fu did not explain it in detail, they could only think about it in their hearts. They were not allowed to communicate with each other. The leader of the Naval Command College looked at the leader of the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology. He thought that the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology had produced another talent. Who would have thought that the National Science and Technology University of Science and Technology University of Science and Technology University of Science and Technology's leader looked at the leader with worry in his eyes? The leader of the Naval Command College couldn't help but pause. Chapter 35:10. Why did it feel like his colleagues in the University of Science and Technology did not know that student Yi Qian was so capable? Of course, the leader of the National University of Science and Technology, did not know how powerful Yi Jian was. He also did not know that Yi Jian had carried out countless big and small missions in their school. Even the principal did not know about this, so it was even more impossible for him to know. As a father, Father Fu knew how outstanding Yi Jian was. His daughter was able to follow the special forces to carry out missions abroad. How could she not be outstanding? Because he had seen it, his heart calmed down a little. When he heard Yi Jian remind the 3 male students to dress properly before entering the reception center, Father Fu felt proud and sad. He was proud of his daughter's attentiveness to the big picture, but he was also sad for her selfless spirit. Father Fu did not show it on his face. He calmly looked at the 3 young students who were worried about his daughter and said, "It's good that you guys are back. What's next is Yi Jian and the higher-ups. You guys can go back to your rooms and sleep peacefully." Looking at the military uniform and coat in Zhang Minghong's hands, Father Fu gestured for him to take care of the clothes. These were his daughter's clothes. He wanted to take good care of them and wait for his daughter to wear them when she comes back. Senior Zhang Minghong handed Yi Jian's military uniform and coat to the Major General. Then he stopped and said sincerely, "Major General, if there is any news about Yi Jian, can you immediately tell me? She stayed on the cargo ship alone to cover for us. As a fellow schoolmate, I am very worried about her safety." Yi Jian had excellent grades and excellent physical fitness. She was loved and respected by the entire school. Last year, she led the freshman and third-year students in a drill. As the commanding officer, she fought a very beautiful electronic battle. She showed us the importance of pseudo-base stations and information interference. She opened up a new topic during this drill. Now, our school has made her drill into a classic drill and compiled it into a textbook for future students to learn and reference. She once said something that became a famous phrase in our school. Even the leaders of our school remember it. Mr. Fu had no idea what she meant. Hearing her words, he could not help but ask, "What is it? I've never heard her mention it before." Exercises are not exercises for winning or losing. Exercises themselves are adventures, discoveries, innovations, changes, and progress. This is the meaning of exercises. The leader of the National University of Science and Technology repeated what Yi Jian had said during the maneuver between the freshmen and the third-year students. This sentence has given our entire school a lot of inspiration. It also made us deeply reflect on our previous maneuvers, which were too formal. We only talked about the end and did not pay attention to innovation. The third-year students who once practiced with Yi Jian have now become fourth-year students who are on their way to work. They wrote this sentence to the freshmen who joined the school this year. They hope that the freshmen can use Yi Jian as their role model to surpass themselves, defeat themselves, and write a legend. These were all things that had happened in the National University of Science and Technology. They belong to Yi Jian's story and also belong to Yi Jian's legend. The other military schools had never heard of them. Now that they heard the leader of the National University of Science and Technology say it in a low voice, the leaders of the Navy and Air Force were shocked. They really didn't know that Yi Jian was so powerful. Li Xiang and Jiang Yang didn't know either. When they heard this, they were shocked by the huge amount of information. They really didn't expect that the female student Yi Jian, who covered for them, was the role model of the entire National University of Science and Technology. Chapter 3511. No wonder Zhang Minghong was so excited when he saw Yi Jian today. The two of them thought that he liked Yi Jian and was overjoyed to see the girl he had a crush on, who knew that was not the case. He was so excited because he saw the role model of the entire school. Zhang Minghong said again, "Major General, Yi Jian is the role model of the entire school." We don't want anything to happen to her. So, if you have any news, can you tell us immediately?" Faced with the approval of the students and the leaders of the National University of Science and Technology, Mr. Fu could deeply feel that they were deeply worried about Yi Jian's safety. He said solemnly, "I promise you that as long as there's news about Yi Jian, I'll tell you immediately." "Major General, thank you." Zhang Minghong stood at attention and saluted Father Fu. The leader of the National Science and Technology University was even more nervous. One of the two outstanding students came back, and the other stayed on the ship. Even if she had a self-defense pistol, he was still worried. Seeing that Major General Fu had said everything he wanted to say, the leader of the National Science and Technology University pursed his lips and asked Zhang Minghong to go back to his room to rest. When the leaders of the Air Force Academy and the Navy Academy saw this, they did not let their students stay any longer and asked them to go back to their rooms to rest. As for them, how could they still sleep? A good exchange meeting unexpectedly encountered this kind of situation. It was also related to the life and death of an outstanding student who was the role model of the entire school. There was nothing worse than this. Father Fu did not let the leaders of the two academies stay. He also asked them to go back to their rooms to rest. Only the leader of the National Science and Technology University stayed. The leader of the National Science and Technology University waited for his colleagues to leave. He could not hide the anxiety on his face and immediately said, "Major General, when will the troops from the military arrive?" "You heard it just now. Yi Qian is a very outstanding student in our school. He is a pillar of our school. If something happens to him, it will definitely be a loss to our country. She has a gun in her hand now, but she is still alone. If she is discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable." The other party was a group of people with guns. They dared to carry guns in our country. These people definitely did not knowingly break the law. They did not even put our country's laws in their eyes. They looked down on our country's laws. This kind of person could be called a terrorist with a danger index. No matter how good Yi Qian was, she was still only a student. She was a second-year student who had not even been sent to a basic unit. Father Fu saw that the leader of the National Science and Technology University was worried about his daughter Yi Qian. He felt a sense of pride. He smiled and said, "Since the higher-ups arranged, Yi Qian boarded the ship to investigate the situation. That means Yi. And is that you? Yi A. After the incident, she even knew how to disguise herself and protect the three students by herself. She also didn't forget to remind the three students to dress neatly when they arrived at the reception center for foreign guests so that they wouldn't notice anything strange. This also shows that Yi Jian is very meticulous and knows how to protect her comrades, as well as herself. The military did not let Yi Qian show herself. They only let her sneak onto the ship to provide support. As long as Yi Qian hides herself well, nothing will happen to her. Father Fu believed in Yi Qian's abilities, but as a father, he was also worried about his daughter's safety. Chapter 35:12. The leader of the National University of Science and Technology was not so optimistic, but when he heard Major General Fu's words, he pursed his lips. When he spoke again, his voice was cold. "Major General, Yi Qian's situation is a little special. It was not easy for her to get to where she is today. As the leader of the school, I can't bear to see her in danger." Father Fu said, "I agree with you. I will contact the military again and ask them to hurry over." The leader of the National University of Science and Technology's face darkened. If the military can't get here immediately, why don't they send the police to control the scene? Father Fu sighed. It's not that they don't want to send the police. It's that they can't send the police. If they send the police, they might alert the enemy and cause a big fish to escape. This big fish is very big, so it's not something the police can handle. Father Fu could not tell the leader of the National University of Science and Technology how big the fish was, so he could only say so much. When the leader of the National University of Science and Technology saw this, he knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him even if he continued to ask. He could only ask the military to come as soon as possible. Father Fu also hoped that the military would send the police as soon as possible. Since Commander-in-Chief Xia said that his daughter's comrades would come as soon as possible, then all they could do now was wait. It was 11:20 p.m., less than 3 hours before the cargo ship left the port. Bai He and the others took a military helicopter to Jin City and chose to land at a fire brigade station. They jumped out of the helicopter and quickly took the bus arranged by the fire brigade to the port. Qing Niao has successfully infiltrated the cargo ship, but there is no news yet. It seems that the cargo ship is heavily guarded, so Qing Niao can't move easily. This is the internal structure of the cargo ship. We will cut in from here and hide here. Pigeon held a tree branch that she broke from the greenery of the fire brigade and swiped it back and forth on the portable computer screen. Based on the target's cunning, the military wants us to take action before going out to sea. Before we take action, we have to confirm whether the target is on the cargo ship. According to the information provided by Qing Niao and the military's analysis, the target will most likely take this ship out to sea, but we can't rule out the possibility that it is a diversion. Now that the target is completely out of our control, whether it's a diversion or not, we have to take action. The cargo ship sailed 200 nautical miles into the open sea. After confirming that the target is not on board, we will jump into the sea and leave. The minibus was very fast, and the curtains on both sides of the windows were all down. There was no light in the minibus. The 6th Snowfield Brigade Special Forces were discussing the battle plan in the minibus. From the location where we jumped into the sea to here, following the deployment of the pigeons on the screen, a deserted island appeared on the 3D color map. This will be our destination. It's 36 nautical miles away from the location where we jumped into the sea. The comrades who participated in the operation listened attentively and gripped their assault rifles tightly. They would board the bus as soon as it arrived at the port. Yi Qian, who had snuck into the freighter, hid in the shadows and did not move around carelessly. She did not know when her comrades would arrive, nor did she know what kind of illegal activities were taking place on the freighter. She could only play it by ear. She turned off the walkie-talkie directly, so as not to alarm others. It was very cold on the ship, but the work continued. The cranes sent containers one after another to the ship, stacking them. The ship was brightly lit, but it was dark under the ship. There was a continuous glare at the top of the ship, and the light flashed in front of her from time to time, making it more difficult for her to come out. But she still had to come out. She had to figure out the situation. Chapter 35:13. After calculating how many seconds it would take for the beam to reach her, Yi Qian adjusted her breathing and began to prepare after finding a hiding spot. As the beam turned, Yi Qian's eyes sharpened. She quickly dashed out and leaped to the next hiding spot. She was very fast and had calculated the time to act. Just now, she had successfully escaped from her hiding spot after circling around the beam. At the same time, she received a message from Bai He on her phone. "We've arrived in Jin City. We'll arrive at the port in 15 minutes. When Yi Qian saw this message, the corners of her mouth curled up. They were here. She had to provide them with the latest news as soon as possible. They'd arrive in 15 minutes. She didn't know if she could find any useful information in 15 minutes, but she hoped so. With a slight movement of her slender fingers, she sent the number 66 over. The white crane knew what it meant with just one look. She turned the phone screen to her comrade and smiled. Our female soldier, Qin Miao, told me that she's having a good time now. She's just waiting for us to meet up with her. Then you should quickly reply with the number 66 and tell her that we're also having a good time. We're just waiting to meet up with her. Sparrowhawk smiled. He and Yi Qian had worked together so many times that they were very familiar with each other. There was no longer a sense of distance between them. With Qin Miao on board, she'll definitely find a way to pass us useful information. Bai He, tell her to be careful. The most useful information is not as important as her safety. Comrades in arms cared for each other. After a long time, it was as if they shared the same life. It was even more important than blood brothers. Bai He quickly replied to Yi Qian's message. After receiving the message, Yi Qian could feel her comrade's deep concern for her through the screen. She didn't reply. Yi Qian chose to leave her hiding spot and began to gather information. They were almost here. She had to at least pass on some useful information. The workers were working in an orderly manner. Yi Jian stayed close to the edge of the ship so that she could hide in the dark. All the workers on the ship were workers. She was afraid that the workers couldn't hear anything. She needed to search for them. Yi Qian didn't know where to start looking for useful information, so he decided to walk around the entire freighter first and see what was going on. She left the port at 2:00 in the morning, and it was already past 11 o'clock. She wanted to collect some useful information before her comrades arrived, so she had to hurry. Time was of the essence, and he had to pay attention to his own safety. Yi Qian wanted to find out more information, but he also had to pay more attention to his own safety. Father Fu also found out that Yi Qian was safe. He sat in his room with his phone in his hand, waiting for the latest news. When he saw the latest news, a faint smile appeared on his solemn face. His daughter was amazing. As a father, he was proud of his daughter. The lights of the port outside illuminated the hazy night. From his position, he could see several ships docking at the port, and the cargo ships entering the shipyard for maintenance were also brightly lit. With so many ships docked, he really didn't know why the 4 students walked towards the problematic cargo ship, or the cargo ship that Li Chuhai might take to escape the country. Was this the will of the heavens? Was this the will of heaven? Did God's will want his daughter to personally arrest the mastermind behind his wife's death, Li Chuhai? It was probably the will of the heavens. Back then, Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang didn't agree for his daughter to participate in the operation to capture Li Chuhai. They were afraid that Li Chuhai would recognize his daughter and make her his target. Chapter 35:14. In the end, man proposes but God disposes. From the capital to Jin City, his daughter was still involved. It was God's will. It was God's will. Father Fu stood in front of the window with a solemn expression. He took out his wallet and looked down at his wife's photo that he had been treasuring. He gently stroked the photo and said softly, "Hongmei, look, after such a long detour, the more I don't want my daughter to face the person who killed you, the more I don't want her to meet the person who killed you." But in the end, she still met him and coincidentally found the cargo ship that Li Chuhai escaped from the country. If this is really God's will, you must bless our daughter so that she can catch the mastermind behind your death, so that she can smoothly catch Li Chuhai and catch the mastermind who has been at large for more than 20 years. Don't let him do evil again. It was dark outside the window. Only the lights at the port were bright, illuminating all the workers working hard in the cold wind. The hard-working workers didn't know what was in the containers they were moving. They only knew that if they didn't go home during the new year, they would be paid double the salary. It was hard to earn money, especially for people who could only rely on their physical strength. It was even harder for them to earn money now while they could still use their strength. When they were old, no one would want to earn money even if they wanted to. Hearing the creaking sound of the containers, Yi Qian carefully moved closer. She planned to go near the cabin to see if she could find anything. There were people in the cabin who looked outside from time to time and then sat back down. There were a total of 8 people in the cabin. They were all wearing crew uniforms, but they weren't staff on the ship. Their backs were tense, their muscles were well developed, and their eyes were bloodthirsty. When it was 12:00, a mobile phone vibrated. A man immediately pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. He only said a simple, "Hello." Someone on the other side of the phone spoke in a low voice. The words were not short, at least 10 seconds. The man who answered the phone listened and nodded. "Okay, I understand." The atmosphere in the cabin was a little tense. They were all waiting for the phone call. Now that the phone call had come, what was the next plan? The next plan was to set sail on time. Tell the brothers outside that the boss chose to board the ship at sea. After the goods are loaded, the ship will set sail on time. After ending the call, the man glanced at everyone on the ship with a gloomy gaze. The entry of 4 thieves made the boss change the route at the last minute. The boss is already very angry. If there are any more problems, all of us will go back and accept our punishment. He spoke in pure English, so everyone could understand him. Someone came out of the cabin. Not long after, Yi Qian saw that the workers were working at a much faster pace. Their yo-ho sounds were getting louder, as if there was not enough time to hurry up. Yi Qian was wearing an ill-fitting security guard uniform. He lowered his head and walked past a staff member. Then he walked past 2 containers and started from the middle of the cargo ship towards the stern. She walked at a moderate pace, just like an ordinary security guard. She didn't attract anyone's attention. There were too many crew members on the ship, and not everyone knew each other. As he walked past the noisy container area, Yi Qian thought for a moment and turned on the walkie-talkie again. The walkie-talkie that was turned on had a faint buzzing sound from time to time. Other than that, there was no other sound. After a few minutes, the walkie-talkie was still as quiet as before. Yi Qian didn't turn off the walkie-talkie directly this time. He lowered the volume to the lowest to see if he could get any clues from it. Chapter 35:15. She turned the walkie-talkie on and off and did not have any other requests. She just hoped that the man she had not killed would make some noise and see if she could get some information out of him. At this time, Bai He, Pigeon, and the other 5 people had already sneaked into the harbor and started to approach the cargo ship. For them, it would be easy to lure away the security guards at the entrance, but no one did so. Instead, they threw out the ropes with hooks in their hands and hooked them onto a large pillar at the harbor. Then, the 6 of them quickly climbed onto the harbor with the ropes. As a result, their backs were almost wet from the cold seawater. The seawater continued to slap against the waves, creating a hua-hua sound. The waves hit the shore and splashed high, wave after wave. The hua-hua sound rose and fell one after another, playing out the music of nature. The man that Yi Qian had not killed was pacing back and forth near the container ship. He only picked up the walkie-talkie when he heard a message from the ship. At this time, Yi Qian had already separated from this person for an hour. He spoke in a foreign language, which made the Snowfield Brigade's special forces who had already sneaked in a cold look. These people were all illegal immigrants, but they were not mercenaries. Our country could be said to be a restricted area for mercenaries. In the 1990s, mercenaries had entered the country, but as the country grew stronger and the military grew stronger, mercenaries did not dare to enter our country easily. If they were not mercenaries, then they must be similar to the black market bodyguards provided by foreign underground forces. After the man finished speaking, Pigeon lightly made a hand gesture, indicating that they should not disturb him and continue to approach the cargo ship. But he said to Pigeon, he just said that his partner had boarded the ship, and there was no news until now. We received news that Yi Qian killed a guy. Could it be this guy's partner? It's possible. Pigeon replied very softly, so softly that the sound of the waves hitting the shore could drown out his voice. We have to inform Qin Niao. We can't let them get suspicious. Once the people below became suspicious, then it would be troublesome. There was no other way to contact Yi Qian except through text. Yi Qian received the text and was about to sneak up to the second floor when her phone vibrated. She slowly lowered her hands and hid in a dark corner with her clothes covering her face. The text message made Yi Qian a little worried. She could speak English, but another foreign language. She really did not know how to reply. After a while, Yi Qian lowered his voice to that of the target who had been washed away by the seawater. He pinched his nose a little and contacted the target who was about to be wiped out under the boat in broken Mandarin. Soon after, Bai He and Yao Zi, who were covering the rear, heard a voice coming from that person's walkie-talkie. For some reason, they thought of Yi Qian. She had disguised herself as a man and contacted the outside world. Yi Qian knew how to imitate the voices of men whose voices were lower in pitch. They had seen it before. She could imitate the voices of Q King and Pigeon. This was not a ventriloquism, but a technique that changed the pronunciation of the voice. Just like how Kuan Dan, who was disguised as a man, changed her original voice and used a different kind of vocal cords to produce her voice. Bai He and Yao Zi did not pay any more attention to her after hearing her reply. They kept their guard up as they sneaked into the ship. It was Yi Qian's contact with the man below that gave her some information. As expected, their intrusion alerted the other party and changed their original plan. Chapter 35:16. However, he had no idea what kind of plan it would be. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. He was most afraid that Li Chuhai would notice something was amiss and immediately change his escape route. If that happened, all their efforts tonight would be in vain. Hopefully, the 4 security guards would be able to deceive Li Chuhai and make him change his way of boarding the ship instead of choosing another way out. Yi Qian immediately sent the news to Bai He's phone. Soon, Commander-in-Chief Xia received the latest news. Seeing this, his face was extremely serious. His aura was suppressed to the point that even the people in charge of the National Defense and Military Commission could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's anger. He has already escaped from the capital. If we let him escape from Jin City, our military deployment will be a joke. This person, we can't let him escape. National Defense, send people to lock onto the city's sky eyes and high-speed sky eyes. Investigate all suspicious vehicles. Even if we are looking for a needle in a haystack, we must find this needle. The National Defense sent people to lock onto the sky eyes of Jin City. Without going through the Jin City traffic police, they directly hacked into the Sky Eyes system and completed the system connection. This was to prevent Old Man Li from getting any clues from his contacts and informing Li Chuhai to change his escape route again. Capturing a criminal with a huge background and power was not easy, especially when the other party was well prepared. It was even more difficult. No matter how difficult it was, they had to capture him. They had to end it tonight. Commander-in-Chief Xia gave the order. At the same time, the highest leader in the Great Hall gave the order overnight. No matter what method you use, you must capture this person. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. This meant that there was no need to capture him alive. They could shoot as soon as they saw him. Pigeon and the others received the latest order and secretly curled their lips. This made things easier. They didn't have to think about how to capture him alive and shoot as soon as they saw him. As for where to shoot, the open sea was the best choice. However, they had to confirm that the target was on the ship first. Li Chuhai had to get on the ship. If he didn't get on the ship tonight, he would never be able to leave the country and return to the land that set his soul free. There, all crimes could be covered up with money, and all problems could be solved with force. There was no need to worry about being captured one day and escaping the next. There, he was the king. The local government didn't care. He was the king who did whatever he wanted. Why? Because he was rich. He had a lot of money. Whatever currency the other party wanted, he could use that currency to satisfy them. Humans were born to live for money, power, and desire. If they didn't even have these three things, they were destined to be ruthlessly trampled in the mud for the rest of their lives, never to rise again. Li Chuhai, was not short of money. He had never been short of money when he was young, let alone when he grew up. He could have whatever he wanted, but this kind of life was not exciting enough. It was so dull that the beast in his chest was locked up in an iron cage. He could only bare his fangs and brandish his claws in the depths of his heart, wanting to break free from the cage and completely release himself. All of this was impossible in the country. In the end, he was sent abroad in such a sorry state, but in less than a month his soul was released, and the beast in his heart finally broke free. How beautiful! How desirable! Today he had obtained so much, and in the future he would obtain even more. You want to capture me? Ha! You didn't catch me back then, so don't even think about it now. A bunch of trash. Li Chuhai, who was facing the sea and listening to the sound of the waves, laughed softly. Chapter 35:17. Standing in the darkness, he stared at the other side of the sea. His laughter was low, like the sound of a beast that made people shiver. He laughed for a long time before he gradually stopped. It was late at night, and the sea seemed to have become flat. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. A long siren sounded. At 2:00 in the morning, the cargo ship sailed out of the port. Boss, there's no problem. The cargo ship has left. You can take the speedboat. Assistant Ju stood beside him and ended the call. He said respectfully, they have checked all the places and confirmed that it's safe. Li Chuhai did not move. He stood in the cold wind for at least 10 minutes before he returned to the car. After another half an hour, he said, contact them again. It would be difficult to get off the ship once he got on. He did not want to get off. He had to leave safely. It was better to be cautious. Assistant Zhu responded and followed the order to contact the cargo ship that had left. He received the same reply. There was no problem. Li Chuhai said faintly, set off. Don't be too fast. Li Chuhai did not lower his guard even after repeated confirmation. It was because of his cunning that he was able to break through the siege and reach Jin City. Assistant Zhu bowed in acknowledgement. Then he asked, when do you want me to send a letter to Old Master? Also, what are your arrangements for Madam Li? You don't have to alert Old Master. He already knows. As for my sister, you don't have to reply to her. I'll send her the money when we're abroad. You don't have to deal with the frozen company's assets. It's already an empty shell and is not worth much. As for the frozen money in the bank, it's a fee for sending them away. They must have invested a lot of police and military forces to chase me for so long. I'll give them some money to comfort them. There was no hiding the disdain in his tone. Assistant Zhu did not have any objections. He dutifully arranged for his boss to board the speedboat. He only turned and left when the speedboat could no longer be seen on the calm sea. When the cargo ship left the port, the supervisor in charge of the security work counted the cash he had just received. He smiled so widely that his small eyes became straight lines. This money was so damn easy to earn. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 30,000 yuan. Pack up, Go back to sleep. After finishing the security work and receiving the cash, the foreman was in a good mood. Facing the bone-chilling wind, he stomped his feet and shrank his neck, preparing to go home. Just as he was about to return home, a security guard ran over in a panic. "Foreman, foreman, bad news, someone died." "What?" The smile on the foreman's face immediately changed. If Assistant Zhu had left 5 minutes later, he would have heard about it and immediately ordered Li Chuhai, who had already boarded the speedboat, to return to the port. Unfortunately, after watching the speedboat leave, he turned around and got into his car. He still had to rush back to the capital overnight, so he couldn't stay for long. It was such a coincidence that he missed the most important matter. He had to say that perhaps it was the will of the heavens. With Li Chuhai's cautiousness, if he knew that someone had died at the port, he wouldn't have boarded the ship. He wouldn't have even asked for confirmation, and would have immediately turned around and left. However, he had already left and was preparing to board the ship at around 3:30. That was when the crew was asleep, so he wouldn't be discovered if he boarded the ship. When Father Fu learned that Yi Qian's comrades had successfully infiltrated the cargo ship, he waited until 12:30 before washing up and going to bed. Next, he just had to wait for news of Li Chuhai's capture. Chapter 35:18. The freighter that had left the port had already sailed into the vast sea. The gigantic hull of the ship was like a grain of sand in the vast sea. It was exceptionally small. When Yi Qian received the latest news from the military, he was preparing to meet up with his comrades. The message was sent to Li Xiang's phone. Accompanied by the dim light, Yi Qian read the message word by word. After reading it, every word was engraved in his heart, and he could recite it backwards. "After going in a big circle, I still meet you in the end. Let's see who will be spared by the heavens. Li Chuhai, I'll be waiting for you here." Yi Qian put away his phone and said in a low voice. His pair of bright eyes were as dark as ink and as thick as the stars in the sky. The military had already found out Li Chuhai's escape route. At the same time, the military had also taken control of an important suspect who had been under investigation, but whose background was as clean as a piece of white paper. It was this important suspect that allowed the military to confirm that Li Chuhai had left on this freighter. Other than this, he did not arrange any other escape route. This arrangement surprised the military and even confused them. With Li Chuhai's cunning, how could he only arrange one escape route? Shouldn't he have arranged for a stand-in like before? Why was there only one escape route to leave the country? Before the relevant military personnel could react, Commander-in-Chief Xia had already slammed his palm on the table. His expression was as cold as the cold wind outside, exuding a strong murderous aura. He indeed only arranged one escape route because in his eyes, he didn't need to waste any effort to arrange a second or a third escape route. He thought that one escape route was enough. One escape route was enough for him to leave safely. One escape route was enough for him to look down on the military. Why did he only arrange one escape route? Because in his heart, we are useless. You understand? He thinks we are useless. When he said this, Chief Commander Xia had already slapped the table several times in a row until his entire palm turned red. Major General Yang could not help but lower his head slightly as he exuded a strong military aura. This was the first time that Major General Yang had seen the commander-in-chief so angry. Even when a neighboring country tried to kill our diplomats and staff in their country, the commander-in-chief was not angry. He even said lightly, "Since they don't want to be polite, we don't need to be polite either. Politeness demands reciprocity, and we should return the favor." The reason why the neighboring country dared to do so was because they looked down on our national strength. However, that was a country. Today, it was a person who had even lived in the military. This was what Commander-in-Chief Xia could not tolerate. If he doesn't get rid of him, how can he face the country? He must be eliminated. No matter what method, he must be eliminated. Commander-in-Chief Xia's second order was conveyed by Major General Yang to the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces who had already boarded the ship. The 6 members, including Yi Qian, knew that as long as they saw someone, there was no need to talk nonsense. They were to shoot immediately. The Snowfield Brigade Special Forces opened fire. Li Chuhai had nowhere to run. Moreover, they were to shoot anyone they saw. There was no need for him to come back alive. This time, the military used the most violent, but also the most satisfying way to get rid of Li Chuhai. It had to be said that when Yi Qian saw this order, she was very happy. Although they had issued similar orders before, if they could capture him alive, they would definitely choose to do so. Now, there was no need to think about it. Even if they could capture him alive, they would still shoot him. Chapter 35:19. The reason why the military was sure that Li Chuhai would board the ship was that they had caught an important suspect at the toll station. Assistant Zhu had never thought that he would be controlled on the way from Nan Province to Jing City, then from Jing City to Jin City, and now he was returning to Jin City. He had never thought that the military had been investigating him. An old employee who had left the company after Madame Li left Nan Province. The moment he was controlled, Assistant Zhu's face, which had never changed. All the emotions in his eyes faded away in an instant, just like an old photo that had turned into a dark yellow color. There was no color left. His boss had once told him that he should never underestimate the military of his country. The military's resources were far more terrifying than he could imagine. Without deep contact, he would never know how powerful the military was. Looking at the soldiers standing in front of him, Assistant Zhu knew that everything was in vain. If he had not experienced it himself, he would never have known that the soldiers sent by the military were so powerful. Just as he drove into the entrance of the car and was about to take the pass card, the soldier disguised as a toll collector reached out like lightning. His 5 fingers were like iron claws, and he was pulled out of the window in a flash. What happened next? Now that he thought about it, he found that his memory of that time was blank. He could not remember how he was pulled out of the car and how he fainted. He had no idea what happened in those few seconds. When he woke up, he was no longer at the toll station or in the car. He was in an empty room with white walls, facing 2 soldiers with guns. There was nothing else. He had been caught. What about his boss, who had already gone to sea? What time was it now? Had the ship sailed into the open sea? Had the military sent troops to chase after them? What about his boss? Assistant Zhu, who had a dull pain in the back of his neck, thought anxiously. He wanted to know the situation outside. He wanted to know whether his boss had escaped. He wanted to know whether the military had firmly grasped all their whereabouts. He wanted to know everything. Unfortunately, no one would tell him. Assistant Zhu, who knew that he had no way to escape, began the longest torment in the square room with shiny white walls. The cargo ship left the port and entered the night. The captain followed the route to the high seas. The workers on the ship had stopped their work and went to the bottom cabin to rest. The deck where the containers were stored had been blown by the cold sea wind for an hour. The corners of the deck were covered with icicles with the smell of seawater. Yi Qian was already with her comrades. In her hand, she was holding a manuscript that she had drawn at the last minute. Hiding in the gap between the containers, she slowly ran her fingers across the manuscript. She whispered, "There are people guarding the ship. There are 8 of them, and they are all armed with guns. If we take care of them first, it is very likely that Li Chuhai will be alerted and give up boarding the ship. So, I suggest that we hide 1 person at each spot. As long as Li Chuhai comes ashore, we will kill him first and then clean up the rest. Especially at this spot, we have to guard one person. I'm afraid that they will rush to the bottom of the cabin and kill the crew. Pigeon and the others had a 3D map of the entire cargo ship, but they didn't know where Li Chuhai's men were stationed. Now, that Yi Qian said this, everyone had an idea. Chapter 35:20. Okay, we'll follow Qing Niao's plan. Pigeon looked down at the time. It's already 2:10 in the evening. At our current speed, it will take us around 8 in the morning to reach international waters. It's unlikely that the target would choose to board the ship in international waters. The speedboat doesn't have enough fuel to reach international waters. Since, before she could finish her sentence, the soldier in charge of security said in a low voice, "Someone's here. Disperse." All of a sudden, the Special Forces soldiers who had been huddled under the container disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their original positions were empty. Yi Qian was close to Bai He, so the two of them quickly moved back to back. They held their breaths as they stared at their respective security zones. Someone walked over and said something in a low voice. Yi Qian felt Bai He's back tense up. Yi Qian was very familiar with this person's voice. It was the person she couldn't get rid of in one go earlier. You have to get rid of him first. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. After that person left, Bai He immediately said to Yi Qian he was looking for his partner just now. He even said that he hasn't seen you since he boarded the ship. Fortunately, you pretended to fall into the water and talked to him with a disguised voice, so he didn't suspect anything. But now that he's looking for you, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it. He'll definitely be suspicious. Yi Qian also thought of this problem and nodded slightly. She thought about the location of the container and said softly, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll get rid of him first." 5 minutes was enough for a Special Forces soldier to get rid of a target. Bai He made an okay sign. Soon, Yi Qian walked out step by step with her back against the container. It would be troublesome to keep him around, so naturally, she had to get rid of him in one go. Her method of getting rid of him was very straightforward. She disguised her voice and communicated with the other party so that the other party would come over obediently. The silver wire in her hand instantly wrapped around the other party's neck and tightened quickly. That was how she got rid of the threat. When she came back, Bai He waved her wrist and smiled. Not even 5 minutes. Not bad. Her comrades regrouped. When they saw Yi Qian return, they all smiled at her. They did not ask about the process. They only knew that the result was what they wanted to see. Pigeon continued the previous topic and added details of the follow-up operation. The military is sure that he will board the ship. I believe it will be before dawn. So, during this period of time, everyone has to be alert. Once the cargo ship slows down, something is bound to happen. In the end, everyone guessed that Li Chuhai would board the ship between 3 o'clock and 5:30. Within these 2 hours, everyone had to be on high alert and try to shoot accurately when Li Chuhai boarded the ship. After setting up a few important positions, the Pigeon turned its attention back to its target. It could not speak openly on someone else's ship, so it lowered its voice to the point that even its 2 comrades who were on guard outside could not hear it clearly. I'm sure everyone knows what Li Chuhai used to do. Since he walked the same path as us, he should know how to protect himself. Moreover, he has established such a huge force abroad, which shows how strong his personal ability is. In other countries, one needs to have absolute strength to get to where they are today. So, we need to shoot accurately at Li Chuhai's ship. Don't be overly confident that we can do it. If the first shooting point fails, the second shooting point has to move immediately. If we move to the third shooting point, Li Chuhai will have enough time to counterattack. Only the first and second shooting points have the upper hand. The third shooting point can cut off Li Chuhai's escape route. Chapter 35:21. No one dared to underestimate Li Chuhai just because they had confirmed that he had boarded the ship. On the contrary, they were all on high alert and did not dare to underestimate him. He had managed to escape to Jean City by himself, and when he finally boarded the ship, they had cut off all his escape routes on land. It could be seen that the military did not let their guard down at all. Pigeon put away Yi Qian's sketches and said to her comrades, "The person we are about to face is not simple. Try to recall if there have been any 6-on-1 battles in the country over the past few years. I don't think so. He has enough influence to send out 6 people at once just to capture him. Brothers, be careful. The sea is so cold. I really don't want to jump into it directly. Wouldn't it be better to take an inflatable boat and paddle to the island together?" They were still as relaxed as they were before the battle. They could not help but laugh when they talked about it. When they left, Yi Qian had an assault rifle in her hands. Although it was not a sniper rifle, it was a Type 95 rifle that could be used in all-weather combat. It could shoot accurately at targets within 200 meters. Although it was still far from the range of a sniper rifle, it was enough. The 7 of them had already found their hiding spot and were quietly waiting for the crucial moment to arrive. The gunmen on the ship were also quietly waiting for the crucial moment to arrive. However, they were different from the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces outside. They knew the exact time Li Chuhai would board the ship, and each of them took turns to take a nap. Sitting in the speedboat, Li Chuhai braved the cold wind. He was fully equipped with thermal equipment. If he did not keep himself warm, he would be frozen before he even reached the cargo ship. The sea was very calm. There were magnificent waves in all directions. There were no other objects in sight. In the sky, Li Chuhai raised his head and looked at the night sky that was dotted with a few cold stars. The corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. After a while, he spat out a few words. What a bunch of trash! They were already out of the sea, and there was still half an hour before he would board the ship. However, there was still no movement from the military. They sent out a group of people, but in the end, they could not even trap him. A group of people could not even trap him. If they were not trash, then what were they? Even so, Li Chuhai did not lower his guard. He kept in contact with the people on the ship. However, he had already thrown the phone he used to contact Assistant Zhu into the sea. He had already switched to another phone to contact the people on the ship. After receiving the news that there was nothing unusual on the ship, Li Chuhai's lips curled into a cold smile, and he finally told them the time he would board the ship. At 3:10 p.m., the ship began to slow down. The lights on the ship suddenly became much brighter, illuminating one side of the ship as if it was daytime. At that moment, the light in the eyes of the Shui, Special Forces soldiers, was several times brighter than the lights. The show was finally about to begin. The heavyweight target had finally shown himself. Keep an eye on the side where the lights are on, and the dark side as well. Keep an eye on the bow and stern. The pigeon's voice and the sea breeze slowly drifted into the ears of the comrades. It was not easy to wait for him. We cannot let him go. Yi Qian held the gun in her hand. Her position was equivalent to the second shot. Because she was a sniper, she considered that the Type 95 rifle's shooting range was 200 meters. If the first shot failed, Li Chuhai, who boarded the ship, would hide on the ship and the distance between him, and the second shot would decrease. Therefore, it was best for her to shoot. Chapter 35:22. After confirming that the final target was about to board the ship, time passed even slower. Even the minute hand became as slow as the hour hand. Every minute that passed felt like several minutes had already passed. During this slow time, Yi Qian heard the roaring sound of the sea breeze. Gradually, the sound got closer and clearer. Finally, the speedboat that came from afar came into sight. The people who were supposed to receive Li Chuhai had already walked to the deck. There were 4 people standing on the deck and 2 people standing on the second floor of the cabin. Not only that, there were also a few people standing in a semicircle to guard the surroundings. They were just waiting for Li Chuhai to board the ship. In their hands, they were not holding pistols. They were all holding rifles. Even if they were to shoot blindly, their firepower was still quite shocking. Therefore, when these people showed up with guns, the Snowfield Brigade members who were hiding in the dark had the same ruthless look in their eyes. These people could not be left alive. Not a single one of them could be left alive. They were not afraid. What they thought of was that these people who entered our country with guns should not be allowed to escape. Baihe, keep a close eye on the cabin. Don't let them have a chance to enter the cabin. The pigeon's lowered voice was laced with a thick, murderous aura. Wipe them all out at once. Yes, Baihe, who came from a scholarly family, responded faintly. His voice was just like his person, revealing the elegance of a scholar. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes was completely different from the elegance in his handsome face. You don't have to worry about me. I will guard this place. There were a total of 67 crew members on the ship. These were all ordinary crew members who relied on their own hands to make a living. They did not know that there was a problem with their cargo ship. This was not something they could know. The people who knew about this were naturally the people who were in charge of many people. Therefore, even if the crew felt that the cargo ship had stopped and wanted to take a look, they were stopped. The word maintenance was enough to dispel any doubts they had. They really thought that the cargo ship needed maintenance. The huge cargo ship finally came to a stop. Someone threw down a rope ladder, and time seemed to slow down again. It was so slow that it seemed to have stopped. For a long time, there was no movement at the bottom of the rope ladder. Yi Qian's eyes darkened like dark clouds. They grew deeper and deeper, forming a vortex. The rope ladder was still moving. It was very light, as if the people below were not in a hurry at all. They were strolling leisurely, step by step. It was not unreasonable for the military to be so cautious. Li Chuhai had never been afraid from the beginning to the end. If he was afraid, he would not have been able to come up so slowly like now. The first one to arrive wasn't Li Chuhai, but the man driving the speedboat. He was a black man, very tall and strong, wearing a windproof coat. When he held onto the railing with one hand, it felt like the railing was bent by him. Even though he was very strong, he was quite agile. He didn't need anyone to help him jump over. Then, he stood in front of the rope ladder like an iron tower, using his body to protect Li Chuhai, who was about to climb up. Damn it! They're so vigilant. They're already here, but they're still so careful. Their line of sight from the first firing position is completely blocked. They can't identify the target. The loon at the first sentry post gritted his teeth. The second firing position is probably going to be difficult too. They're all surrounded. They've all formed a human wall. Li Chuhai would never let himself take risks. He first climbed up the rope ladder, then used the human wall as cover to get onto the ship. The tall and strong black man blocked him completely, making it impossible for the loon at the first firing position to find a firing position. Chapter 35:23. He was shooting from the front and happened to be facing the black man, who was as sturdy as an iron tower. Yi Qian was already moving quickly. An outstanding sniper did not only have to find a shooting spot to shoot, but also had to be able to react quickly and find the best shooting spot in a blind spot. I'll shoot. I'll shout 1, 2, 3, and everyone will fire at the same time. Everyone aim at one target and shoot one target per bullet. Yi Jianin had already searched around the ship before. Now she moved very fast. It only took a short time for her to move from one shelter to another. Since they did not even have a chance to shoot from the first shooting spot, they would leave it to the sniper, Yi Qian, to take the first shot. The veteran members of the Snowfield Brigade were all confident in their comrade Yi Qian's ability. If Yi Qian said so, they would definitely be able to do it. Because she was Qing Miao, their comrade, they trusted her so much and had such tacit understanding. Li Chuhai was an experienced wolf. Even though he was hiding in the human wall, he seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at the top of the cargo ship and asked calmly, "You checked inside and out, right?" "We checked everything. There's nothing suspicious," someone answered him. Even so, Li Chuhai did not immediately look away from the top of the cargo ship. He even suddenly adjusted his position and walked a few more steps before looking away from the top of the cargo ship. Could it be that he was being chased so closely these past 2 days that he was hallucinating? Retracting his gaze, Li Chuhai's brows furrowed slightly. Was it really an illusion? Why did it feel like someone was really watching him? But now, he did not feel like he was being watched. Of course, he did not feel like he was being watched. Yi Qian asked his comrades to aim at the human wall, especially the black man. And she aimed at Li Chuhai, who was in the crack. Adjusting, fine-tuning again, aiming, fine-tuning. Yi Jian adjusted the aiming tool according to the steps these people took, the arc of their arms, and the entire walking route until the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said softly, 1, 2, 3, shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The first gunshot rang out, followed by a series of gunshots. Yi Qian fired the first shot. His teammates, who had great teamwork, fired almost at the same time. Instantly, the entire deck was in an uproar. Li Chuhai's kneecap was shattered by the bullet, and the bullet penetrated through the gap between the knee joint with great lethality. The 5.8mm bullet from the Type 95 automatic rifle could penetrate an 8mm steel plate within 100 meters and still cause a small amount of damage. Yi Qian's shot was within 100 meters. No matter how hard Li Chuhai's bones were, they were not as hard as an 8mm steel plate. No matter how fast Li Chuhai's reaction was, he couldn't be faster than a sniper who had been trained all year round. Li Chuhai's first reaction when he was shot in the knee was naturally to go weak in the knees. Yi Jian's second shot had already arrived. Bang! The instant Li Chuhai fell to the ground, his other knee was hit as well. It was also a piercing wound. At this moment, Li Chuhai had become a completely disabled person who could not move. And although the black man who was acting as a human wall was big and tall and intimidating in the face of bullets, his mortal body was useless no matter how strong it was. With such a big body, he was really a good target. He was shot in the head, and half of his head was gone. White and red brain matter splattered all over the floor. Chapter 35:24. The gunshots were too sudden, and the bullets came too fast. It was so sudden that the people who came to Li Chuhai's rescue panicked for a moment. It was so fast that before they could react, they had already fallen to the ground. A place with smoke and blood was a battlefield, and this freighter sailing on the sea had become a battlefield, a battle between good and evil. The bullets came, and the Grim Reaper came. The long scythe was swung and fell, and countless evil had all disappeared. Blood was flowing, and angry voices began to roar and fight back. These people blindly shot in all directions with the guns in their hands, and some of them destroyed the lighting equipment on the ship. The lighting equipment on the ship was destroyed, and the huge freighter was suddenly in darkness. Li Chuhai, who had been shot in both legs, was supported by 2 bodyguards, and one bodyguard quickly turned away. Li Chuhai, who was quickly carried away by the bodyguards from the black market, finally felt the pain while dodging. When he was shot, he didn't feel much pain. The bullet was too fast and too fierce, and it broke his kneecap, and then went out. At that moment, it was a bit like his kneecap was hit, and then he lost all feeling. At this moment, Li Chuhai felt the pain. The immense pain overwhelmed him, and he almost fainted. He was also a person. In such a painful situation, he could still keep his mind clear. He questioned the bodyguard beside him angrily. "Damn, is this what you mean by safe? Someone sneaked onto the ship, and you still say it's safe." If he wasn't on the ship now, if Li Chuhai wasn't injured, if he had other support, then the bodyguard he questioned would only end up dead. But now, Li Chuhai knew that he was in a bad situation and needed to control himself. Waves of pain came one after another, and Li Chuhai could only suppress the raging anger in his heart. No matter how angry he was, he could only condense it into a question. The person who was being scolded didn't dare to raise his head. They didn't know what was going on. Everything was fine. So how did something happen? Li Chuhai knew that he still needed their protection, so he didn't continue to scold them. Now was not the time to scold them. If there was anything, he could solve it after he got away. The most important thing now was to get away. Find a place to stop the bleeding. Let the outside hold for a few minutes. Li Chuhai, who was in so much pain that his muscles were cramping, leaned his back against the bodyguard he brought into the ship. He kept gasping for air, but he gritted his teeth and continued to endure, holding on with his life's strength. He needed to think about who these people were. Why were they on the ship? Why did they know that he was on this ship? Since the old man at home had helped him, he definitely wouldn't leak his information. So, where exactly did he go wrong? Li Chuhai, who was in so much pain that his forehead was sweating profusely, kept thinking in his mind. He wanted to find out what went wrong and made him suffer such a big loss. At this time, the entire cargo ship was shrouded in the sound of gunfire. Although the sleeping crew had never seen a chaotic gunfight before, they had been to some dangerous places after all, so they more or less knew a little about it. Therefore, when they heard the sound of firecrackers coming from outside, at first, some of them wanted to climb out of their narrow beds to take a look, but the experienced crew members stopped them and told everyone not to go out. They were still in our country's waters. The sudden gunfire definitely couldn't be pirates. If it wasn't pirates and gunfire, although they didn't know what happened, as long as the gunfire didn't come from their cabin, they couldn't just run around in panic.